So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto learns Rasengan before the academy. Part 1. If you guys enjoy this, what if? And if you want to see part 2, comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 1. What started it all? The annoying buzz of a sleeper's worst foe was ringing loudly in his ears. With a frustrated growl, the mop of blonde hair tried to crawl deeper inside of his stiff pillow. As his groggy mind unwillingly returned to the land of the living, he lashed out blindly at the noise. Any relief he may have felt at striking the object was squashed when it fell from the bedside table and clattered loudly on the floor. Succumbing to anger, Naruto climbed out from his mattress to pummel the enemy of his sleep. He couldn't wait to become Hokage. Then he'd have the village's respect. He could walk proudly down the streets. People would smile and wave. Everyone would be happy and get a good night's sleep. Maybe he could pass a law that outlawed evil clocks. The glare at the aforementioned instrument made all thoughts vanish when what it was showing clicked in his befuddled brain. 6 o'clock in the morning and the academy started at 6:30. That would mean, I'm gonna be late. He screamed as he jumped and tried to do a million things at once. He was trying to pull on a too large orange vest while holding a cup of instant ramen in one hand. The other hand was attempting to slip on a sandal that was obviously too large for his small feet as he rushed out his door. Despite how much of a hurry that he was in, he did take the time to pause long enough to lock his door. Then he sprinted as fast as his short legs could carry him. Dressed in a simple white kimono, a quiet, little girl stood outside the gate to Konohagakure's most prestigious clan. One would think that being the heir to the clan and a user of an advanced bloodline would have the girl carrying herself like some kind of royalty. But her face was down and her shoulders were slumped, suggesting a timid nature. She was waiting for Chunin to arrive and escort her to the Konoha Shinobi Academy. In a small bag in her hands was a bento and several writing utensils and accessories. The white lavender-eyed girl kept glancing from side to side, looking for the Chunin lady. Sighing, Hinata began wondering if she should journey to the academy by herself. But this train of thought ended when she spotted a dust cloud and a rapidly growing orange figure approaching. A blonde-haired boy, probably close to her age, was running as fast as he could in clothes that barely fit him. As he was almost to her, he suddenly dropped a small package. He tried to stop and dash back for it, but he stumbled on his sandals and went tumbling in a heap to land at the startled Hinata's feet. Dropping her bag reflexively, she watched as the boy righted himself. Sitting up, he rubbed his sore head and aching chest, panting quite heavily. Peeking an eye open, he saw a pair of small feet and a bag beside them in front of him. Hinata had just worked up the courage to speak when the strange boy looked up. His face, though slightly tanned, was red as he tried to catch his breath. He tilted his face slightly to the side as he gazed at her with the brightest set of blue eyes she'd ever seen. Her cheeks instantaneously reddened slightly at his piercing yet gentle gaze. Chuckling loudly, he put on a large toothy grin as he started rubbing the back of his neck. Just my luck on the trip, eh? Glancing around, he spotted his Raymond only a few feet away. Looking back at the dark blue-haired girl, he tried to decide which he should do. Make a friend or get to the academy. He chose the former, after all he didn't exactly know where the academy was. What's your name? A very large grin and eager eyes stared up at her as he continued, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, future Hokage of Konoha. He was talking. He was talking to her. He was talking to her and waiting for a reply. She knew that she had to answer. Her slightly red cheeks seemed to brighten as words twisted and tangled in her throat, never quite escaping. Finally, after much strain on her part, she managed to stutter out, Hyuga. Hi Hina. Ta. Hyuga Hinata. He repeated, testing the name. Hi. Naruto's grin widened, but it seemed different than before. She didn't know exactly why, but this time it seemed to reach his eyes. Okay, he said happily. Do you know the way to the Shinobi Academy, Hinata-chan? This time her whole face turned a very bright Sakura. The only person to have called her Hinata-chan before was her mother. Hinata was spared from having to answer the question, however, when another female spoke up. She was just leaving for the academy, Uzumaki-san. Both children visibly jumped when they heard the voice. They faced a pretty, red-eyed Chunin with varying degrees of surprise, fear, and embarrassment. Hinata felt ready to faint at getting caught by surprise with this boy, her already deep blush could easily decipher the degree of her embarrassment. Naruto could only look at the woman with fear that she might make him leave his new friend. Ryuhi Kurenai watched the two children thoughtfully for a moment. She would have to be blind, deaf, and dumb to not see the beginnings of a crush in her young charge. And not a person in Konoha had heard of the demon boy's dream of one day becoming Hokage. It took little imagination to see why the two were together. Picking up Naruto's forgotten cup of instant ramen, she handed it to him as he climbed to his feet. Glancing from one child to the next, she let a small smile out. These two would make an adorable couple in the future. "Come on, Hyuga-sama, Uzumaki-san," she said as her smile widened slightly. "We don't want you late for your first class." The statement earned her another blush from Hinata and a surprised but fast-growing smile from Naruto. Chapter 2. First day at the academy. As the classroom began to fill, Yumi no Iruka was able to identify a fair number of children from the more prominent of the Konoha clans. There was an Aburam boy who was as silent as a majority of his clan, an Akimichi boy who was looking around with uncertainty at the other children, a loud Inyazuka boy who was trying to impress several other students, an unusually quiet Hyuga girl. The Nara boy seemed to be falling asleep where he sat as the Yamanaka girl beside him was trying to talk to him. And of course an Uchiha boy who was sitting quietly in seat. And last, but not least, there was one annoying blonde that he wished that he didn't have to deal with right now. Upon his entry into the classroom, the blonde had yelled out, "I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I'm gonna kick all your butts one day." This loud announcement had everyone's attention on him. Yet it might have been more impressive if he hadn't tripped on his hand-me-down sandals for the second time that day. Now burning with shame, Naruto was sitting crouched over in his seat. "Alright, everyone," Iruka called out. "Please sit down and be quiet, class will be starting shortly." Once the raucous had settled down somewhat, he said, "My name is Yumi no Iruka. While you train here, you are to call me Iruka-sensei." Even as Iruka began his welcoming speech, he noticed several students' attention wandering already. The one person who seemed to be the most interested was Naruto. But as all 6-year-olds did, he grew bored of Iruka's droning voice quickly enough. When the students began introducing themselves, the blonde could hardly wait. People would notice him, if for only a moment. This excitement was enough to squash his earlier embarrassment. He waited impatiently for the others to have their turns. But when it came for his turn, Iruka called the girl that was after him. Instantly Naruto was on his feet, cutting off Yamanaka Ino's introduction before it even began. "Iruka-sensei, it's my turn." "No," the scar teacher said. "It would have been your turn if you hadn't felt the need to introduce yourself early." This got scattered snickers and giggles from the other students. Sputtering for a second, he threw a fierce glare at Iruka. "That's not fair." "Life is never fair, Naruto," Iruka said gruffly, trying to suppress memories of his deceased parents. "Now sit down. Yamanaka-san, please continue." Very angry, Naruto spent the remainder of the morning sulking. Thanks to his inattention, he was spared having to notice a withering glare from the blonde girl that would have had him trembling in unconditional fear. When Iruka called a break between classes, Naruto was the only one to remain in the class. From his obvious frown and angry glare, he was still sulking. So Iruka let him be and left the room. Once class resumed, Iruka had the students get out their history books. He sat behind his desk as he lectured the beginning of their village and the importance of the shinobi clans. During the whole lecture, Naruto was staring at him with a peculiar look in his eye. It unnerved him enough to stand up to ask him what the problem was or try to stand up. Upon a quick inspection, he found that the chair was apparently super glued to him. But he only figured this out after he stood up. The chair legs hit loudly against the wall behind him, attracting the attention of the rest of the class. As they watched Iruka try to figure out what possessed the seat to stick to him, the class broke out in loud snickers and giggles. But when Naruto finally lost control and fell out of his seat laughing, the rest of class quickly followed suit. "Naruto." Iruka's angry yell cut through the academy walls like a knife through butter. "Detention tonight." He scrubbed. He swept. He mopped. And scrubbed some more. After what seemed like days, Naruto finally was able to put the cleaning supplies away. Iruka had watched over him like a hawk the entire time, making sure he did every inch. Now the blonde boy stood in the center of a very clean floor. As he was walking for the door, Naruto's stomach let out a very loud grumble. Glancing down sadly at his empty belly, he could only pout. Iruka-sensei hadn't even let him stop to have dinner. "Naruto," the young teacher said, not the least bit sympathetic. "Yes, sensei." The strain in the boy's voice to not start being verbally disrespectful was apparent from the glare he shot towards the Chunin. "It's late, so." He paused, trying to think of a way to word his thoughts. "I'll take you to a little restaurant for dinner, my treat. What do you say?" He wasn't doing this because he liked the boy. But because, as a teacher, he needed to make sure the boy got at least a fair meal before going home. There was a moment of silence as Naruto's brain processed what it just heard. Then a slow smile broke out across his face. The next thing Iruka knew, he had an orange bundle hugging him fiercely while thanking him over and over again. The restaurant turned out to be a little ramen stand called Ichiraku. After only one bowl of miso ramen, Naruto yelled out at the top of his lungs that this was the best ramen he'd ever tasted and that Ichiraku had just become his newest most favorite restaurant in Konoha. He ended up having 9 more bowls. Iruka was glancing at him with mixed feelings of surprise and disappointment. How could he eat so much ramen and not get sick? But because of the boy's surprising appetite, a considerable portion of his salary now lined the old man's pockets. "My lord," Tucci said as he cleaned a table nearby. "It hasn't been this cheerful around here since the Yondaime was last here." "Really?" Iruka asked, facing the man. "I didn't know he came here." "Oh yes," Tucci said offhandedly. "Quite often, actually." "Who's Yondaime?" Naruto asked innocently. "You don't know?" Both men asked simultaneously. "Yondaime Hokage is the one who defeated Kyuubi no Kitsune 6 years ago," Haruka said, switching into lecture mode automatically. "He was a great man who loved this village and was a very, very strong shinobi." Tucci nodded. "He was a genius with crafting seals, and I heard he even created his own attack, the Rasengan, I believe." Completely awed, Naruto practically yelled out his questions in quick succession. "Wow. What did it do? Can anyone teach me? Is it really powerful? I want another bowl." Chuckling, Tucci left to make the boy's 11th bowl. Haruka stared down at the boy's hopeful face. The eagerness in his eyes was almost a palpable thing. The boy was going to hate what he was about to say. "Sorry, Naruto, but no one knows anything about it. Yondaime was the only person who knew how to perform it. At least that's what I've been told." Naruto visibly deflated that information. He had hoped to learn an awesome ultra super strength that proved he was destined to be Hokage. If being strong meant having strong techniques and no one could teach him any, then. His head snapped up and a foxy grin spread across his face. The grin was infectious due to his pure sincerity. Then he said in a loud voice filled with determination 4 words that would change history. "Then I'll make one." Chapter 3. Crafting his identity. Chakra. The mental and physical energies a shinobi wields to create, activate, and maintain. Hand seals. The different symbols of the hands that chakra can be molded into to form. Different combinations of hand seals unleashed different. Naruto sat in his apartment, reading by the moonlight. The stove in his small home was the only source of heat, and that heat was scarce at best. If his window wasn't broken, the cramped home could have contained the warmth a little easier. Growling in frustration, Naruto slammed the book shut. It was as close to useless as it could get. Only the theory and definitions of the use of chakra and hand seals. It didn't tell how to mold the chakra into the hand seals. Maybe he shouldn't have rushed off to buy the first book on chakra he saw. A wide yawn escaped him as he stood. Stretching, he felt relief surge through his sore limbs. Another yawn and he trudged over to shut off the stove. His small body was tired from all the stress it had gone through earlier. Even with his unusually high stamina, he was bone weary. As soon as his head hit the pillow, he was asleep. "Deception is an essential ability that all shinobi must have," Iruka said to the class. "To pretend you are weaker than you truly are can cause an overconfident opponent to underestimate you. That could allow you to either win a battle against an enemy of equal strength or to escape safely." The class seemed to be lulled into a trance by Iruka's speech. While several keywords did survive, most of the lecture fell on weak ears. It was understandable. Kids want to practice, train, or do something physical. Trapped in an uncomfortable chair of a hot classroom for a boring lecture was more than they could stand. But while their bodies couldn't leave, their minds wandered. Taking a brief pause, Iruka glanced up and saw that many eyes were glazing over in drowsiness and heads were drooping. Sighing, he walked to his desk and slammed the book down loudly on top of it. Instantly, all eyes were open and on him. Letting a small smirk cross his face, he called out, "Naruto." The blonde lifted his slouched head off his arm at the sound of his name. Looking up at his sensei, he said, "Hi, Iruka-sensei. What would be another use of deception that you could use in your everyday life?" he asked, watching the blonde expectantly. "Ah." Desperately, Naruto tried to understand the word deception, but he had rarely ever heard such a weird word used before. Well, if he couldn't answer the question right, then he could at least try to get a laugh out of it. "I'd use it to add more flavor to my miso ramen." Iruka gave a rather heated glare at the blonde. The uncertain laughter Naruto was trying to spread to the other students died as he noticed no one had even paid attention to him. "Sakura-san," Iruka said in a kind, if strained, voice. He was certain that if the kids weren't going to listen to him, then listening to their friends and classmates would aid them in remembering. Same question. Sakura stared at Iruka for a moment with wide eyes. Her cheeks reddened as she felt the stares of the class heavily on her shoulders. Thinking for a moment, she tentatively answered. "Ah no, Iruka-sensei. If a shinobi wanted to hide a secret about himself or what he could do, he could act certain ways. He could do things that would make people think less of him." Smiling kindly, Iruka said, "Very good, Sakura-san. That is exactly what many shinobi do." Speaking louder, Iruka drew their attention again. "Now it is time for your split training. All boys come with me." "Girls, you shall remain here until your other sensei arrives in a few minutes." As the boys were filing out, Naruto heard a very faint gasp that sounded like Naruto-kun. Glancing at the girl he'd just passed, he saw wide eyes and red cheeks. He smiled brightly at her for a moment. However, in doing so, he had paused right in the middle of the aisle and in front of a rather impatient Inyazuka. Iba growled as he shoved Naruto out of his way. Ignoring the blonde, he continued forward. Thus he didn't see Naruto land in Sakura's lap. Sakura, having her back to him when it happened, retaliated with far more aggression than anyone had ever seen from her. "Get off me, Uzumaki." She yelled angrily in his face as he futilely tried to apologize. Grabbing a handful of his hair, she pulled her free arm back. The next instant, Naruto was once again in front of Kiba, but with a rapidly swelling eye. Sitting up, Naruto put on his favorite foxy grin. Ignoring the pain, he called out in a voice filled with awe. "That was an awesome punch, Sakura-chan." "Don't call me that." Sakura snapped, a throbbing vein just barely visible under her long pink bangs. "Why?" he asked innocently. "Because I'm not your friend, baka," she growled. "Oh, okay," he said, sounding sad. Then, in the blink of an eye, his face changed back into its usual happy mask. "Bye, Sakura-chan." As the pink-haired Kunoichi in training fumed, Hinata felt a tight knot tie itself around her. Rapidly growing depressed, she couldn't help but ask to herself. Did Naruto come like Sakura-san? Did he still want to be her friend? Was she even worthy of being his friend? But through her depression, she found that she probably wouldn't have the courage to talk to him for a little while. The walk home for him was a particularly peaceful one for him. The villagers didn't spare him a second glance. It seemed as though they were taking a short break from tormenting him. That alone put him into a good mood. But he'd also finally learned how to tap into his chakra today. It was a lot harder than he thought it would have been. Requiring intense concentration. The goal Iruka had given the class was to channel chakra throughout every part of his body. It took him much longer than any of the other students, but he'd been able to get it after a while. Racing through Konoha as fast as he could go, he made a beeline for his apartment. After a small meal of 5 instant ramen packages, he propped himself on his bed to practice the chakra molding again. He knew if he could master this ability quickly, he'd be another step closer to his ultimate goal. Replaying the lecture through his mind, he focused. As he felt the chakra rising and being channeled, a fragment of the lecture floated through his mind. It, specifically, was Sakura's speech on what current shinobi do to hide things. If a shinobi wanted to hide a secret about himself or what he could do, he could act in certain ways. He could do things that would make people think less of him. "Yes, that's what I'll do," he thought as he let the chakra slip away. A devious grin broke across his face as he imagined what was to come in the future. "I'll act, nobody will know or even guess what I'm doing." Chapter 4. The Ultimate Jutsu. Almost 6 years have passed since Uzumaki Naruto, unofficial demon of the Leaf Village, entered the Shinobi Academy. The village has had a number of pranksters in the past, but none would probably ever be as infamous as Naruto. He pulled pranks as a means of petty vengeance, to relieve boredom, or to brighten an occasionally bad day. In short, almost everyone has been a victim of his. Today, the terrible prankster stood in the middle of a wooded area. Carefully checking that he was alone, he smiled. Years of pulling pranks in villages dominated by large numbers of shinobi had forced him to adapt and develop skills that he probably wouldn't have acquired for some time. Like to sense when a person was nearby, even though they were hidden, and to notice in the slightest change of wind any new sense it carried. In all, he was gifted with sensory abilities of such thoroughness that they put most jounins to shame. Going through the necessary hand seals, he engaged in his first attempt at creating his own. His original inspiration for it came from a simple henge. If shinobi were meant to be spies, then he should create a super cool henge that would be the ultimate spying ability. So he spent some time observing older shinobi and what he found disgusted him. Most shinobi were males, and nearly all of them were perverts. That ruled out the choice of what sex the henge would appear as. He started practicing with normal henges. The first ones merely gave him more feminine features and a pair of pigtails. That was the easy part. Then he tried to make the henge a bit more scantily clad, wearing only her undergarments. For some reason, he could tell it was far from perfect. Dropping the henge after another failed attempt, he sat down to ponder what was wrong. He knew what the ultimate goal of this was to be, perverted as it was. He knew it had to be completely perfect for it to work successfully. So far he could get the shape of the arms, legs, and face. But because he didn't know what a truly nude girl looked like. "That's it!" he cried out, jumping to his feet. He left his training area behind in a blur. It took only a short run before he was back in Konoha. His destination was the nearest bookstore, since he wouldn't demean himself to peep like a pervert. Silently slipping past the drowsy man, Naruto found his needed research material. Chuckles broke out of his throat as he mesmerized the shapes, curves, and angles of the women in the magazine. Oh, he hated perverts, but it would be so much fun to see their reactions to this. "Get out of my store, Naruto," a voice filled with menace growled from behind and above him. Flinching at getting caught, the boy glanced nervously behind him. The expression on the one sleepy man's face promised immediate and painful retaliation should he not comply with the demands. "I need a sparring partner," he thought moodily. He had just spent the last 3 hours honing his accuracy with kunai and shuriken, then alternating between his taijutsu and ninjutsu. While his form was nearly perfect, the lack of a decent or superior partner was preventing him from reaching new heights. The only thing he wanted was to kill him. No, he wouldn't even consider that man any relation to himself, that man who had so easily destroyed his life and clan. For his vengeance, he needed far more power. For that, he needed a partner. Having grown irritated with his solo practice, Uchiha Sasuke left his training field. At first he merely walked through the streets of Konoha, looking for something that could entertain him enough to get his inspiration to train back up while avoiding that ridiculous fan club he'd somehow acquired. He almost wished that blonde baka would make a random appearance. What that dove seemed to possess was an uncanny ability to both piss him off while giving his ego a good boost. As if Sasuke had performed Kuchi's no jutsu, the blonde appeared on the street at his feet after having been thrown out of the door of a bookstore. Naruto had what looked like a growing bruise on his right eye. "Don't let me catch you in my store again, Uzumaki." A man growled dangerously from inside the store that Naruto had made a rather ungraceful exit from. Not waiting for a reply, the man slammed the door shut. "When I become Hokage, I'm gonna cook your ass over a slow fire, theme," the blonde growled moodily, more to himself than anyone else. Sasuke smirked conceitedly, which drew Naruto's attention. "The day you become a Kage will be a sad day indeed." "Shut up, Sasuke team," Naruto yelled as he bounced to his feet. "The dobe will never be anything other than a dobe, baka," Sasuke said as he started to walk away. He knew he was pushing Naruto's buttons, but he was bored. Clenching his jaw and fists tightly, Naruto tried to think up a comeback, but as usual, Sasuke seemed to be leaving him in the dust. If there was one thing that he truly couldn't stand, it was Sasuke's superiority complex with him. Perverts, the unyielding villagers' hatred of him, and his frustration at not completing his own, all took the backseat when the last Uchiha was involved. As the Uchiha was strutting away, Naruto lost his temper. Dashing for the unprotected boy's back with all the speed he could muster, he let out an angry roar of "I'm gonna crush you, team." Sasuke hardly moved until Naruto was nearly on top of him. Then, faster than Naruto could react, Sasuke ducked under the punch as he swept his leg back. This resulted in Naruto being tripped and, with his momentum built up to its maximum, was sent tumbling down the street a short ways. After reorienting himself for a second, Naruto was charging Sasuke again. His fist nearly touched the dark-haired boy as he sailed in again. Merely shifting his weight, his knee came up and into the blonde's gut. Withdrawing, Sasuke spun on his anchored heel, and he sent Naruto flying through the air with a sweeping kick. This kick sent the blonde crashing through the window of a store. The stoic mask slipped slightly as he heard the surprised, then furious yells of the customers and employees inside as Naruto futilely tried to apologize and escape. Deciding he had sufficiently inflated his pride for the moment, he walked away. Behind him, he heard Naruto get thrown back out into the street. Across from the store he'd made a similar exit from with a growing bruise around the other eye as well. He was in a very foul mood, so he spared no prisoners on his little battlefield. Slurping up the remainder of the ramen, he placed the bowl on the rather high stack of the dozen already consumed bowls. The pile promised to continue climbing as he hollered for another. As he waited for his miso ramen to arrive, he took up a slightly disheveled scroll from the side. On it were the instructions for the different uses of chakra and how to manipulate it. Scribbled along the edges of the scroll were notes he'd written. After finally completing his first, he started on plans for his second. It took him many hours of secretive research, stress, and one dumb cat chasing a ball for him to finally get an idea. What he needed was a much more detailed description for chakra usage and control. But the academy just didn't have what he was looking for. Even though he'd begged and pleaded until he was blue in the face, he couldn't wrestle the information out of Iruka-sensei, who'd finally started to treat him a bit more humanely. Iruka claimed that if Naruto couldn't get the basics of the basics completely, then he most certainly couldn't do the more advanced practices. Next, Naruto took his complaints to the old man, but Sandaime seemed to agree with Iruka. Naruto's frustration at getting denied by the people he most respected was taking him to a breaking point and the only other alternative that he really didn't want to do. Just as he seemed ready to commit theft, the scroll appeared. He'd opened his apartment door one morning as he was rushing to the academy and slipped on it. Though there was no one in sight, he could faintly smell the lingering scent of lilacs. Naruto was so happy that the scroll held all the information that he needed that he made no attempt to pay attention in class that day, instead focusing on reading the scroll. Now that he had it, what kind would he make? Of the basic elements that most were derived from, he couldn't make up his mind between fire or electricity. As he pondered this dilemma, he began to absent-mindedly start stirring his raiment slowly. What he wanted was something that could do a lot of damage in an instant. Now he reasoned that a stabbing could easily live up to that condition, but the thought of shoving his arm through a person's body didn't sit too well with his stomach. Sighing in defeat, he glanced down at his bowl. The noodles were tangled around his chopsticks in a spiral pattern while the soup swirled around, giving the ramen a distinctive spinning motion. Swirling. Spinning. Drilling. An excited cry of victory tore itself from Naruto. The answer was simple. A drilling could do the most damage, especially if it spread out once inside the enemy's body. Now he just needed to find a technique that would teach him how to spin chakra. As this thought was forming in his mind, he discovered the answer to it almost simultaneously. Ramen had all the answers. Water. With water he could feel the chakra moving and feel how well it was working. But he couldn't hold water, obviously, so he'd need a water balloon to get started. First, he'd need to learn how to spin the water inside the balloon at great speeds. Then, because it was an expanding drill so to say, he'd need to somehow destroy the balloon. As to how he could do this, he wasn't sure, but he decided to cross that bridge when he came to it. Quickly finishing and paying for his meal, he left. Stuffing the scroll into the pouch he wore on his belt on his new orange jumpsuit, he raced off to the nearest store he could find. Ignoring the icy glares the adults shot him, he grabbed a whole handful of balloons from the jar by the cash register. As usual, he was forced to pay a horrendously inflated price, even for balloons. Racing out of the door, Naruto had every intention of running off to his secret training area. But he ran face first into an unyielding wall of muscle. From his new position on the ground, surrounded by his new balloons, he glared hotly up into two pairs of cold wide eyes. Cold eyes watched the confrontation between the Hyuga clan members and the Bane of Konoha. The man wore merely a simple Chunin flak jacket and the normal shinobi accessories. His face was bland with no distinguishing features. He watched disdainfully as the Hyuga snarled at the boy. As they got into a heated battle of wits and words, the man couldn't help but question the level of intelligence of the villagers. Why couldn't they see that there was a large and rather obvious difference between a loud, attention-starved child and the incomprehensible, bloodthirsty Kyuubi? Oh well, at least this dark life had the potential to make him stronger. That would make his job more interesting in the long run. Smirking, the man left the scene as one of the Hyuga used the Hakirakujuian show on the loud blonde, as it seemed he'd gotten the better of the two verbally. The boy's loud and rather colorful curses escorted him out of the village. The man's smirk didn't fade, not even after he dropped the three-layered hinge. His blood-red eyes seemed to glow in anticipation. Only a little while longer, he thought relatively gleefully. Then, we'll be ready. He'd only come into this section of town twice that he could remember. The first had been when he'd gotten lost on his way to the Shinobi Academy on his first day oh so long ago. The second had been only a few days afterward when he'd tried to come and play with Hinata-chan. But he'd been more than unpleasantly threatened, or as they said, promised, many gruesome and painful experiences should he return to their area again. Since then, he'd avoided the section like the plague. Those wide-eyed bastards were all over the place here. That was because their clan compound seemed to be located here. He disliked them very much because of the look of superiority all of them seemed to share. All of them were uptight, arrogant bastards who really needed to be brought back down to earth. So he now considered it his sworn duty to do just that. It was high time that they learned that they weren't all powerful. That was the reason why he was here now in the dead of night, revenge. Naruto style. After the Hyuga closed his points, he hurried off to his apartment to rest. For some reason that he couldn't understand when he tried to do his chakra molding exercises, he couldn't bring it out. It was like it was being blocked off or something. As he futilely tried to access his chakra, a brilliant idea had formed in his mind. Using his considerable stealth to the absolute best of his ability, he snuck inside the Hyuga compound. Then, from one building to another, he raided their homes. Though he was extremely careful what he took, only the most humiliating of things that he could. He had once heard of the abilities of the legendary Byakugan. To see through things, to see people's inner chakra coils, and nearly 360 degrees of vision. So if he made even the slightest noise, a board creak, a sneeze, even breathing too loud, he knew he'd be in a world of pain. He would immediately hang onto a section of the floor or rug if he heard the slightest sound or smelled something out of place. This paranoia proved invaluable as he almost was caught by a drowsy guard who was making his hourly routine. It took him more than 3 hours to finish his goal, but it was worth it in his eyes. One of the last rooms he slipped into his nose was embraced by a familiar and comforting scent. It was the smell of flowers, or more specifically lilacs. A smell he'd come to associate with only one person. Hinata-chan. He could see her sleeping on her bed, wrapped up snugly in her bed covers. Her face was relaxed and peaceful. It held no trace of a blush he'd always seen on her or the timid persona she possessed. Though he had always kind of thought of her as a weird, dark, and shy girl, this new Hinata seemed. Shaking his head to get his mind back on the plan, he took a deep breath and sighed. One last glance at the sleeping girl stole his resolve. He couldn't do it to her. She was just too kind to him and everyone else to have something like what he had in mind to happen to her. He shot her a rueful grin as he backed out of the room. Only one word could be used to describe the village hidden in the leaves the next morning. Chaotic. Scattered throughout the Leaf Village was nearly the entire Hyuga clan's clothing and undergarments. They were thrown about the streets, in alleyways, on top of buildings, and even hanging mockingly in trees. While the villagers and Hyuga clan were busy trying to handle the situation, most of the shinobi populace was chasing a near hyperventilating prankster from one side of Konoha to the other and back. If they weren't busy collecting their clothing, the Hyuga would have most assuredly thrown a lot more glares at the blonde as he passed them. Finally, with nearly 4 full squads of Chunin, Jounin, and Anbu surrounding him, Naruto was cornered. He was on his hands and knees, struggling to breathe. But his short of breath didn't come from the rigorous chase and escape he'd just been in. "How could you do that to the Hyuga clan, Naruto?" snapped an aggravated Chunin dangerously. "Because they're fucking bastards, baka." He shot back. Unsteadily, he climbed to his feet with his infamous foxy grin. "That may be so," a Jounin said to his side. "But that doesn't justify your actions." Uzumaki, an Anbu, said with a clear order in his voice. "You're going to the Sandame, now come quietly and your punishment will be reduced." "No way." Naruto yelled, his foxy grin widened noticeably. It automatically puts the shinobi on edge. This was the perfect time, he realized, to test his first original. "I haven't tested my first, you'll love it." Forming the Ohitsuji seal, his grin covered his face. Enveloped in his chakra, he cried out, "Warrick no jutsu." In a burst of smoke, the most beautiful blonde girl they'd ever seen appeared. She had slender limbs, a pair of long ponytails, dazzling blue eyes, and her whisker marks just added a seductiveness to her that made her seem to just be dripping with sexiness. But what really caught their attention was the fact that she was totally nude before them and didn't seem to mind showing off her rather substantial assets. They were not expecting this. Thus, since all the shinobi were males, no one was there to stop the blonde boy when he took off again. This time, there was no mistaking the loud, irritating laughter that echoed across the village for the rest of the morning. Chapter 5. Pass or Fail, Genin Exams. It seems all things have a silver lining, even punishments. In Naruto's case, it was learning the fastest routes to the summit of the Hokage monument. That had been the punishment for the Hyuga incident. To scrub the monument every evening for the next 3 months. Now to celebrate the end of his probation, he pulled easily the most infamous of all pranks ever. He put graffiti all over the Kage's faces. As if it were a repeat from several months earlier, the blonde was once again being chased throughout Konoha. But this time it was only by a pair of Chunin. While he was enjoying the chase, the blonde was also having an almost unholy amount of fun, thanks to 2 of his latest. When the Chunin pair first started chasing him, he inhaled deeply, then blew a dense smokescreen around himself. Once they lost sight of him, he took off running. But they found him easily enough due to his ridiculously loud voice, as he laughed off the simplicity of his escape. Then Chunin was almost on him when he put his second to work. It surrounded his body in a haze of chakra and blurred his image. This made it extremely difficult for the pair to grab onto him. "Naruto," one of them yelled. "Get back here. When I get my hands on you." "You've crossed the line this time, Naruto," the other yelled, purposely interrupting his partner. "Give it up. You're just bent because you don't have the guts to do what I did, do ya? Losers. Wannabes." Taking the chase up into the air and the taller buildings, Naruto yelled out mockingly at them as he rebounded off a building and sailed right between the pair. "You'll never catch me." Landing briefly, he dodged around a corner and vanished from sight. The Chunin were only a hair's breadth away, sailing around the corner while yelling at the energetic blonde. Once the pair disappeared over a building, a small tarp lowered from its position on the wall. Chuckling once again at the simplicity of his escape, Naruto proudly proclaimed, "That was too easy." "Oh yeah, Naruto." A familiar angry voice snapped in his ear. Yelping in shock and reflexively jumping several feet in the air, Naruto collapsed on the ground. Facing the man who'd snuck up on him, he gave him an irritated glare. "Where'd you come from, Iruka-sensei? What are you doing here?" "No, what are you doing here?" Iruka snapped, pointing his finger in Naruto's face threateningly. "You're supposed to be in class." Iruka was giving him another lecture. But Naruto, as usual, wasn't even trying to pay attention. Instead, he put on a big show of pouting like a baby in front of the class from his bound position on the floor. Apparently this didn't sit too well with Iruka, and he did the same thing that most teachers do to inspire cooperation among teammates. "Fine, because you missed it, Naruto," he said with finality in his voice. "Everyone in class shall review the Henge no Jutsu." This got a chorus of groans and complaints from the class instantly. Untying the blonde, Iruka sent back with his classmates as they gathered in the front of the classroom. Truth be told, Iruka had been planning on reviewing this with class for several days now. Naruto's prank seemed as good of an excuse as any to use. Most of the students were acceptable with the skill, but he didn't want to send his students out into the shinobi world with only an acceptable skill level. Of course several students were unusually talented. Sakura was the most talented it seemed thanks to her near-perfect chakra control. When it came time for Naruto's turn, he could clearly see the irritated glint in his usually bright, happy eyes. Thanks to years of teaching the blonde, Iruka saw the faint warning signs that he was going to do something. The small foxy grin on his face only reinforced this. Silently watching her blonde crush as he made his way forward, Hinata timidly poked her index fingers together. A faint blush was visible as usual, while she watched and silently cheered for him. "Henge no," Naruto said, as his chakra surrounded him. In a puff of smoke, a very beautiful blonde girl stood in his place. She blew a kiss at Iruka as she winked innocently. Even though he'd heard of this, Iruka was still not prepared for it and was sent flying from a massive burst of blood. Dropping the henge, Naruto's loud laughter echoed through the quiet room. "Gotcha." He laughed. "That's my Warak no Jutsu." "Hut the stupid tricks." The young teacher yelled in his face. "This is your last warning." Class had a rather peculiar air about it today. Anxiety was so thick that it was almost visible to the naked eye. Yet an undercurrent of excitement and determination gave the atmosphere a definite charge. The only time this happened was when the class was taking a significant test. But this time it was 10 times worse. Their genin exams. Thus far they had been tested on jutsu, weapons accuracy, basic, and first aid. But this was after an hour-long written test on shinobi laws of conduct, common courtesy, and interactions with another shinobi village. Sakura aced the written test easily, with Sasuke only a few points behind. But for the more practical test, Sasuke lived up to his reputation of being the #1 rookie. If he'd have wanted, he knew for a fact that he could have aced the written test and come near the top for the second half. But as it were, he was more content to score average. After all, it was just too troublesome to do more than that. While watching clouds was far more alluring, he also decided it would prove to be worth his time to run a mental estimate of who would get what grade to pass or fail. It was almost too easy to guess on almost everyone, except for Naruto. Shikamaru had always been a little more observant than the others, perhaps due to his cloud-watching pastime. Due to this, he felt sure that he knew why the blonde always failed. He wasn't focused on his studies in the academy or even all those pranks. No, he was much more interested in developing his own abilities for some unknown but obsessive reason. It wasn't a matter of ability that held him back either, for only an exceptionally skilled stealth and scouting specialist could perform so many pranks and usually escape unscathed. And due to his pranks, Shikamaru knew Naruto was smart, the ingeniousness in some of his pranks proved it. Sighing in defeat at the surprisingly complex puzzle that was the dead last, Shikamaru returned his attention to Choji. The pudgy boy was proudly detailing his exam in between chewing a bag of potato chips. Heh, too bad he didn't share the same simple-mindedness as his lifelong friend, he mused. Or else he wouldn't have an approaching headache. Though he'd never admit it if the Nara boy told him his theories, Naruto's rather poor grades came from exactly those reasons. When he was younger he'd made such an attempt at being a screw-up that it actually began to become a part of his personality as far as the academy was concerned. His true focus had been on making his own. While he himself didn't exactly know the reason for his obsessive research and creation of the techniques, he had a fair idea where it came from. He was an orphan with no clan. So no one was there to teach him that only the family knew. It drove him to almost a depressed mind frame whenever he thought about the special training almost all his classmates got, but not him. So he felt an irresistible urge to create that he could proudly yell out were his and his alone. Yet his lack of focus cost him to fail the last 2 genin exams. So far, he's done hardly any better than last time. When Iruka announced that the final exam was the Bushin no Jutsu, Naruto almost caused an embarrassing scene. He had to clamp his hands over his mouth to stop from screaming in frustration. He could not perform that simple ninjutsu if his life depended on it. Like there was some cosmic deity that was preventing him from even doing it properly. Now, as he stood before Iruka and the new academy sensei Mizuki, he had a deep frown on his face. It was now or never if he could get that right. His gathered chakra was perfectly visible to the naked eye as he concentrated hard on pouring an excessive amount into his hand seals. Bushin no Jutsu. He called out as the chakra exploded around him and kicked up a cloud of smoke. When it cleared, there were two Naruto, but the difference between them was like night and day. One was the real, while the clone was a sickly pale white and lying dead on the floor. The second of silence greeted Naruto's nervous twitching body. He knew it was coming, especially the way that Iruka's eyebrow was twitching. Then. You fail. He sat on the only swing in the academy yard, in the shade of the trees. His face was sullen, and his eyes were downcast. Leaning his head against the swing's rope, he was the perfect picture of dejection. Across the yard was a large group of children who had passed their genin exams, and their parents stood proudly at their sides, congratulating them while boasting to other parents. He watched them with a deepening hollow feeling in his stomach. The loneliness is getting worse these days. It wouldn't be long before he did something that would either make him or the villagers crack. All he wanted was a real friend, someone to talk and laugh with on a regular basis. Sure, Iruka seemed to be doing a good job at that, but he was still Naruto's sensei. There was only so much time he could spare on the blonde. Placing his goggles on his forehead, he was about to get up to leave when he sensed someone suddenly appear near him. Looking up in the tree, he saw Mizuki-sensei looking down at him with what could almost be considered a calculating gaze. But it quickly vanished as a kind smile lit up the man's face. Mizuki watched the blonde run off, his cheerful attitude once again restored. When the boy was safely out of sight, his gaze darkened considerably as a wicked grin of anticipation appeared. The blonde boy had been surprisingly easy to convince. He didn't know whether to be relieved or worried about the ease of it. But he settled for relief. After all, he was Chunin, and that demon vessel's body probably was too weak to wield the awesome powers of the kitsune once held. This thought had his sneer turning malicious. The Kyuubi seemed to have lost its memory, or it was biding its time, waiting for the right time to return. Whatever the reason, Mizuki was sure that the situation was safely in his control. His plan was ingenious. He hadn't spent the last year mesmerizing the schedules of the comings and goings at the Hokage Tower, searching for the exact location of the Forbidden Scroll, and finding a plausible explanation as to how it could suddenly go missing. It was Naruto's poor grades and his loud mouth that drew Mizuki's attention. Kyuubi wanted to be Hokage, huh? Well, the fact that his abilities were the weakest of the academy students pretty much guaranteed that he'd fail. The kitsune must be getting desperate to become a shinobi now. What better way to gain its trust than to stand up for it during its failed attempt in the exam and then telling it of a secret way to pass. Mizuki warned him not to try to retrieve the scroll until late at night, just to make it easier on his part of getting it. It would be a long few hours before he could safely make his move at getting what should have been his birthright. But, in the meantime, he could plan out how he would deal with the Kyuubi when the time came. Nobody would miss him. He was just the human form of the demon fox. Chuckling sinisterly under his breath, Mizuki turned and headed back to the academy. He may not be staying in the village for much longer, but he couldn't afford to blow his cover just yet. It was well past midnight. He was sitting on the ground in front of an old warehouse in the middle of the forest, almost a mile from Konoha. In his lap was a very large and heavy scroll. Gently, almost respectfully, he untied the ropes that held it shut and its secrets hidden from the world. Unrolling it across his lap, he gazed upon it with wide eyes. The thrill of learning a powerful thing that no one his age could possibly know was enough to drive him ecstatic. But as he read the name of the first, his excitement died like it had been squashed by a bug. Tajuo Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he said quietly. Tajuo? That meant mass. Well, Kage was shadow, but Bunshin could only mean. Yelling out in disbelief at this ridiculous coincidence, he groaned out, not this again. It's my worst. He really didn't want to learn this technique, but Mizuki-sensei said that any technique would do. Maybe this technique was different from the one they thought in the academy. As this thought passed his mind, he grew certain of it. Why else would it be in the Forbidden Scroll if it wasn't different? Reading the brief explanation that was next to its name, he stared in disbelief. Then a sly foxy grin broke across his face. If he could master this, he'd never lose to Sasuke again, and the title of Hokage would most assuredly be his in a few years. With a renewed determination, Naruto quickly set about learning what would soon become his early trademark. It was nearing morning, a faint violet appearing on the eastern horizon. The blonde boy was sitting in a hunched posture and was panting heavily. The stolen scroll was strapped to his back and seemed to be weighing him down as he fought to catch his breath. This was how Iruka found Naruto. The blonde looked up in surprise when he heard the scarred sensei land near him. Iruka chuckled almost menacingly as he bent over the boy. It's all over, he said with that voice that he always used when Naruto was about to get in serious trouble. Instead of noticing his sensei's dangerous expression, Naruto closed his eyes and chuckled good-naturedly. His legs wobbled slightly as he stood up, scratching the back of his head nervously. Got me already? He said, slightly disappointed. You're quick, sensei. I only had time to learn 2 techniques. Standing up, Iruka peered quizzically at his blonde student. Sweat was glistening from his face, and his legs seemed just barely able to contain the strength to hold him up. He had only seen Naruto like this when he was training. He's been out here practicing, he realized. I can tell how hard he's been working. Listen, sensei, Naruto said suddenly, his grin large. I'm going to show you one of my amazing things, and you're going to let me graduate. That's how it works, right? Whoever learns at least one from this scroll passes. What? Iruka asked, confused. Where'd you get that idea? Izuki-sensei told me. Naruto said happily, practically bouncing as he felt his strength fast returning. He told me where to find the scroll in this place. He trailed off as he noticed two things. Iruka's expression as he put things together and the sudden sound of kunai rushing through the air. Hearing the sound at the same time, but reacting faster, Iruka shoved Naruto out of the way of the deadly hail of daggers. The force of the multiple kunai pushed him back against a warehouse wall. It was extremely lucky for Iruka that he'd worn his Shunin flak jacket and several of the kunai would have buried themselves in his abdomen. As it were, only one actually pierced his body. Just above his right knee. I see you found our little hideaway, a familiar voice said from the forest canopy. Sandaime Hokage was sitting at his desk. In front of him was a crystal ball on a small cushion. He gazed steadily into its depths, watching the events in the forest commence. It had shocked him slightly to learn that Mizuki was the one really behind the theft of the forbidden scroll. He'd been monitoring all the Chunin and Anbu that were scouring the village in a desperate attempt to find the scroll. He'd been lucky that he was paying particularly close attention to Iruka, after all the man seemed to have a knack at finding Naruto when he had done something wrong. He sighed in resignation as he listened to Mizuki proclaiming Naruto being the Kyuubi no Kitsune. That baka didn't even know the difference between the blonde and fox. But, apparently, it hit Naruto harder than he thought it would. When Iruka was able to trick Mizuki, he couldn't help but smirk slightly. For all his boasts that he was superior to him, Mizuki fell for that henge quite quickly. Then, as Iruka had saved Naruto from a hail of kunai, the blonde suddenly saved Iruka from being torn apart by the traitor's shuriken. What really caught Sandaime's attention was the blonde forming a familiar crossed seal that was the signature of the Kage Bunshin. The old man couldn't help but chuckle as the Kyuubi vessel filled the surrounding area with 1,000 shadow clones and Mizuki's panicked disbelief. He promptly stopped watching when all Naruto charged. The outcome was obvious. But he had another matter to attend to. Informing the searching nuns of the scroll's safety. His small smile didn't fade as a stray thought crossed his mind. Minato's legacy was certainly living up to his expectations. Being the #1 most surprising shinobi of his generation. He could see the morning's light through his closed eyelids. Even though it was covered, it was still blinding. The irritation made itself known as he let out a complaint. Iruka-sensei, how much longer? Okay, the young man said quietly. You can open your eyes now. The sight that greeted him was Iruka's smiling face. He held Naruto's goggles in one hand. But what caught the blonde's attention was his forehead was clearly visible, devoid of his headband. That's when he realized where it had disappeared to. It was tied snugly onto his own forehead. Congratulations, Iruka said, with genuine cheer in his voice. You graduate. And to celebrate, I have a surprise. We're going out for ramen tonight. Naruto was silent. He couldn't believe all this was happening at last. He'd finally been allowed to graduate. He finally found someone who actually believed in him. Even though he'd stolen a highly dangerous artifact from the Hokage Tower and used it, he was still allowed to become a genin. It was too much for him to put into words to describe his joy. Looking down at the blonde as the silence started to stretch, he was greeted by a loud, joyful yell. Iruka-sensei. Rang out Naruto's happy voice in his ears as he was tackled against the tree with the boy giving him a fierce hug. Ryu, that's a relief. I didn't think that I'd ever finish this chapter. But still, I'm somewhat happy as to how this chapter turned out. It's much better than what I had originally planned it to be. For those of you who are wondering what that second is that Naruto learned, here's your challenge. The person that gives me an idea of what kind of it should be, and I like it, will have the next chapter dedicated to him or her. Good luck. Chapter 6. Sasuke and Sakura. Friends or foes? He sat in the classroom resting his head on his arms on the table, a wide grin on his face, as a low chuckle escaped him for a very few moments. On his forehead was Iruka's headband, which he had spent the last 2 hours cleaning and polishing. He couldn't believe his incredible good luck at finally becoming a genin. In his mind's eye were the two that he'd mesmerized from the scroll. Kage Bunshin was surprisingly the easiest for him to learn. It seemed that his years of studying chakra usage and manipulation had paid off. He learned the kenjutsu in less than half the time it probably could have taken him. The second kenjutsu was far harder to control because it required so much damn chakra. He could perform it at what could shakily be called the bare minimum of its true capabilities. In fact, that was the reason that Iruka found him in such exhaustion the other night. He knew that he'd need to nearly triple his current chakra potency if he was going to be able to use it effectively and not die of chakra depletion. So, he'd just have to wait to use it. Not that he was in a hurry to show off what could possibly become his hidden ace. He was pried from his examinations of his ace when a familiar voice spoke to him. "What are you doing here, Naruto?" Shikamaru asked. "This class isn't for dropouts. You can only be here if you graduated." Sitting up, Naruto tapped Iruka's leaf headband that he wore proudly. He couldn't help but to add a bit of sarcasm to his voice as he answered. "Oh yeah? See this? Open your eyes, Shikamaru, it's a regulation headband." The Nara boy scrawled at the blonde's attitude. He quickly zoned out as Naruto launched into a speech of how the headband was meant for him. But where Shikamaru hardly heard a word, Hinata was hanging on to every syllable. Her curiosity was starting to eat at her as to how he passed. She had been sure that he had failed once again. A rather loud commotion from the doorway behind her drew Naruto's attention toward her, and Shikamaru used the distraction to escape. It was almost painfully easy to determine who the girls were behind her, even without using her Byakugan. Ino and Sakura. It was especially easy to guess from the way Naruto's face started to redden. Since she was more concerned with watching Naruto, she could have sworn that he was actually looking at her. This thought brought a small blush to her face, it deepened slightly when she saw Naruto's blush get deeper. Was he actually looking at her? That question seemed to be answered when his face suddenly started moving, following Sakura's movements. He stood up and waved to her, calling a happy greeting. Her response? "Move it." She snarled, knocking him aside. She did this so she could stand close to Sasuke as she asked in what she thought was a sweet and endearing voice. "Good morning, Sasuke. Do you mind if I sit next to you?" The Uchiha heir only spared her a glance before he returned to his brooding. It was like this every morning, this routine. If it wasn't Sakura or Ino, then it was some other Kenoichi wannabe. He was getting quite sick of the repetitious behavior these girls exhibited. So he became a genin was an even bigger relief than he wanted to admit. Getting up with a glare, Naruto worked his way around the gathering and argued with Kenoichi. With a small hop, he landed on Sasuke's desk and squatted down. He glared at his rival, trying to see what was so special about him that made most of the girls turn into such bitches. To his eyes, all Sasuke was and would ever be was a pretty boy who looked more like a girl than a shinobi. "Naruto." Sakura snapped. "Hey, stop glaring at Sasuke." The blonde spared the pink-haired girl a small, hurt glance. Then he promptly returned to glaring and scrutinizing the Uchiha. Sasuke returned the glare full force, making a mental note to beat the crap out of the blonde later. This glaring contest turned out to be a big mistake on both their parts as another genin hopeful accidentally bumped into Naruto. The bump, however soft, was more than enough to send the blonde face first into Sasuke's face. Though it lasted scarcely a nanosecond, that unintentional and utterly disgusting kiss was forever burned into the minds of the gathered girls. Neither boy noticed the darkening expressions of the incredibly angry and jealous Kenoichi as they broke apart and immediately started to gag like they'd been poisoned. It was only when a wave of killing desire washed over him that Naruto felt it. Danger. "Naruto," Sakura said in a deceptively calm voice, speaking for the girls behind and beside her. "You are so dead." The most promising young student, Uchiha Sasuke, a jounin, said quietly. Gazing into the Hokage's crystal at the brooding youth, he asked, "Is that him?" "Yes," the Sandaime confirmed. "He's the only survivor of the Uchiha clan," muttered to Kurenai, the newest and only female jounin of the gathered shinobi. She was looking for a familiar Hyuga girl, Hinata. It had been a few years since she'd last seen the girl, having to escort her to the academy when she was younger. Though she personally didn't appreciate the kind of attention that her father gave her, she could fully understand his need for precaution. Especially after that Kumagakure incident almost 10 years earlier. So she felt it her duty to continue watching over her, and she all but demanded that the Hyuga be placed on her team. "That's right," Sandaime confirmed again as he sent the crystal ball to zoom in on the other students as well. It was a practice that was started with the Shodai Hokage. Showing the jounin instructors the genin hopefuls through the crystal so they'd have some idea as to what their possible students looked like. As it came upon the group of gathered and bickering Kenoichi, all the jounin noticed one hot-headed blonde make his way over to the Uchiha. A silver-haired jounin watched the pair's confrontation with interest since he already knew that they were on his team. The rivalry between the best in the class and the worst in class, he realized instantly, not exactly original. With an unnoticed sigh, he suppressed the memories of his long-past teammate. They had been rivals, but ultimately friends in the end. He found himself not exactly looking forward to interacting with this group as he could already tell that they'd stir up a lot of unwanted memories. "As usual," Sandaime said, more to himself than the others. He sighed in resignation as he watched a Kenoichi beat on a thoroughly terrified blonde. "Naruto's right in the middle of some kind of trouble." "Okage-sama," said one of the jounin. "Is it really wise to let that happen?" Boy become a shinobi. What could be wrong with it? Sundance asked, feeling a slight headache approaching. He knew that this was coming. It pained him to know that even a jounin couldn't tell the difference between Naruto and Kyuubi. He has shown exceptional skills, as I'm sure you've heard of his victory over Mizuki. And it remains up to his jounin instructor to pass him or not. The jounin nodded, accepting the silent order to drop the subject. A three-man squad. This was the collective thought of various genin hopefuls throughout the room. As whispers erupted around the room, many guessing as to who would be paired with who, Ino smirked. It was destiny that she'd be placed with her Sasuke-kun, they were meant for each other. It didn't matter who their third teammate was as long as she could be with Sasuke, preferably alone. Well, someone's gotta be in Sasuke's group, she said down to Sakura who sat a row beneath her, between a still brooding Sasuke and a severely bruised Naruto. I wonder who. She left the sentence hanging. I don't know, Sakura said simply, almost nonchalantly. Glancing back at her once best friend and current rival, she felt her inner Sakura flare up. Duh. I'm gonna be with Sasuke, so stay away from him, you hag. I wanna be with. Well. Naruto was having a hard time deciding who he wanted his third teammate to be, since he already knew who he wanted to be with. Well, I don't care, as long as it's not Sasuke team. Grunting in disgust at this unfortunate discovery, Sasuke had only one thought on his mind. Groups of 3. That'd only slow me down. As Iruka began announcing the teams, the class was strangely silent. That is until the kids whose names were already called started talking amongst each other. But that changed with the arrival of Team 7. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto lifted his head at the sound of his name. Haruno Sakura. After a second's pause, Naruto let out a loud victory cry as Sakura's face fell in depression. And Uchiha Sasuke. In a flash, the blonde and pink-haired teammates' positions were switched. Sakura giving out a victorious yelp and Naruto's face fell as deep depression set in. I won't be with Naruto-kun then, was Hinata's saddened realization. She couldn't help but stare at his drooping head, feeling an urge to rush down there to comfort him. But she couldn't do that. He'd think she was probably some stalker or something. Now, teammate. Hyuga Hinata. She returned her attention to Iruka and quietly acknowledged her fate. Inuzuka Kiba the said boy chuckled at finally being called, more than happy at being paired with his beloved Hinata-chan. And Aburam Shino. The said boy merely adjusted his sunglasses. Turning back to Ino, Sakura chuckled deviously as she shot her rival a victory V. Her smirk was large and promised to grow in size at the blonde's disbelief and anger. How did you get in his group? She could barely stop herself from yelling that question. Sakura didn't answer, but inner Sakura was cheering, cha-ching. True love conquers all. As Ino was growling and trying to restrain herself from wringing the pink-haired girl's neck, a familiar voice drew out next to her. I don't get it, Shikamaru said. What do you see in a guy like that? He's not so special. Looking at him in exasperation, she said the first thing that came to her mind. You are so beyond clueless, Shikamaru. Don't you get it? Glancing at her with a slightly jealous and annoyed look, he stated the obvious, no, I don't get it because I'm not a girl. Seeing the jealousy in his gaze and voice, Ino sighed. A small smirk pulled at her lips at the thought that Shikamaru would be jealous over Sasuke having her attention than him. Like he thought that she was better off with him than the aloof and mysterious Uchiha. You're so full of yourself, she muttered, leaning her cheek into her palm. Jealousy is a terrible thing. I'd hate to be on your team. It was at this time that Iruka's voice caught their attention again with the sounds of their names. Team 10. Yamanaka Ino. Nara Shikamaru. And Akamichi Choji. Surprised and slightly angry at this revelation, Ino stared at Iruka. Next to her, Shikamaru couldn't help but chuckle as he threw her words back at her. Didn't you say something about hating to be on my team? Those are all the squads, their sensei said. He'd been holding it since the declaration of Team 7, only out of respect for the remaining teams that needed to be announced. Now that he was done, Naruto felt it was time to change his team or to at least get his questions answered. Iruka-sensei. He called, standing up in the process and pointing accusingly at Sasuke. Why does a great shinobi like me have to be in the same group as a slug like Sasuke? Naruto pointedly ignored Sakura's dangerous glare by insinuating that her Sasuke-kun was weaker than him. No, he was far more concerned with getting his answer. It seemed that Iruka had been expecting this question, so it only took half a second to answer. Sasuke had the best overall scores of all the graduating students, placing his arms on his hips. He continued, Naruto, you had the worst scores. This brought a series of chuckles and laughter from the other genin hopefuls. Ignoring them, Iruka continued, to create a balanced group, we put the best student with the worst student. If Naruto had a reply for that, he didn't get to voice it, as Sasuke spoke up for the first time that day. Just make sure you don't get in my way, Baka, he didn't degrade himself to look at the dove. Forgetting about ordering Iruka to switch him with someone else, he turned to Sasuke with an angry yell. Hey. What did you say? There was no way that self-centered Uchiha said that he'd get in his way. Hard of hearing? Sasuke asked, indifferent to Naruto's anger. This brought another wave of laughter from the class. Sit down, Naruto. Sakura snapped, sick him pestering Sasuke and interrupting her time with him. Clearing my throat loudly, Iruka dismissed the class until after lunch. He watched as the members of the new Team 7 quickly exited the room, led by Sasuke with Sakura trailing him closely, followed by Naruto. Iruka couldn't help but think forlorn thoughts. If these first few hours are any indication of the team's future, it isn't looking too good at the moment. Sasuke, where are you? Sakura called out in what she thought was a sweet and innocent voice. She felt a little hurt that he left as soon as they were dismissed. Didn't he want to spend time with her now that they are on the same team? Lunch together would have been a great starting point. Right. As these thoughts were going through her mind, she heard a voice that she made her cringe. Oh, how she hated that dove's very existence. Hey Sakura, he called cheerfully as he walked up to her. I was thinking that since we're on the same team, we'd have lunch together and get to know each other better. It was one thing to be followed. It was another that her followers had just mirrored her thoughts. The fact that it was Naruto who was following her had any kind of sweet notion she had turned sour instantly. Why would I have lunch with you? She demanded accusingly. How could that thought even cross your mind? If her tone had hurt his feelings, she didn't see it through his expert mask. The fact that she could only see his irritating face still in a smile tickled the anger she'd been harboring all morning. But we're in the same group and I just thought. Naruto, she interrupted with a dangerous tone of voice and deadly glare. You're annoying. Glaring at him for only another moment, she turned and brought her hands up. Calling out in her sweet and innocent voice again, she tried to adopt a similar look on her face. Sasuke. Where are you? He had half a mind to go after her and try to ask her to have lunch again. But she'd just called him annoying, like he was nothing but a pester bug that she'd so much rather squash but couldn't seem to catch. Though he didn't show it, she had hurt his feelings. Later, he sat up on one of the academy's roofs, sulking. He had finally gotten to become a genin and what happened? Sasuke teams on the same team. Not only that, but with his true skills safely hidden and his refusal to show them yet, he couldn't do anything more than play the part that he created years ago. There's got to be a way to deal with it, he grumbled. Then a blue shirt by an open window attracted his attention. It was the theme, eating his rice bowl lunch. The bastard thought he was so cool because he didn't hide his skills and everyone else respected them. If only he could be dropped down a few notches, not a few dozen notches, then he might be a bit more bearable of a teammate. Then inspiration struck him. Got it? He said as a devious grin crossed his face. Alright, Ino said, in a foul mood. If we're in the same team, then you've got to follow my lead. That's the only way it'll work. Chewing absent-mindedly on his rice ball, Shikamaru muttered out an annoyed acknowledgement. They sat together out on one of the balconies near the roof. It had a pretty good view of the village, which was why Shikamaru and Choji liked it so much. Ino had taken it upon herself to follow them and instill a leadership role among them. Not that he'd raise a finger against her leadership as long as it wasn't a clear mistake. It was still going to be annoying as hell because the blonde was such a control freak. A small movement on the academy wall beneath them a fair way drew his attention. If it weren't for the familiar blonde hair, he would have had a tough time identifying it as Naruto. Not when he wore a gray uniform similar to what Chunin wore. Naruto, Shikamaru said quietly, identifying the blonde. This statement drew Ino's attention. They watched as the blonde snuck across the wall, silent as a shadow. The blonde seemed to be heading for the open window where Sasuke stood. Shikamaru had to admit to himself that if it weren't for the blonde's hair, he probably wouldn't have noticed him. Especially with the clothes he wore seemed to blend into the academy wall. The pair watched as Naruto suddenly and silently hopped through the window, startling the Uchiha. The movement jarred the window support strut and it closed behind the blonde. They faintly heard Sasuke's warning growl and Naruto's pipe down. Naruto, Ino said angrily. If you so much as scratch him, you're on my enemy list forever. Shikamaru spared her another exasperated glance as the sound of severe beating erupted from behind the closed window. They waited impatiently to see what happened. Then, almost as soon as it started, Sasuke opened the window and hopped out. He smirked as he stood and walked away. Shikamaru was a little disappointed. He was sure that Naruto would have put up more of a fight. Especially when it seemed that he was training himself outside of school. Maybe he just wasn't as talented as Shikamaru gave him credit for. He beat Naruto without even breaking a sweat, he muttered to himself. What did you expect? Ino asked. She was quite proud of her dear Sasuke. It slightly surprised Shikamaru that he'd spoken out loud without realizing it. Naruto against my boy Sasuke. No contest. As he continued to watch Sasuke walk away, he suddenly felt something out of place. Why would Sasuke walk away on the roof? Surely, he could have just taken the stairs, right? And where was Naruto? He knew that the blonde seemed more resilient than anyone else. So shouldn't he be up and around by now? That's when it struck him. The Sasuke walking away on the roof wasn't really Sasuke. It was Naruto. A slight smirk crossed his face at this realization. So he hadn't underestimated the dove after all. It had taken him surprisingly longer than he thought it would take. But he didn't finally get himself untied from the unbelievably tight knots that the dove restrained him with. How could that baka possibly perform the Kage Bunshin while utilizing the Kawarimi and some others he'd never seen before? What happened to the dove who couldn't even perform a simple Bunshin? What was that strange technique he used? Just after Naruto had used the Kawarimi and the Kage Bunshins were going to attack, all of Naruto had formed the Tora seal and blew out a dense cloud of smoke. It was then easy pickings for the blondes to tackle and tie him down. Where did that dove learn such a strange thing? If the torn seal was required, then there must have been some fire. But the Uchiha clan specialized in Kaiten, and he'd realized he'd never seen a smokescreen used in the clan before it was destroyed. Did the dove create that? He just couldn't imagine the baka being able to do that. Yet there was no other explanation. After confronting a badly blushing and rambling Sakura, he walked back to the classroom since the lunch break was close to being over. When a door was thrown open ahead of him, he saw the blonde boy rushing out, once again dressed in his orange jumpsuit. Yelping in surprise, he skidded to a stop a few feet away from Sasuke. Crouching down, as if believing that Sasuke would suddenly attack, which he was seriously considering, the boy demanded, "Sasuke, what are you doing here? How did you get loose?" "I used the escape," he said, smirking at the blonde's angry expression. He decided to provoke the boy's anger, since he decided to vent his own anger. Nothing to it. It's a very basic technique. Why did you do that, change into me? Glaring at the Uchiha, he growled out, "I thought it would be fun to try out my own, so I did." He formed a familiar cross seal, and in a puff of smoke, 5 Narutos were in the air and diving for him while forming the Tora seal. Grunting in aggravation, he made his annoyance known. "The same again. Last time I went easy on you," one Naruto snapped. "This time you're going down for the count. Get ready, Sasuke." Then 5 loud groans from the blonde stomachs roared through the hallway. The boys dropped unceremoniously to the ground, each clutching his stomach while grunting, groaning, and yelling about it. Then they turned and ran for the restroom that was behind them. With 5 blondes trying to force their way through the single doorway at once, a bottleneck was formed and they immediately started shoving and pushing each other to get inside as quickly as they could. "What a loser," Sasuke muttered as he turned around and took the long way back to the classroom. Chapter 7. Kakashi Sensei. The first impressions went as smoothly as scraping sandpaper across butter. But thanks to each of the kids' reactions to one another, he got a clear estimate on what they thought of one another. "He's late," Naruto whined as the second hour passed. He had his head stuck out through the door, continuously glancing down the hallway impatiently. Sasuke and Sakura, though their pride would never allow them to admit it, both were silently complaining and agreeing with the blonde. "Naruto, just sit down," Sakura said, quite bored. "I don't want to," he said, turning back inside the room. Sasuke ignored the blonde's ranting and wondered yet again how it could have happened. He was the best student in class and Naruto was the worst. The outcome should have been obvious. But where the doe couldn't even do a simple Bunshin only 2 days ago, he now knew how to do the Kenjutsu Kage Bunshin. It just didn't make sense to him. How could the dobe not be able to perform the Bunshin at all, yet pull several Kage Bunshins out of his ass without dropping from chakra depletion? His silent musings were cut short as Naruto grabbed an eraser and chair toward the doorway. Wedging the eraser between the door frame and the door, the blonde's chuckle sounded a tad bit like an evil crackle. "Hey, what are you doing?" Sakura demanded, moving closer for a better view. "That's what he gets for coming late," Naruto announced proudly. Hopping off the chair, he let out a triumphant yell of surprise. And quickly placed the chair back in its original spot. "You're asking for trouble," Sakura said, very much like a goody-goody. "You know you shouldn't do that." That's what she said to Naruto, but inside it was a totally different story. Her inner and aggressive side was cringing with anticipation. "I love stuff like this." Though he really didn't care, Sasuke felt he should state the obvious to his oblivious teammate. "Our sensei is an elite shinobi. Do you really think that he'll fall for that?" "Yeah," Sakura said, agreeing with her crush instantly. "You're so clueless, Naruto." At that moment, the door slid open. And the eraser landed solidly on the clump of silver hair. There was a second of total silence as the 4 of them realized what had happened. Then, all hell broke loose. The next instant Naruto's loud laughter erupted with a victory cheer. "I got him. He totally fell for it. Hehehe. Omen, sensei." Sakura said, trying to appear innocent and thoroughly embarrassed for him. "I told him not to do it, but he wouldn't listen. I'd never do something like that." "Perfect shot." Inner Sakura cheered, giving Naruto 2 thumbs up. Even Sasuke found himself questioning the man's ability. Picking up the eraser, the man stared at it for a moment before entering a thinking pose. Then, more to himself than the genin team, he said, "My first impression of this group. You're a bunch of idiots." The pink-haired girl was obviously openly smitten with Elastiche. She clearly held him in the highest regard and would probably support him whether he was right or wrong on any issue. Yet, at the same time, she seemed to have inherited the village's disgust of her blonde teammate. Though it seemed that her disgust was directed more toward him being a clueless idiot than what the village hated him for. The Uchiha was aloof and quiet. He didn't seem to care what happened around him or his new teammates or what anyone thought of him. His focus, as Kakashi had guessed long ago, was entirely on killing his older brother. Of course, he did seem to be unusually aggressive to the blonde, like he was taking their unofficial rivalry seriously, despite him having the clear advantage. Almost like a sibling rivalry. The blonde seemed unusually easy to decipher at a first glance. He wore a happy-go-lucky grin at all times, had a crush on Sakura, and seemed to take his rivalry with Sasuke just as seriously. Yet, as he introduced himself, Kakashi felt something was out of place. This perspective was largely thanks to years of seeing underneath the underneath. Sure, what the blonde was saying was no doubt true, but it seemed like he was either withholding information or playing a role like an actor. This second assumption of his only increased when Sakura declared her disgust of him. It had taken him nearly a second to react, like he was taking in the information, processing it, then remembering how he needed to act to react. Deciding to put off openly asking the blonde right then and there, after all the answers would come eventually right, Kakashi had explained to them the survival exercise they'd be having. No matter how many genin teams he'd explained this part to. He'd never get over the hilarity of their reactions. It was now 9 in the morning. Kakashi was hidden in the tree cover near the training field his genin team was to report to. He'd been there from the start, watching them as they arrived. Okay, maybe he wasn't watching them exactly, but reading his newest volume of Icha Paradise. Besides, it certainly was fun to be terminally late all the time, like Obito always was. After years of copying his dead teammate, Kakashi could finally proclaim with heartfelt honesty that it was very fun to be late and make horrible excuses. Especially the way it always, without fail, irritated everyone around him. Glancing at the sun and deciding that he was sufficiently late, he replaced the book back into his pouch. With a poof of smoke, he appeared on the field near his waiting team. "Yo," he called, with a raised hand. "You're late." 2 angry genin yelled at him while the third glared. "Well, a black cat crossed my path," Kakashi said, not bothering trying to hide his smile. Oh, he loved this part. "So I had to take the long way." All the kids just glared at him, instantly seeing through the lie. Naruto and Sakura growled dangerously at him, just itching to beat him into pulp. Oh, he loved his job. Shinobi must be able to conceal their movements and hide effectively. That was one of the most ingrained teachings of the academy into their students. That class was covered more thoroughly than the class of learning to throw kunai or shuriken. After a week-long training session, the academy students were given the task of sneaking from one side of Konoha to the other without being caught by the shinobi planted in among the ranks of the civilians. Many students were eventually caught because they grew careless or reckless. But not Sakura or Sasuke. They now demonstrated how well they'd been taught as they followed Kakashi as he moved to a new clearing by a river. While he could easily detect their chakra levels, he couldn't see them at all. They had indeed been very well trained. Too bad Naruto didn't seem to be in the mind frame of hiding. He appeared in front of Kakashi in a blur and stood proudly on the other end of the field. He had his arms crossed over his chest in what he obviously thought of as his cool pose. "You and me, right now, fair and square." The blonde yelled out. "Let's go." Kakashi threw him an exasperated look. His opinion on the blonde's behavior was summed up perfectly by Sasuke's muttered comment. "Fool. You know," Kakashi said. "Compared to the others, you're a little weird." Huffing arrogantly, Naruto snapped, "Oh yeah? The only thing weird here is your haircut." But that being said, he rushed at the man. Lazily reaching into his bag, Kakashi sighed. This was going to be boring, he was sure. So he might as well do something worthwhile with his time. Seeing his sensei reaching into his pouch had the blonde stop dead in his tracks, giving the man a suspicious gaze. This look intensified as it became clear he had grabbed something. Shinobi Battle Tactics. Part 1, Kakashi said, sounding like a textbook. Taijutsu, the physical part. Taijutsu? Then why is he reaching for a weapon? Naruto wondered as he prepared to snatch a kunai to defend him. But he wasn't prepared for what his sensei finally pulled out. A book. "What the?" was Naruto's ever so intelligent remark. "What are you waiting for?" Kakashi said as he started reading, ignoring the blonde. "Make a move." Stuttering slightly as he tried to sum up his thoughts, Naruto found he recognized that book that Kakashi was reading. It was Icha Paradise, a perverted adult book. The fact that his sensei was openly reading it in front of them confounded him slightly. Finally he managed to get out, "Why are you reading that book?" "Why?" the silver-haired man repeated. "To find out what happens in the story, of course. Don't let it bother you. With your weak attacks, it really wouldn't matter if I were reading or whatever." That struck a nerve. Kakashi-sensei didn't respect him, huh? Well, he'd just have to make him respect him. Especially when he was going to become Hokage in a few years. The anger at being immediately labeled as weak before his sensei even took a single punch from him really pissed him off. Far more than Sasuke could have hoped to, that was for sure. "I'm gonna crush you," he screamed as he charged forward and leapt. Despite throwing a punch with all his might, he was stopped cold by Kakashi's hand. What really ticked him off was the fact that he didn't even look up from his book. Landing lightly, he was quick to jump up and throw a powerful kick at his sensei's waist. They merely crouched down swiftly and the kick sailed over his head, barely touching his hair. And he still didn't look up. Backing up, Naruto crouched down for a second and formed the Tori hand seal. Nothing appeared to have happened until he rushed forward again, this time his image was hazy. Out of the corner of his eye all Kakashi saw was an orange haze quickly approaching him. From their hiding places, Sakura and Sasuke stared in surprise at this. What was it that the baka had just done? They'd been far from impressed when the fight initially started, now they were quite interested. Sakura, from her vantage point, had been the only one to see the hand seal that Naruto formed, so she knew why his body was hazy. But how could he do that? She didn't know of any that could do that. "Now you're mine," Naruto yelled as his fist closed in on Kakashi. But that was a mistake. Using his voice as a means of figuring his exact location, Kakashi darted around behind him. He got a small grin on his face as he formed the Taurus seal. He had to suppress a chuckle as Naruto stopped dead and stared at the spot where he used to be. "Don't let your enemy get behind you all the time," Kakashi said quietly. Recognizing the danger of the Taurus seal, Sakura threw stealth to the winds as she yelled out, "Naruto. Get out of there. Quick. He's going to destroy you." Looking over the direction that he'd heard her voice, he heard another voice directly behind him, too late. All the blonde could do was glance back in time to see Kakashi bringing the Taurus seal up and thrusting it up his butt. Konohagakure Fury to Jutsu no Aogi. Senin Garashi. But the burst of chakra and Naruto's own natural reflex, the blonde was sent flying through the air with an undignified scream of pain and embarrassment. This jutsu had Sakura and Sasuke staring at Kakashi with disgust as they realized the hand seal wasn't even a hand seal. The man merely returned to reading his book. Then a pair of shuriken erupted from the water and raced to Kakashi. As the man made to catch the weapons, they suddenly exploded and were replaced by a pair of Kage buncheons. Glancing up in surprise, Kakashi was rewarded with a fist in the face and another in the gut. But before the buncheons could do more damage, he swept his leg up and around and crushed them. Walking over to the river as a blonde head surfaced, he absently rubbed his aching jaw. That had actually hurt. Sputtering as he climbed onto shore, Naruto glared up at his sensei. But that glare died as he saw him rubbing his jaw. Standing up weakly, he grinned viciously. "That was for nailing my butt." "You're looking awfully confident for someone who can barely stand," Kakashi observed. "I suppose using Kage Buncheon drains your reserves much quicker than I thought." "What do you expect when I'm starving to death, Baka-sensei?" he yelled. "But that's not going to stop me. Because I'm going to be Hokage one day, believe it." Then 6 more orange blurs leapt out of the river and shouted at the same time, emphasizing the point, "I will become a shinobi." The fact that the blonde was using the same one saddened Kakashi somewhat. He'd always been hearing of how the blonde was an ingenious prankster. But it didn't seem like that part of him carried over into his shinobi skills. Still, genin or not, he was forced to put his book back in his bag with a defeated sigh, since he would likely need both hands. "You can't beat me with this, Naruto," he said as the 7 blondes charged him. Then something happened that truly caught him by surprise. Something jumped onto him from behind. Glancing back he caught sight of a clump of blonde hair. An 8 clone. Then 6 others grabbed onto his legs as he was distracted by Naruto on his back. "Didn't you say don't let your enemy get behind you?" the blondes asked as he watched the final Naruto jump high into the air. "Good advice, sensei. Get ready to see my best creations." The Naruto in the air yelled as all of them formed the Taurus seal. What was going on? Kakashi wondered. No way that they can use a fire, even a low-level one, when they are so close. But he watched in surprise as all the Narutos took a huge breath of air. Okay. Maybe he will. Just as he was ready to use the Kawarimi, he saw Naruto exhale. A cloud of smoke. The smoke wasn't toxic, but he couldn't see anything. Not even when something hit him hard in the stomach. Utilizing his superior strength, Kakashi broke free of the buncheons and leapt high and far from the smokescreen. "Gotcha!" 3 voices yelled from around him. The three Narutos were converging on him, and since he was suspended in the air, he couldn't necessarily react to dodge them. So he did the only thing he could do. Hawarimi no jutsu. From his new vantage point in a tree, he watched as the three Naruto destroyed the clone he'd switched with. Dropping to the ground, Naruto looked amongst one another, and then silently the bunchen disappeared. Kuzo? Naruto yelled to the sky, trying to vent his frustration. So the prankster has a temper problem. This thought brought a smirk to the Jounin's face as a devious idea came to him. Using his incredible speed, he quickly set up a double-layered snare trap, using one of the bells as bait. The gleam of the bell caught the blonde's attention easily. Kakashi's smirk grew as he watched the blonde jump to conclusions and run for the bell. But just as he was about to trip the first trap, the blonde hesitated for a second. Then he merely placed his foot 3 inches to the left of where it would have landed and snatched up the bell. This surprised Kakashi. The blonde had seen the double-layered trap. "Nice try, Baka-sensei." Naruto called out, looking directly at him despite him being hidden. "But you can't prank the prank master." Stepping out from behind the tree and the Kakashi looked quizzically at him. He had seriously underestimated this boy. That didn't happen often to him. But just because of his own error, he couldn't simply pass the blonde. Not when that was not the point of the exercise. "Very true, Naruto," Kakashi said. "I'll remember that next time." "I'll keep this, Kakashi-sensei." The blonde closed his eyes as his foxy grin grew very large. He held up the bell victoriously. But it was this instant that was all the former Anbu needed. "Keep what?" they asked, curiously. "The bell," the blonde said as he looked at where it used to be. "Huh? The bell? What? You mean this bell?" Kakashi asked as he held up the item with the same victorious gesture that Naruto had used. The blonde stared up at it, quite surprised. But that surprise was slaughtered as anger boiled over. "That's not fair, sensei," he screamed. "I got that bell fair and square. Now give it back." "No, Naruto," Kakashi said with a finality in his voice. "You have to take the bell from me. Not pick it up off the ground after a failed trap." "Fine." Naruto yelled as he rushed forward. "Then I'll take it from you again." With one punch, the blonde was sent flying across the field. He hit a tree and slumped to the ground, apparently unconscious. Well, that was certainly a unique experience, he thought as he replaced the bell with the other and made to pull out his book. However, the sound of kunai whizzing through the air attracted his attention. It could only be the Uchiha. Sighing in annoyance, he did the kawarimi again. As he caught sight of where the weapons had come from, they couldn't help but wonder. Do the rest of this genin team have as unique and surprising abilities as Naruto? Chapter 8. Underneath the underneath. It wasn't the splitting headache that awoke him. No, it was the loud growling of his stomach. Stirring, Naruto cradled both his head and stomach as he sat up. Glancing around, he saw that he was in a wooded area, probably a training field. What was he doing here again? Brushing his hand against his headband, Naruto remembered in an instant. Standing up, he looked around for them, but the man was nowhere to be seen. "Sensei, I swear you're going to regret that. When this is over, I'll kick your ass across the Hokage monument." As much as he wanted to entertain that comforting thought, his more rational side shook it off. Sighing, he sat down cross-legged and tried to think. Closing his eyes, he replayed his fight with the man in his mind. He spotted one serious mistake on his part instantly. It was so basic he couldn't believe he let it happen. He let sensei get him mad. While he had no animosity toward the man, there was something about his attitude that just rubbed him the wrong way. Maybe it was that subtle "I'm better than you" attitude which reminded him of Sasuke, or how he automatically looked down on him despite his infamous reputation as a master prankster. Whatever the reason, Kakashi-sensei was able to stir up his foul temper quite easily. Then he realized something that he hadn't before. The instructor had immediately labeled him as weak because he couldn't see through or maybe didn't even notice Naruto's facade. This thought before a devious chuckle from him. But it died soon enough as he realized that he'd slipped with the facade. By him showing just about how good he was with using his head in different combinations, they must be slightly suspicious of him now. And because of his anger, Naruto attacked in a blind rage. Not even realizing that he'd lost a vital advantage early on when using his Oboro no Jutsu. By yelling out loud, it made it easier for the Baka-sensei to determine his location. That was probably the reason the man had been able to dodge that punch so perfectly. The jutsu that Kakashi used on him struck him as about as embarrassing and useless as Iruka often called his Warak no Jutsu. He'd have to think about that one later to see if he could maybe utilize its basic concept. It was only when he was launched into the river that his anger got smoldered enough for him to think rationally. The rest of the fight went more or less how he'd have expected it to go, except that he was a bit slower thanks to the weight of the water that drenched his clothing. Despite the fact that he'd hoped to snatch a bell after he'd landed another hit on Kakashi, he wasn't too surprised when the man broke free just as he was reaching for them. Now if Naruto had been dry, there was probably a good chance he'd be holding the bells right now. Now Kakashi using one of his own clones as a replacement was just pure genius. A foxy grin broke across his face as he imagined how useful this idea could be in the future. From now on, whenever he used Kage Bushin he'd be ready to mimic that replacement if need be. But how do I get a bell? He wondered. Kakashi was obviously stronger, faster, and more experienced than I am. I bet those early blows I got in on him were just because he underestimated me. He won't make that mistake again, I'm sure. I guess I could set up some traps, but even if I use Kage Bushins I'm sure he'd still evade them. Just puzzling over this riddle was making his already aching head spin in pain. Damn, why did that one-eyed team have to hit him so hard? I wonder how Sakura-chan and Sasuke team are doing, he absent-mindedly wondered. Then an idea hit him. If I could get Sakura-chan and the team to help me, I might be able to get a bell. Sasuke's very good at jutsu and Sakura is at it. Maybe I could swarm Kakashi with clones, then use Imaku no jutsu so he won't be able to see. While we keep him busy, Sakura could hide under and steal the bells. Yeah, that should work. Stretching out his senses, he felt the other members of his team close by. He got up and sprinted for them. The scene that greeted him wasn't what he expected. But it was the funniest thing he'd ever seen. Just how did Sasuke get to be only a head above ground? He tried to hold it in. In all true and pure honesty, he did try to hold it. But in the end, he couldn't. Naruto exploded with uncontrollable laughter. Sakura, having just spotted him, was having a hysterical fit and was yelling something about her crush only being ahead and talking. Having just recovered from a very traumatizing experience, she wasn't ready to encounter something like this so soon. She had been only seconds away from fainting when she heard one of the many things she hated most in the world. Naruto was laughing. Instantly forgetting her melodrama, she turned in the general direction of the sound and spotted him up on a tree branch nearby. He was holding his sides, eyes closed with tears of pure mirth falling out. Because he wasn't focused on his balance, he slipped and fell. If he even felt any pain upon landing, he didn't notice as he continued. That's the funniest thing I've ever seen. He yelled out to the world. Sasuke's totally soiled. Ha ha ha. Sasuke tried valiantly not to ignore the blonde idiot as he wriggled and tried to free himself. Painstakingly slowly, he could feel himself coming loose. He made a mental note to beat the blonde to pulp later. Shut up, Naruto. Sakura yelled instantly. It's not Sasuke's fault. Kakashi-sensei did it to him. But the blonde, for once, completely ignored the pink-haired Kunoichi. He lay on his back, kicking the ground as he futilely tried to vent his pent-up amusement while trying to burn the image into his memories permanently. Then the sound of an alarm going off attracted all their attention. Then realization descended upon them, not a single one of them got a bell. Oh, Sakura. A familiar voice called sweetly from the tree cover. Looking up, the genin spotted their instructor leaning on a tree trunk. He had what could only be considered as evil gleam in his eye as he gazed at the girl. Hi, sensei. She answered, suddenly realizing that she was in trouble. Did you try to get a bell? He asked nonchalantly. Sakura stared at him. She was indeed in very big trouble. And no, sensei. You know what that means. Not the post, sensei. His only reply was what they'd come to call his smiling eye. Seeing that simple gesture, Sakura let out a terrified shriek as she turned and tried to run as far and as fast as she could away from him. All she managed to do was run into him as he suddenly appeared in front of her. Kakashi had been more than a little disappointed and saddened as he explained the concept of the survival exercise to the genin from his rather comfortable perch on Sasuke's back. He'd been so sure that they'd be the team he'd pass, especially with Naruto's and Sasuke's surprising levels of skill. If they'd tried to work together to get the bells, he felt sure that they'd have gotten at least one bell. Whenever Kakashi had a team that he was supposed to pass and instruct, he used this training field. This was because it had the perfect example as to what happens when a team doesn't use teamwork. The memorial stone was as saddening today as it had always been. Of course, because of how he'd worded the description of the heroes on the stone, Naruto misunderstood the meaning. What he said put a small chill down Kakashi's spine. The blonde wanted his name on the stone that held the names of killed in action shinobi. And he said that Kakashi would be the one to carve the name into it to show that he respected his heroism. Though he didn't say it, Kakashi was grateful to Sakura for clarifying what he'd said to Naruto. Naruto, who had truly misunderstood his sensei, found his large grin slipping off his face as he lowered his head in shame. The atmosphere around them took a noticeably quieter and sadder feeling to it out of respect for the fallen shinobi heroes. Sighing, Kakashi turned back to the genin. They all looked solemn as they gazed upon the stone. Sasuke had quickly returned to their sides. Naruto dropped to the ground in an undignified collapse. Sasuke just kneeled down near Sakura who was tied to the center post. Perhaps they still had a chance. Alright, he had said, drawing their attention. I'm going to give you one last chance. But it's going to be much harder this time. Leaving strict instructions to not feed Sakura for her failure at not even attempting to get a bell, Kakashi had vanished in a puff of smoke. After his brief fight with Naruto, Kakashi had come to a startling conclusion. The boy's sensory skills were very adept to say the least. But because he wasn't sure of the range of the blonde senses, he needed to tread carefully. So he took the precaution to hide downwind under a very powerful and suppress his chakra down to very low levels. He now watched as the pair ate quietly, trying to ignore the surprisingly loud complaints from Sakura's stomach. She must not have had dinner last night, he realized. He sighed quietly. He still couldn't understand females and their obsession with dieting, especially kenoyi. Naruto nonchalantly was gazing around the clearing, no doubt searching for him. Even from this distance, Kakashi could see the blonde's nose twitch slightly. So I was right, he does have incredible sensory abilities. Then, almost simultaneously, Sasuke and Naruto held out their bento boxes towards Sakura. All three genin stared at each other in surprise, especially the boys. Before either boy could speak, Sakura said, "I won't eat, even if you force it down my throat." "Well, that's too bad, Sakura-chan," Naruto said with a devious grin. "Because I don't like these vegetables, but I'm not letting them go to waste or you go hungry. Besides," Sasuke added moodily, "we'll need your help to get the bells and if you're hungry, you'll be weak and hold us back." Sakura looked truly torn before she submitted. Truth be told, she probably would have cried out in pure ecstasy that her crush was offering her food. But when Naruto jumped in to give her one of his gross vegetables, she almost spit it out into his face. She had wanted Sasuke to feed her, but her stomach let out another complaint, so she reluctantly swallowed it. Kakashi smiled at this. Finally. "Alright." Naruto yelled, pumping his fist in the air. "We did it. We passed." "Shut up, Naruto," Sakura growled. Though she was happy to have passed, her being tied to the post and unable to use Nawanuke no jutsu to escape the rope made a fool of because she didn't even try to get a bell, completely outdone by her other teammates' performances and having to be fed by Naruto had put her into a rather bad mood. She glared at the oblivious boy as he hopped along ahead of them as they walked back to Konoha. Though he was clearly still the idiot that she'd known for most of her life, she couldn't help but grudgingly respect him. He'd shown quite an uncharacteristic amount of inventiveness, strategizing, when he'd gotten serious, and skill with those weird he'd used. This thought immediately piqued her interest. "Naruto," she called out. As the blonde turned to her, she put on what she hoped would be an innocent smile. The baka had a crush on her, right? Maybe she could use that to squeeze the information out of him. "What?" he asked. She almost didn't notice it, but his eyes got a suspicious gleam as he saw her smile. "Where did you learn those you used on Kakashi-sensei?" she asked with as much sweetness as she could muster. "You better talk, done, or I'll pulverize you." Her inner Sakura screamed, waving a threatening fist at him. "Huh?" he said, looking at her confused. "Oh. You mean Kage Bushin. Well, I'd like to tell you. But said I couldn't. Gomen. Why would someone forbid you from telling us?" Sasuke asked, glancing at the blonde. Naruto just smirked. He knew something that Sasuke didn't. So he instantly chose to add a little salt to the wound by saying, "That is a secret, Sasuke team." "What about those two other ones?" Sakura pressed. She really wanted to know about Kage Bushin in particular, but the blonde seemed dead set against telling anyone for once. Well, she might as well try to get information from the others. "Others?" Naruto asked, playing dumb. Inside he was already trying to formulate a plan to distract them or make them not inquire about his secrets. After all, Enmaku and Naboro were his. What others? "Naruto," Sakura said, using that tone of voice that always warned him of imminent danger. "What were they?" "Jutsus, duh," he said, throwing out an arrogant foxy grin. 2 sharp blows to the head later found him on the ground, dazed. Sasuke and Sakura looked at each other in surprise. Sasuke quickly looked away as he crossed his arms. Sakura felt as if destiny had finally stepped in to help her. She and her crush had had the same impulse and acted at the same time. They were meant to be. And again, maybe irony had a hand in it too, for that moment's distraction was all that the blonde needed to promptly disappear, using all his stealth. As he glanced back towards the rapidly disappearing backs of his teammates, the expression on his face changed. As much as he wanted to boast to his heart's content, he put his sweat and blood into those. He wasn't about to tell them that they were his own creations when it was guaranteed that they wouldn't believe him anyway. His teammates went from being slightly surprised, embarrassed, and, in Sakura's case, starstruck, to furious. The blonde enigma escaped. "Old man." A familiar voice yelled as soon as he arrived. Large Mizo special raiment for Konoha's newest and best genin. Ichiraku didn't even need to look up from his work to know who that was, but he did anyway. Naruto had mud on his pants legs, his clothes still damp from his swim in the river, and the back of his jacket was scoffed up like he'd crawled out of a pile of thorns. But that ever-present grin was as wide and happy as ever. "I passed that stupid test Baka-sensei had us do," he declared proudly. AM looked over at him and smiled sweetly. That was all that was needed for him to launch into a blow-by-blow story of how he thrashed his sensei. When he reached the end of his story, AM smiled again at him and said, "It sounds like your sensei didn't know what he was in for, did he?" "Of course not," Naruto said happily. "Because he didn't practice what he preached. See through deception. He doesn't seem like a very good teacher to me, not like Iruka-sensei." Chapter 9. Secret Training. The week full of D-rank missions for a fresh genin team was pure hell. That was the simple and honest truth. There was only so much ambitious genin, like Naruto and Sasuke, could take. Especially when their constant missions were little more than chores. Babysitting, shopping, gardening, repainting homes, fixing broken down buildings, cleaning Konoha in general every day when they weren't training. Upon hearing that their first mission was nothing more than having to weed a lazy gardener's flower, Naruto laughed it off like it was a joke. But as it became clear throughout the week that they weren't going to be given any mission that was even remotely interesting, the blonde's temper was beginning to swell. Naruto now was walking to the Chirakus after his most recent mission. This chore was merely transporting a recipe scroll to a restaurant across town. The blonde, at this point, was ready to tear the said recipe to pieces and demand another mission. The fact that Sasuke now held on to it and was giving him a warning glare was the only thing that stopped his baser instincts. He kept his clenched fists in his pockets, resolutely trying not to vent his temper on the glares he was receiving for just walking down the street. Then a familiar scent crept up into his nose. It was relatively new to him, but he'd recognize it anywhere. Glancing nonchalantly around, he spotted a tarp near a brick wall of a building. It was pathetically obvious that someone was hiding behind it, especially when the brat's dark hair was protruding above the top edge. Turning to face the kid, Naruto called out, "Don't try to pretend that I can't see Konohamaru. It's so obvious, it's pathetic." A chuckle erupted from behind the tarp as Konohamaru lowered it, accepting his defeat. He had felt it was time to remind his blonde rival that he couldn't let his guard down when Konohamaru was destined to replace his grandfather. Besides, with his new and improved training regime, he was bound to surpass the blonde soon enough. "You sure haven't slacked off lately, boss," he said, tucking the tarp away. He then slid into a basic taijutsu stance as he continued, "Now, fight me fair and square." "Huh?" Naruto asked, cocking his head to the side. "Again? No way, Konohamaru, I've just got done with a mission and I'm hungry. Maybe later." But Konohamaru started, a feeling of depression settling in. He wanted to fight the blonde now, while he'd lost the Iro-sensei. "Honorable grandson," an all too familiar voice said behind him. "You heard what that boy said. He's weak and he isn't worth your time to fight anyway." "Shut up, Iro-sensei." Konohamaru barked as he turned to face the man. "What did you call me?" Naruto yelled, forgetting his growling stomach. It had been a long, aggravating day, and this was probably the worst time for him to be insulted. Thus his anger finally got the better of him. "Weak," Ibisu said simply. While it was debatable on how weak the blonde really was, the fact of the matter was that he didn't have the experience that Ibisu had, right? "Other than a large amount of chakra and a long list of pranks," Ibisu said, talking to Konohamaru and pointedly ignoring the blonde. "This boy has no other traits that are worthy of recognition. You do well to stop hanging around this adobe, honorable grandson." "Oh yeah?" Two voices yelled out together. Naruto continued as Konohamaru glanced at him in surprise. "I'm gonna be Hokage one day, and you're going to respect me." "I know about your dream, Naruto," Ibisu said, with a hint of annoyance at being reminded of that dream again. It was quite irritating to hear Konohamaru always talk about that goal. But when he was willing to help Sandame's grandson, he was annoyed that this boy would have the same goal. "But you have neither experience nor the virtues of a Hokage," Ibisu continued. "Plus I am well aware of the fact that you even have exceptionally poor chakra control. Such control is vital to a Hokage. How do you plan on becoming something that is clearly beyond your reach?" Naruto was ready to either beat the Tamash or subject the pervert to his patented harem no jutsu. Then something clicked in his mind. The man was renowned for his teaching skills. He might be able to help him. Thrusting his finger forward, Naruto pointed straight at the man. Then, in a voice that reflected his determination, he declared, "Then teach me how to." The silence descended upon the trio. Konohamaru was glancing back and forth between his sensei and rival. Where had this come from? Ibisu was staring at the blonde kid in surprise. The brat didn't just request him to teach him, he demanded that Ibisu teach him. "Ah, boss." Konohamaru said quietly with a confused expression. "What are you doing?" Snorting, the man said, "Why should I instruct a brat like you? What would I have to gain from it?" "Alright, a bet." Naruto snapped while grinning on the inside. You teach me advanced chakra control. If I don't get it within 3 days, I promise I'll abandon my dream to become Hokage. If I do get it, you have to teach me. Relinquish your dream of being Hokage, huh? Ibisu said, turning the bed over in his mind. At best, he could stop hearing Konohamaru talking about the demon vessel like he was an honorable opponent, and the brat would realize that he wasn't meant to become such a powerful shinobi. At worst, he'd just have to teach the brat a simple lesson. Very well, Ibisu said, adjusting his sunglasses. I accept. The next day, after another pointless mission, Naruto was in hot springs where Iro-sensei had told him to be. As to why the pervert wanted him here was slightly beyond his understanding. Hearing some talking inside the hot springs, Naruto yielded to his curiosity. It took little time for him to find a knothole to peer through. On the other side of the hole was something he truly hadn't meant to see. The room was filled with hot, sweaty, and softly talking women, naked women. He covered his mouth in an attempt to keep from yelling out in surprise and embarrassment from such a sight. Naruto jerked himself away from the hole with a glowing brilliant red face, only to come face to face with Ibisu. What are you doing, Naruto? Ibisu demanded hotly. I won't allow you to indulge into your hobbies while you're supposed to be training. Shut up. Naruto yelled, still red-faced. I don't do stuff like that. Besides, you're a pervert. Would we come to this place anyway? Naruto continued, cutting off Ibisu's denial. Are we gonna take a bath before we start training? No, Ibisu said with a crooked smile as he readjusted his sunglasses. We will be training here at the hot springs. Naruto shot him a confused look as he tried to understand what the man was talking about. What were they going to do here that involved chakra control? It just didn't make sense to him. Now, Ibisu said as he walked over to the steamy water's edge. You wanted advanced chakra control. Well, here's an example of what all jounins are capable of. He chuckled as with a knowing smirk, he said simply, walk atop water. Huh? Naruto sure wasn't expecting that. He had thought it was some sort of water controlling exercise. But walking on water was very advanced compared to his current status as a fresh genin. Immediately launching into his lecture mode, Ibisu said, in order to float on water, you must always expel the appropriate amount of chakra into the water from your feet. You must make it match only to the amount necessary to make you float. This chakra control is much more difficult than to simply continue to create the same amount of chakra and is meant to be used for control training, where you learn to create a set amount of chakra needed to expel for the use of a. Naruto said thoughtfully. He'd understood everything that the pervert was saying, but to live up to his reputation of being a baka, a small comment of I don't get it, was needed. Sighing resignedly at the blonde's act, Ibisu said, well, in your case, it's probably better to show you how to do it. First, he said as his feet began to glow a faint blue. You gather the chakra to your feet. Taking a step forward, he walked out on top of the water, as though it were as solid as rock. Then as you continually expel a set amount of chakra, you match it to the weight of your body. Wow. Was the blonde's response as he immediately saw dozens of possibilities for jutsu combos with this ability. Bringing his hands together, he immediately began to gather chakra to his feet. As he spoke aloud the steps to the exercise, he performed them. As he stepped onto the surface of the water, his feet quickly began to sink into the scorching water. His descent was only partially halted by his chakra, making him very slightly buoyant. The man said as he watched the blonde quickly sinking and screaming out in pain at the burning water. Not quite what I expected. I guess I forgot to tell you, but this bathwater is 70 degrees. If you continue to fail, you'll become a boiled egg faster than a Hokage. Climbing back ashore when he reached his waistline, Naruto glared at the water like it was insulting him. Bringing his hands together again, he refocused his chakra on the exercise. Stepping onto the water, he fell through as though he'd not even been using the chakra. Ibisu watched as the blonde continued to experiment. In his mind replayed a recent and surprising conversation he'd had with Konohamaru a little earlier. The boy, who wouldn't believe a single word he'd said prior to meeting Naruto, was now pushing himself to his limits in training. At first Ibisu had thought that the kid had finally realized that his method of training was the easy way to become Hokage. Upon sharing this information, Konohamaru simply said that there isn't an easy way. Naruto had told him so. Now as he watched the blonde struggling to remain afloat but constantly sinking, he began to see the evil demon child in a new light. They stayed at the hot springs for hours, only stopping when Naruto's stomach let out a rather loud complaint. Ibisu dismissed the blonde for the evening. But while he seriously desired to read his latest Icha Paradise volume in the safety of his home, he decided to return to the hot springs. It was just a hunch, but it turned out to be correct. Naruto came back to the hot springs to continue the training. After that first day, Naruto continued his water walking exercise after Team 7's missions or training. The second day turned out to be the most exhausting for him since, after a short mission of babysitting some daimyo's 4 children, Naruto was taking the bet very seriously, so he spent as much time as he could in the hot springs. On the third day, it seemed that Kakashi had gotten slightly curious as to why Naruto was coming to missions with damp clothes for the past couple of days. While Kakashi didn't seem to care what the blonde was doing, it still piqued his interest. Was he merely just taking a swim in his clothes? Did he just suddenly decide that he liked wet clothes? So when he followed the boy into the hot springs afterwards, it kind of surprised him. He was practicing an advanced level of chakra control that just shouldn't be possible for a boy at his age or experience. The boy, after falling in after a desperate attempt to remain afloat, seemed to notice his presence. Sitting up, the blonde turned his back on the man as he glared at the water. "What am I doing wrong, Kakashi-sensei?" he asked, not bothering to face him. Stepping out from his hiding place, Kakashi considered the question. It seemed that his chakra control was better than he'd originally thought, but it didn't seem as though he'd gotten the basic concept of how to do this exercise. Then again. "Perhaps you are just too heavy," he said, peering over the edge of his book. Naruto looked up in surprise. Then just as Kakashi was about to point it out, Naruto turned and started to strip down to his boxers. Throwing his soaked and heavy clothes to the side, he began to gather chakra again. Stepping tentatively onto the water's surface, he floated there for a moment. An excited shout of awe and happiness burst from him, but in that instant he faltered on his control and promptly fell into the water again. A few more tries and splashes later, a panting and steaming blonde lay on the cool stones of the hot springs floor. In his mind played the new information he'd gotten. His clothes had indeed been weighing him down, meaning that the chakra he'd been expelling hadn't been enough after he'd fallen in. Then after he'd stripped, his control had been noticeably improved, but he still couldn't focus on the exercise long enough to not fall in. "You know," a bored voice said from the doorway. "If you tried to concentrate a little more, you wouldn't fall in as much." "I know that, Baka-sensei," Naruto yelled, irritated at the man for voicing his own thoughts. "But this takes a lot of focusing." "For someone with your skill level, perhaps," Kakashi said as he turned a page. "By the way, Naruto, why are you doing this training right now anyway? This is advanced chakra control. You haven't yet practiced tree climbing yet, have you?" He lifted his eye to gaze at the blonde after that question. Naruto glanced at him for a moment with a confused look etched into his face. "How can climbing trees be helped with chakra control?" he asked. Mentally he filed that scrap of information away for later examination. I suppose you haven't then," Kakashi said simply as he returned to reading. "Oh well, to each his own." "Kakashi-san," a familiar voice said from behind him. "What are you doing here?" "I was investigating my students' recent activities," he said, not bothering to look up from his book. "I take it you have something to do this training that Naruto's doing." "Hi," Ibisu said, walking into the room. He shot a distasteful glare at the one-eyed for reading such books in front of children. Then, when the glare was ignored, he continued, "The brat made a bet with me. I have to teach him if he's able to do this exercise after 3 days. If not, he gives up on being Hokage." Glancing up in surprise at that, Kakashi looked between the two for a moment before returning to his reading. Now that he knew what was going on, he quickly excused himself. Whatever the blonde did wasn't truly any of his business, as long as he got to missions and training on time. "Now, let's see how far you've progressed," Ibisu said, watching the blonde with a scrutinizing glare. "You must be able to float to the surface for more than a minute before you lose control." Glaring at the man, Naruto turned back to water. This was going to be difficult. He could at best float on the water for more than 20 seconds before he sank. What he needed now was either an excessive amount of chakra at his disposal or truly good control over what he had left in his slightly depleted reserves. Too bad he didn't really have either. "Come on, Naruto," he yelled to himself. "Get it together. You can do this. Believe it." In ritual form, he brought his hands up and began concentrating on his chakra. He could feel it swirling around and through his feet. Then taking a tentative step out onto the water, he adjusted the amount accordingly. As then he took another step and another. Surprisingly he'd found it much easier to concentrate when he was moving. Closing his eyes, he concentrated solely on the feel of his chakra running through his feet. Nothing else entered his mind and any sounds he heard fell on deaf ears. He would concentrate only on this control because he was going to be Hokage someday. He wasn't about to give up on that dream just because of a little bet with a perverted old man. He didn't know how long he was walking on the water, but as he continued, he found it getting easier. Then he felt his focus begin to loosen as a new habit formed. When he opened his eyes, he saw himself on the opposite side of the pool he'd started at. Turning around, he repeated the process. Ibisu was staring with surprise and awe. This boy had just walked across the hot springs with scarcely a ripple. Not only that, he didn't seem to show any signs of chakra depletion or faltering control. It would seem that when push comes to shove, he thought with a new respect for the boy. He can improve in leaps and bounds. Okay, that's enough. Ibisu called out. You've made it quite clear that you've mastered it. Naruto looked up in surprise for a moment. Had he lost track of time? Then a foxy grin erupted across his face. He'd gotten the exercise. That meant he was going to learn a new language. With an excited cry of victory, Naruto jumped high into the air. Ibisu felt a smile forming on his face at the blonde's eagerness. Maybe this boy wasn't as much of a screw-up as he'd originally thought. When Naruto came down from his jump, he tried to land on the surface. But his focus was completely shot at the thought of learning a new thing that he promptly fell into the scorching water yet again. With a smirk and a readjustment of his sunglasses, Ibisu decided to teach the blonde one of his better. It was called Fueton. Case Tate, the wind shield. A simple Chunin level used to create a small tornado of wind around the user, usually strong enough to deflect the common kunai and shuriken. While excited to be taught something potentially useful, Naruto complained quite loudly about only being taught a defensive Chunin. Ibisu's answer was simple. The Case Tate is only as strong as the amount of chakra used to create it, Uzumaki-san. So, if you were to feed enough chakra into it, you could be generating a powerful defense as long as it is sustained. To prove his point, Ibisu performed the Case Tate no with Naruto hurling several shuriken that he had brought along. With the extra boost of chakra that Ibisu was feeding them, all the shuriken were safely deflected well before they came anywhere near him. Forgetting his complaints, Naruto set to mastering them as soon as he possibly could. It only required 3 hand seals. But he seemed to have trouble with hand seals. It took him too long to do them, which could slow the release of in a fight. So now he sat in his apartment, wide awake despite the late hour, practicing his hand seals. Flashing through them yet again, he noted that with the increased speed it was harder to mold chakra. And if he tried to go too fast, his fingers would tangle. But the thought that his slow seals could give his enemies, namely Sasuke, an advantage in a fight, fueled his desire to speed up the process. Plus, he remembered, speed was also crucial in a battle as proven to him by his fight with Baka-sensei. A loud growling sounded from his stomach as he readied to unleash another set of hand seals. Had he lost track of time again? A glance at his battered alarm clock brought ein sigh from him. 2:30. Yes, he did lose track of time. About 15 instant ramen cups later found the blonde dozing where he sat at the table. It had been a long time since he tried to work on his latest secret. Even months after the Hyuga prank, he still couldn't break those balloons, and it was starting to irritate him. What was he doing wrong? No matter how fast he spun the chakra and water inside the balloon, it just refused to burst. He could spin it so fast that the balloon would flatten and stretch to such extremes that it amazed him that it didn't break. What was wrong with his idea? If the chakra was spinning so fast, and no doubt that it was more than enough force to break the balloon, why wasn't it? In his befuddled mind, he brought his hands up into a familiar cross seal. Forming a clone on the other side of the table, he grinned sleepily at it. I'm stumped, he said simply. Why can't I break the balloon with my chakra? How should I know? The clone demanded. You're the genius who thought up this crazy idea, why doesn't it? He snorted indignantly. You're me, too. So tell me, genius, why won't it work? Not a clue, was the answer. Have some more ramen. It helped last time. Naruto glanced lazily at the most recent cup, still filled partially with the delicious juices he loved so much. He shoved it roughly at the clone as he grunted, it's all gone, Baka. This is the last cup. Well, then drink it, you blonde Baka. It barked, shoving it back at him with a bit more force than it probably intended. The juice was shaken up enough to get tossed out over the edge and splatter into Naruto's face. The clone smirked at its creator's surprised face. If you'd just have drunk it in the first place, that wouldn't have happened. But Naruto didn't reply. He was staring at the churning water in the cup. The clone noticed his lapse of attention quickly and it stared at him. What? What are you staring at? That's it. Naruto said, glancing up at the clone with a growing smile. Getting up, he rushed over to the cabinet that held the stash of water balloons. He filled it accordingly and then returned to the table. The clone could only watch in confusion as the original began focusing chakra into the balloon. But this time it was different. Where it would flatten before, it didn't now. Large bulges began pushing themselves out of the balloon in all directions. Grunting in his concentration, greatly improved after water walking, he forced the chakra to spin at incredible speeds. Then, it burst. As the water erupted from the balloon, the last strands of blue chakra faded. Panting from the exertion he just endured from having to focus so much of his chakra to do that, he glanced up to his clone. The clone wore a surprised stare on its face. But that stare quickly changed to a cocky, foxy grin as he began to understand what Naruto had just done. To spin the water in one direction was good for practice, but he just spun it in 4, 5, even 6 directions at once. That was more than the balloon could handle. Finally, he was one step closer to completing this. "Sasuke, I'm at point B," the Uchiha whispered over the radio. "Sakura, I'm at point C," she whispered soon after. About 30 seconds later, Naruto whispered, "Naruto, I'm at point A." "You're slow, Naruto," Kakashi said disapprovingly. There was a rustle of branches and leaves. It was their target and it was moving. They rushed after it, using all the foliage and brush to their advantage. With them being downwind, they were able to sneak up to it fairly easily. "What's your distance from the target?" Kakashi asked when they didn't respond after a few moments. 5 meters away, Naruto mumbled from behind a tree. "I'm ready, just give me the signal." "I'm ready too," Sasuke said, glancing around from his own tree trunk. "So am I," Sakura confirmed. This was one of their more exciting missions. They were deep in the forest, tracking quite the easy trail that their prey had left behind. Kakashi stood near the forest's tree line, waiting for them to return while issuing instructions. "Now," Kakashi ordered. As one, the 3 shinobi lunged from their hiding places. But Naruto, for once faster than even Sasuke, was able to tackle their prey to the ground. That proved to be a mistake. As the badly frightened cat let out a terrified whine and immediately turned its wrath on the one responsible. As they watched a blonde literally get his face clawed off by the frightened feline, Kakashi asked, "Can you verify a ribbon on its right ear?" A simple glance and flash of red later, Sasuke said, "Affirmative, we have a positive ID." Sighing, Kakashi said, "Roger." Lost pet. Tora captured. Mission accomplished. Scarcely a second later, Naruto voiced his opinion on the mission. Thanks to a nervous wreck that was now the feline in his face, his bad mood escalated dangerously. With the need for stealth now void, he yelled into the microphone, nearly breaking Kakashi's eardrums in the process. "Couldn't we have gotten a better mission than this? I hate cats." Chapter 10. Impudent Whelps. They had traveled in less than 2 days what a normal person would travel in little more than a week. Though they weren't quite used to it, racing through the thick forest and foliage that was what gave the Fire Country's hidden village its distinctive namesake, the pair didn't pause for even a moment. There was only one objective in their minds. Mission. They had observed their prey and his bodyguards since they'd left the protection of their hidden village. It was a little surprising to see that their prey had only hired out a single genin team to escort him and not at least Chunin's. Then again, the genin sensei was the infamous Hada Kakashi, also known as Copycat Kakashi. It was very nerve-wracking for the pair. They wanted to pounce, to kill, to maim. Especially Kakashi. His head would fetch a very high price in Kurigakure. And if they struck him fast and mercilessly, there was no way he'd survive. After all, they were called the Demon Brothers for nothing. But they couldn't do that while the group was still within easy traveling distance of Konoha. So they followed, watching from the safety of the foliage. And it certainly wasn't a boring show that the genins were putting on. The blonde loudmouth seemed to be determined to get the pink-haired girl's attention, while her focus was on the dark-haired boy. When he couldn't get her, the blonde baka would turn a surprising amount of wrath on the other boy, as though he were doing it on purpose. Then the girl would retaliate for her crush if he didn't. The blonde would either get abused by the boy's quick wit or he'd get smacked to the ground by the girl. Even their prey took some time to insult the baka, who always had to be restrained by Kakashi from assaulting him. They would enjoy getting rid of the brats, especially the blonde loudmouth, as he would undoubtedly scream the loudest. Kakashi was silent the whole time. Except for the time he told them about the basics of the shinobi villages and relations, or for them to set up camp for the night. When they had gotten close to the Fire Country border, the pair's patience had finally waned. They set up a trap right in plain sight, disguised as a puddle. In their impatience, they failed to take into account the dry weather. At first it seemed as though the group hadn't even noticed their presence. Then, just as he passed the puddle, the blonde's nose twitched. A look of disgust crossed his face as he quickly covered it as he cast a forlorn look around for the source of the stench. But nonetheless, he continued on his path. The brothers were too busy contemplating the boy's behavior to notice that Kakashi had spotted them. The quick attack went smoothly. They easily wrapped up the copy nin and tore him to shreds with their chain link. Then, as they were about to pounce the blonde kid, things took a turn for the worse. The dark kid pinned their chain link to a tree as the blonde seemed to react on instinct. He leapt back and slammed his elbows into their stomachs. In their surprise and pain, they didn't notice the other boy landing on their gauntlets until he kicked them in the face. The chain broke and they wasted little time separating. One had rushed their prey, with the dark boy sprinting in front of and using his body as a shield. The other leapt backward, then rushed forward to finish the blonde. Then Kakashi intervened. It took a rather smart kick to both their heads from the girl before they were roused. Humiliatingly enough, they were tied tightly to the tree and entirely disarmed of their various weapons. The brothers struggled to escape their binds, but as Sakura discovered, Kakashi was very good at tying up all loose ends. Kakashi hadn't questioned them. He didn't have to because their prey was more than willing to tell him everything he needed to know. And because of some low tactics, he was still able to guarantee their continued protection despite his deception. Now as the Nukenin were being collected by the hunter Nin, they couldn't help but to curse the impudent whelps and the days they were born. As he had promised, the demon of the mist now watched the group of the Konoha shinobi. It had come as a surprise to realize that his underlings had been defeated. So, when that parasite Gatu appeared to vent his wrath, Zabuza was quite looking forward to this battle. Had a Kakashi, eh? He thought with a delighted sneer. This is gonna be fun. He couldn't help but chuckle sinisterly as he imagined the fun of crushing the copy Nin and cashing that in that very high bounty on the man's head. But it was that chuckle, no matter how subdued, that attracted the Jounin's attention. And someone else, surprisingly. The blonde shrimp in that ridiculously bright orange jumpsuit immediately whirled around and threw a kunai straight at him. Though taken slightly off guard, Zabuza used the kawarimi to escape. Crouched high up in a tree and expertly hidden, he continued watching as the group reacted to the blonde's sudden actions. The girl was fast to berate him, which he quickly tried to pacify by claiming he'd heard something. But she apparently didn't believe him, and her belief was only reinforced when she saw the terrified hair that he'd substituted himself with. Kakashi had easily realized that it was a kawarimi, he knew. The man was standing there casually watching the pair of kids, or to a normal person he was. To Zabuza's trained eye, he watched as the man scanned the surrounding area, no doubt searching for an alien chakra signature. Zabuza couldn't tell if his sensory skills were advanced enough to detect him, but he didn't feel like taking the chance. Besides, who was Zabuza to keep people waiting when they seemed to want to rush to death? He didn't know exactly everything that was going on around him. But what he did know with certainty was that the muscle-bound killer on the slab of steel that could also be called a sword was intent on killing him. The fact that the kids were surrounding him with kunai at the ready and their sensei was keeping a close eye on the man didn't ease the growing fear in his stomach. If the situation hadn't been quite as life-threatening to him, he would have been fascinated by the speeds and skills that the shinobi showed. The most awesome were the mist shinobi, Mamachi Zabuza he'd been called, and the genin sensei. They were able to produce copies of themselves out of water, move at incredible speeds, and even stand on water. Yet the situation took a grim turn to disaster when Kakashi got caught. Even though he was ordering them to run away, which was technically good advice, his students were still reluctant to leave him to his fate. Tazuna had to privately applaud their commitment to rescue their sensei, even though they were clearly scared as much as he was. This demon of a man completely thrashed the two boys, with little effort it seemed. But as watched a blonde kid, who he'd instantly labeled as a loser and undoubtedly weak, rushing the water clone to get his headband back, he felt a new respect for the baka. His following declaration that he wasn't going to back down, even in the face of certain death, actually was able to lift Tazuna's fear, if only temporarily. What came next from the blonde kid and the moody dark kid greatly surprised him. They worked together which, given the last few days of constant bickering and beating, amazed him. Naruto surrounded the Mizu Bunshin with Kage Bunshins instantly. They quickly formed the Taurus seal and inhaled deeply. When the smoke cloud engulfed the clone and blocked off Zabuza's point of view, one of the Kage Bunshins suddenly transformed into a shuriken and was thrown to the moody boy. Sasuke, catching a meaningful glance from Naruto, was quickly able to catch on to the boy's plan. He took a sprinting run through the smoke, ignoring the sounds of fighting that were coming from the Bunshins. In the smoke cloud, the Mizu Bunshin was having a tough time fighting all the Kage Bunshins. Though he was an expert in killing in the mist, he had very rarely ever come across another who could see him without their eyes. The shadows were easy enough to destroy if he could hit them. Why were they so hard to see, even when they were in his face? Oh, why was he even wasting his time with these brats? Dashing toward where he sensed the old man, the Mizu Bunshin jumped high in the air. He raised his sword over his head with every intention of cleaving the Tazuna into two pieces. Noticing the Nukenin too late, all Sakura could do was jump backward, shoving Tazuna roughly aside as she raised her kunai in a feeble defense. Tazuna watched in horror as the man continued on his path, no sign of changing his original intentions. Then just as the Mizu Bunshin was bringing its deadly blade down, it erupted into water that showered the girl. Both Tazuna and Sakura stared in surprise at this. What had just happened? Then the sound of loud, mocking laughter came from the other side of the smokescreen. A soft breeze was more than enough to slowly blow the fading smoke away. The sight that beheld them was surprising. Sasuke stood by the water's edge. Kakashi was free, if drenched, and had blocked Zabuza, found throwing a shuriken he must have caught at the loud blurry image of a blonde that was running across the water back to shore. How the heck did this come to have happened? When the boys retreated from the water's edge, Zabuza and Kakashi engaged in a battle of water, climaxing with a pair of Suryuden no jutsu. The water dragon sent enormous waves crashing onto shore. Then Zabuza and Kakashi engaged and went through another series of identical and impossible to see hand seals. But apparently the copycat finished first and sent a huge blast of water into Zabuza and pushed onto shore. What had happened next just sickened Tazuna. A boy, probably no older than the genin escorting him, killed Zabuza. He was collecting the man's body when suddenly the blonde spoke out as he was approaching from the water. "Hey!" Naruto yelled. "Aren't you supposed to burn the body?" As his teammates looked at him with odd expressions, the new arrival used the distraction to vanish, leaving the kids to carry Kakashi as he fainted from chakra depletion. It seemed as though the danger had passed. The master bridge builder was now proudly leading the way back to his home. Oh, how he yearned for the security and comfort of his own home, a good bed, and a hot meal. This was just too much for an old man like himself. Kakashi was unconscious for nearly 2 days. To the genins, it was a boring time. All they could really do was guard the house, do chores, go into the small town, explore the wilderness, or train. Well, in Sakura's case, she busied herself with adoring Sasuke and trying to get him to speak with her. She wanted a step-by-step story of how he was magically able to free Kakashi. Of course, Sasuke being Sasuke, he only ignored her in favor of perfecting one of the Uchiha clan's favors, Kaiten. Ryuken no Jutsu. He went to the nearby coast and practiced performing in the water. It was a lower jounin level, but he was still able to perform it with a moderate amount of control. Several times, however, he scorched his throat while trying to exhale the fire blast. Panting after his most recent use, he felt the chakra in his system being depleted faster than he appreciated. It wasn't enough. He needed more power. He needed stronger, as that man would only have and use the very strongest of the ones he copied. But he wouldn't be able to obtain his goal in life if he died of chakra exhaustion. With serious reluctance, he turned and headed back toward Tazuna's house. Yet, he swore that he'd be back once his chakra was replenished enough. His path took him straight through a dense wooded area. It was relaxing to walk through the woods of a foreign area with no obnoxious fangirls hounding his every step. It was calming to hear the wind in the leaves and branches. It was also very refreshing to breathe the scent of the ocean with a forest of various plants. But this calm didn't last long. As he was passing near the center of the woods, he heard a familiar voice groaning loudly, like he was straining to lift something. Then there came an audible burst and the unique splattering of water. What was that? Yielding to his curiosity, Sasuke altered his course to converge on the sounds. As he drew closer, he spotted a familiar patch of bright blonde hair standing on a small pool of water. With his back to Sasuke, the Uchiha couldn't see what he was doing. But he did sense a large amount of chakra coming from the boy as he focused on his hands and feet evidently. Grunting in concentration, Naruto's back hunched forward as his body grew taut with strain. Then, with a louder burst now that he was closer, Sasuke watched as water erupted from the general area of both his hands. What was that? What is that done doing? He wondered as he continued to watch with a growing interest. Making sure that he was hidden perfectly in the underbrush, Sasuke waited patiently for the blonde to move. Apparently, whatever Naruto was doing had caused him to lose focus because he suddenly dropped into the pond and had to climb to shore. Dropping to his knees and panting loudly, he just sat there for a moment. However, after a loud and deep breath, he climbed back onto his feet. An excitement suddenly rose in Sasuke for a second. Maybe the one was attempting to make another, probably something with water. He suspected that the idiot had created that smokescreen and image blur like he had with the Warak no Jutsu. What was it trying to make now? Maybe he could learn it from the dove if it was worth his time, even if the dog wouldn't willingly teach him. All he'd need was the Sharingan. Then he crushed that feeling in an instant, narrowing his eyes as he cast a glare at the blonde. Whatever that baka was doing was probably only another ridiculous thing like Warak no Jutsu. Why should he degrade himself by learning or copying a technique that was probably just worthless in the end? "I know you're there, Sasuke, Sakura," and Naruto barking angrily. "Sakura?" He couldn't help but question. When did she get here? The realization that he hadn't been able to sense Sakura's approach due to his lack of attention was like a slap to his face. Snorting in disdain at being caught by a dove nonetheless, Sasuke merely turned and walked away with a glare on his face. "Why were you two spying on me?" Naruto asked bluntly, watching as Sakura stared yearningly at Sasuke's retreating back for a moment. "What were you doing?" Sakura asked, ignoring his question. That happy gleam in her eye quickly shifted to disgruntled curiosity as she faced him. "What were those things you had? I saw them explode in your hands." An all too familiar grin grew on his face as Naruto ignored the dangerous gaze the girl was sending him. "I'm training," he said simply. "Making more?" Sakura asked, trying to sound uninterested when, in fact, she was very interested. "These are mine," Naruto said in a voice that was thick with warning as his grin faltered. Then, after a second, it was back with a slight blush on his face. "And I really don't want to share them, Sakura." not even with you. Sakura was close to giving him another fist in the face when a chance memory. In her head was a replay of all that she'd seen the blonde use, but one suddenly stuck out in her head. Yesterday, he'd shown somehow he could do something that she knew for a fact was beyond what even Sasuke could do at this moment. "Naruto," she said suddenly, in a kinder and questioning tone. "Yesterday you were walking on water. How did you do that?" In a flash, the large foxy grin suddenly seemed to fill his face. With pride, Naruto practically sang out, "That is my secret." "What? My secret?" he repeated. "Naruto," Sakura said with a tone that immediately sent him quivering in fear. "What do you call those?" "The Boro and Imaku," he said, not wanting to draw Sakura's wrath onto him so soon. "Teach me them, Naruto-san," Sakura said, wording it like a request, but saying it like a demand, while trying to use formality to shock the blonde into complying. "No, Sakura-san," Naruto said, mirroring the girl's underhanded tactic. He was sent flying back into the pond seconds after flashing a foxy grin at the girl. Chapter 11. Someone precious. Tree climbing. "Yeah," Kakashi answered simply. Despite having to use a pair of crutches to be able to walk, he still was able to tower over the gathered genins. Standing in the thick of the wooded area that the kids had spent a little time exploring earlier, the three genins stared at Kakashi. Sakura and Sasuke had disgusted looks on their faces at the aspect of climbing trees for their training. Because he at least suspected what Kakashi had in store for them, Naruto had an eager gleam in his eye. "What kind of training is that?" Sakura asked, trying to keep the resentment out of her voice and failing miserably. "This isn't normal tree climbing," Kakashi clarified. "You won't be using your hands." Naruto's face instantly brightened as his infamous foxy grin appeared. Now this would be a challenge. Sasuke and Sakura could only look confused at their sensei and annoyed at Naruto. "How?" Sakura persisted. "Well, watch," the Jounin said with a resigned sigh. Bringing up his hands from his pockets, he formed the Hitsuji seal. A faint glow of blue drew the genin's attention to his feet. Then wobbling over to the nearest tree, Kakashi put his foot upon the trunk and continued to wobble up the tree. Completely defying gravity. The trio of genin stared in awe at their sensei as he came to rest hanging underneath a tree limb almost 30 feet in the air. "You understand now?" he asked, slightly amused. "Gather your chakra into the bottom of your feet and climb up a tree. This is something that you can do once you can use chakra well." "Wait a minute," Sakura called out forcefully. "How is learning to climb a tree going to make us stronger?" Thus Kakashi launched into a tried and true lecture of how the art of tree climbing increased chakra reserves and how a person who learns to summon chakra into their feet could theoretically perform anything known in the world. The explanation had Naruto quivering in anticipation to get started. With a mere flick of his wrist, he sent a trio of kunai down at the genin underneath him. He watched their first attempts at tree climbing amusedly. Sakura, with her perfect control, was able to climb more than 60 feet up her tree. Sasuke only got about 15 feet up before his control slipped and he accidentally pumped too much out. It resulted in him flung off the tree after he threw a slash across the trunk. Naruto only got 1 foot on the trunk before he was blasted clear across the tiny clearing and slammed into another tree. The tree he'd attempted to climb let out a loud crunching groan as the weakened base could no longer support its weight, sending it toppling over. The tree he slammed into had a clear imprint in its bark of the blonde's body. The thought. "I guess that water walking may have increased his chakra reserves a little too much." "Geez, Naruto," Sakura reprimanded. "Can't you do anything without destroying something?" "Whoa," he yelled as he saw how high she got. "That's awesome, Sakura-chan." "Well, there you have it," Kakashi said easily. "A clear gauge on how well each of you controls your own chakra compared to each other. Too much and you get repelled from the tree, far too much and you destroy the tree, and the right amount." Glancing down at the boys, he felt that a little jab at their self-worth would be needed to inspire them to continue. "I guess among the three of you, Sakura is the closest to becoming Hokage." That brought a small flinch from Naruto. "And I guess the Uchiha prodigy isn't as great as we thought." This brought a scowl from Sasuke. "Shut up, sensei," Sakura yelled, fearing that he was going to cause Sasuke to get mad at her. Neither boy seemed to pay much attention to Sakura as they looked at one another. Then, with smirks, they turned and sprinted for their respective trees. Seeing that they no longer needed any prompting, Kakashi made his way back down to the ground. If he could have, he might have stayed on the branch a while longer, but he could feel his already depleted reserves were quickly fading. Once safely on the ground, he left them to their exercises. It was hours later when Kakashi returned. Sakura lay panting on the ground underneath her tree as she watched the boys, or rather Sasuke, continue their training. Despite being madly in love with the boy, she couldn't quite dispel the pride in her, knowing that she could do something far better than him for once, not including using her too large forehead. Her crush was scarcely any higher than where he had been. In fact, the tree looked as though a lunatic had come and hacked up the trunk. She couldn't help but notice the look of frustration on his face and exhaustion. Maybe he'll come over here and ask me for help, she thought. This only brought on a fit of giggles despite her short breath. Yeah, he'll come over and ask me for help. Then, we'll talk and talk for hours. Just me and him. Paradise. But it didn't look like he was focused on her at all. He kept casting glares off to the side with a killer intent that even Zabuza could have been proud of and then returned to running up his tree. Finally yielding to her curiosity, Sakura got up and walked over to where he was glaring. What she saw was Naruto. Except unlike what she thought he was doing since she couldn't see him from where she had been, he was practically skipping up his tree while humming a melody. There were only a few scratch marks on his, and each was noticeably higher than the last. Whoa, was her only coherent thought as she watched the blonde travel high up into the branches, turn around and come down at the same speed, and then simply repeat his cycle. There was a heavy coating of sweat on his face, but other than that there were no noticeable signs of chakra depletion or exhaustion. When he caught her staring, Naruto faced her with a cocky foxy grin. Alright, that's enough. Kakashi yelled out. All three were in front of him shortly as he watched them. Sakura was spent with Sasuke not too far behind, only Naruto seemed slightly winded. Tomorrow, Naruto, you will guard Tazuna-san while he returns to his work on the bridge. He looked pointedly at Sasuke and Sakura as he continued. You two will come back here and continue training. Sakura, I know you've already mastered this, but I want you to stay and increase your reserves and stamina. The pink-haired Kenoichi was torn. On one hand, why should she continue if she was clearly far above the boys in chakra control? On the other hand, it meant that she'd be out here with Sasuke, alone. That simple thought instantly crushed any complaints she had. Why do I have to do that? Naruto whined instantly. I want to train. I'm gonna be Hokage, so I gotta keep training. Because you already have a very large chakra reserve, Naruto, Kakashi answered, very annoyed at this predictable complaint. And I've given you a direct order. Naruto had a comical pout combined with an angry glare on his face. Well, there was no way that he was going to let a little boring guard duty stop him from training. The amount of manpower needed to build such a bridge as well as the necessity for every pillar, every stone, and every nail to be exactly in the right spot for the bridge to not be weakened should have interested him. The fact that there were a dozen men to do the job slowed the work pace, so the fact that they could be so thorough would have impressed him. Had he been even slightly interested? I'm so bored. Naruto whined for the 1000th time that morning. The men who were working close by could only grumble in annoyance. They had told the boy to shut up for the past 3 hours, but the blonde either ignored them or just complained louder. It was starting to seriously grate on their nerves. Shut up, kid, Tazuna growled. He was one of several men who were considering just telling the genin to leave and let them finish in peace. But the fact that Gato could attack at any moment prevented that thought. For if the greedy man did, this blonde would be their only defense. Naruto understood this too, which was what prevented him from leaving. Well, could we do something interesting already? The blonde demanded. Then his stomach let out a loud grumble. Patting it irritably, he glanced up at Tazuna who was walking over. Can we eat? I'm hungry. Are there any ramen stands in this village? Sighing as his own stomach let out its agreement with the blonde, Tazuna turned back to his men and called out, alright, lunch break. Be back in 20 minutes. Yes. Naruto shouted, jumping to his feet and already heading towards town. Naruto, Tazuna said as they left the bridge and walked down the village streets. Where is the rest of your team? I thought you would all be here. Chuckling at his own private joke, Naruto grinned up at the man as he crossed his arms behind his head. They're out training, the little weaklings. Heh, just to show why I'll be Hokage. Really now, Tazuna said as they approached a food store. Why do you wish to become Hokage so badly anyway? Because I want to be the greatest shinobi in Konohagakure, the blonde replied immediately. Then everyone will have to stop disrespecting me and treat me like I'm someone important. Oh yeah, Tazuna mumbled. He'd forgotten that somehow, which was strange since the blonde was always talking about respect and the title of Hokage. Where's the ramen? Naruto asked as he looked around at the ridiculously small selections of food available at prices that were cheaper than even his usual cup of instant ramen. There isn't any, the shopkeeper said. What you see is what we got. This got a surprised gaze out of Naruto. Was the economy of Wave really so bad that the grocery stores couldn't even afford ramen? Then the entirety of the bridge's significance to the islands finally dawned on him. With a depressed sigh, his shoulders slumped as his gaze dropped and he waited patiently for Tazuna to pick out the food. However, his depression didn't last long for a person reaching clumsily into his equipment pouch. Eat this. Naruto yelled as he reflexively spun and slammed his fist into the wannabe thief's stomach. The blow sent the man crumbling to the floor, gasping and grasping his stomach in pain. Never trying to steal from a shinobi, Tozoku, Naruto growled as his sympathy for Wave Country was momentarily forgotten. Please go easy on him, Tazuna said as he approached. These are desperate times, which are why men and women do stuff like that. Clenching his fists to control his temper, Naruto nodded as they left the store and returned to the bridge. As much as he wanted to train, he couldn't just leave Tazuna unprotected. Yet, who said that he'd have to protect him the entire day? It had taken a while, but he'd pulled it off. No one noticed his momentary disappearance or quick usage of the Kage Bunshin. But now, after lunch, he proudly sat in the wooded area well away from where he knew his teammates would be. In his hand, he tried to perform his drilling without the water balloon. The results were strange. The chakra swirled around in his hand like a typhoon. It compressed itself into a loose sphere, but large tendrils of chakra still bled off it. It was certainly flashy at this point. Now he just had to see how well it could do damage. It was this thought that propelled him into shoving the fragile sphere into the trunk of the tree closest to him. The outcome was surprising. The sound of weak grinding of wood sounded from inside the tree. There a small spiral pattern formed on the tree as the bark was peeled or torn off. However, the untamed swirling chakra lashed back out at him since it was still so close to the surface and his hand. The tendrils of chakra cut and sliced the palm of his hand, drawing shallow fissures of blood. Yelping, he reflexively drew his hand away and stared at it. It hurt like hell, but after a few moments he watched in awe as the wound began to heal. Now that is interesting. He thought bitterly. I bet it's that bastard fox, damn Kitsune. Because he didn't want there to be any evidence to these secret training sessions he was holding for himself, he licked the blood from his palm. Then he simply sat down and studied the tree in front of him. Apparently whatever was wrong with it wasn't the design. It worked perfectly if that was what happened to the tree. The thought of that happening to an enemy's body on the inside brought chuckles from the boy. Yet if he really wanted to make this truly dangerous, he needed to find a way to prevent that backlash of chakra from harming himself as well. But even though this seemed to be working, something in his gut told him that it still wasn't powerful enough. Well, the fact that it could at least shred a tree on the inside at this point was somewhat comforting. He wanted a more powerful version to not only grind up an enemy's innards, but to completely demolish them. He needed to increase its power while at the same time controlling it to not harm himself. This would require a lot of thought and a bit of ingenuity, he could tell. But unfortunately, he wasn't in the mood to think it out. So he did the next best thing. He got inspired for another. He was exhausted. Not just physically, but also in his chakra supply. He had not stopped once since their return to the woods. His new tree now resembled the one from yesterday. He could get almost 30 feet up before he lost his concentration. It was like there was some barrier that was preventing him from getting any higher. But he was in Uchiha. He was supposed to be the best, the elite. How come he couldn't get this? In the academy, he'd excelled in everything and his dedication to become powerful was unsurpassed. So why couldn't he get any higher on this simple tree climbing exercise? Growling disgustedly at himself, he glanced over to where Sakura was supposed to be training. She had tried to train as long and as hard as him, but she'd collapsed from exhaustion only an hour after they started. Now, she was staring at him with red cheeks which only brightened when he glanced. She could do this exercise. Hell, even Naruto got it. They had made that painfully obvious to him as they ran up and down the trees, as though they were running across a field. If that was done and a fangirl could do it, why couldn't he? Taking a deep breath, Sasuke sat down on the ground for a short breather. Resting his chin in his palm, he tried to calm his temper and think about what he was doing wrong. In the long and short, he needed to use his chakra to stick him to the tree like his feet were suction cups. Well, he was doing this obviously, why couldn't he keep the pace? Another glance at Sakura brought a thought to his head that he really didn't want to do. But then again, if he didn't, he might not be able to get this exercise. And Sakura was the smartest Kenoichi genin in their year. Even smarter than him, he'd admit, albeit not verbally. Maybe she could help him. But his pride forbade him from asking for help. But his pride would never allow him to be upstaged by anyone, least of all a person he'd always considered to be below him. Scowling, he climbed to his feet and walked over to the pink-haired girl. Apparently, even though she was looking right at him, she wasn't even seeing him. Off in her own little world of Sasuke's admitting eternal and unconditional love to her and her alone. Sakura, he said quietly, hating himself for needing to ask for help. Why can't I do this? The girl blinked a few times before she finally focused on him. A large blush ran across her face as she glanced to the side. Somewhere deep inside his mind, where he allowed such thoughts, Sasuke found himself smiling at the girl's expression. She looked so damn cute like that. Well, she said nervously. I guess it could be because you're not focusing enough on your chakra. Glancing back up at him, she hesitantly asked, what are you thinking about that is interfering with your concentration? Sasuke didn't answer immediately. In his mind were memories of Naruto running up and down his tree while mockingly humming. Then there was Sakura sitting up high on a branch after her first try. These memories brought a small glare from him onto the girl in front of him inadvertently. Gasping as though he'd hit her with his glare, Sakura looked away as her blush faded. Sasuke had to mentally smack himself. He was supposed to be asking for help, not scaring the person who was trying to help him. "Naruto," Sasuke said in a voice thick with anger. "And you? It's pissing me off. You both did it so easily." It pained him to say that. He hated revealing that he had any weaknesses to anyone, least of all his teammates. It was unbecoming for an Uchiha prodigy to admit that he couldn't do something as good as or better than everyone else. The Uchiha hadn't been the elite for nothing. Understanding crept across Sakura's face as she looked back up at him. Then a small blush lit up her face as she realized that he had been thinking about her, even if it was in jealousy. "Well," she said again. "Maybe you try to focus more on the tree than on us. After all, you know that chakra is spiritual energy, so if you can't concentrate on it properly, you won't be able to use it too well. But I think you should take a break, Sasuke-kun. You look a little tired." Thinking about this for a moment, Sasuke nodded his head. That would explain why he kept slipping. He had every intention of returning to his training when his knees suddenly gave out from underneath him. Dropping to the ground with as much dignity as he could muster, Sasuke did his best to ignore the surprised look in Sakura's eyes. Maybe he should take a little more time off before returning to his training. He sat on the pier looking out over the ocean. The sight was a beautiful contrast of reds, oranges, golds, and violets that were reflected off the clouds and water. However, this glorious image was lost on the man's single eye, which was glazed over in thought. In his mind the information his Sharingan had absorbed during his most recent fight. Though the Mizubunshin were nothing new to him, the Tsuryuiden no Jutsu was an interesting new addition. As well as Oboro and Inmaku, from what Naruto called them. He hadn't meant to copy them, but because the Sharingan was exposed and active, it couldn't be stopped. While Inmaku was relatively easy in principle and execution, the fact that it was indeed a Kaiten surprised him. It was no secret that if a person didn't use enough chakra to perform a Kaiten, it would only waste the chakra used. Yet Inmaku used just barely over the minimum to form the smokescreen. And once the smoke was formed inside him, then he could begin to increase the chakra used to enhance the effective range of the smokescreen. A truly ingenious concept, especially from the one everyone called dead last. However, Oboro no Jutsu was above and beyond many ninjutsu that he'd ever seen. The fact that Naruto had literally done the hand seals in front of him was the only reason he copied it. For once he engaged it, the chakra inside his body began to leak out and surround him. While to the naked eye it blurred Naruto's image, to the Sharingan it practically blinded him. Since the Sharingan is able to see a person's chakra inside their body, the fact Naruto was encasing his body meant that all Kakashi could see was a bright glowing silhouette. How could this kid have developed such a strange but undeniably useful technique? It was no secret that the blonde was a notorious prankster who had adept sensory skills. But the fact that he'd never heard of the blonde's creation of this was like an itch, it wouldn't go away. Behind him, he sensed Izuna and Naruto's return. Izuna seemed both content to be home after a long day's work and annoyed at the loud blonde's jubilant voice. Naruto was shouting about instantly leaving to train his chakra control. Well, before Kakashi might have believed him, now he wasn't so sure. Could the blonde simply be trying to find an excuse to go out and make another? "Naruto," he called out. "Come over here. I need to talk to you." "Sensei," the blonde whined as he hurried over. "Can I go train now? I just spent an entire day doing absolutely nothing but watch an old man play economic reconstruction." Izuna snorted at that rude, if accurate, phrase before finally walking into his home. The smells coming from Tsunami's cooking were very alluring. "Did you create those you used during the battle with Zabuza?" he asked, watching closely for any telltale signs of deception. "Yeah, what of it?" the blonde demanded. "If that's all this is about, I want to go train now." "Naruto," Kakashi's commanding voice froze the boy as he tried to walk away. "Why would you make something so peculiar? You do realize that no normal shinobi could have just made them on a whim." "Hey, I'm not the prankster master for nothing." The demon container snapped in his defense. "Besides, whoever said I was normal? And why would you even care why I made those? You do realize that because of the Sharingan, I was able to copy them, right?" he asked, wondering about the blonde's reaction. Naruto paled, quite visibly despite his tanned skin. In an instant he had grabbed Kakashi's vest and was with a glare in his eyes while he shouted directly into his face. "What? Why would you do that, Baka-sensei? Those are my jutsu. I made them. What gave you the right to steal them like that?" "Calm down," the commander, slightly caught off balance due to the boy's threatening reaction. "I didn't mean to take them. I swear on my honor as a shinobi." Reluctantly prying his hands off the man, Naruto fixed a deadly glare on the man. Fine, he said in a deceptively calm tone. I guess I can live with this. But if you teach anyone, especially Sasuke, I swear you're going to regret it. Kakashi nodded understandingly. He always had a similar fear when he was younger, back when he first created his prize and the Uchiha clan was still prominently in power. I see that you are protective of them, Kakashi said quietly. But you're going to have a tough time keeping them secret once Sasuke gets his Sharingan eyes. What? Naruto asked, his anger momentarily gone and replaced by confusion. He has them too. How? The Sharingan is a bloodline that is only found in the Uchiha clan, the answer. He saw the suddenly calculating look in the blonde's eye and quickly spoke up before he could ask the obvious question. I'm not an Uchiha. And no, I'm not going to talk about it. Sensei, Naruto said, looking up with a strange expression on his face. What can the Sharingan actually do? Sasuke said it was copied, but Zabuza said that wasn't all. Yes, that is true, Kakashi confirmed. He suddenly got the feeling that Naruto was being a lot more attentive and patient. This was information he wanted and felt that he needed to know. It was intriguing to the man to see this side of the terrible prankster's personality. The Sharingan can also see through most, like the Byakugan, Kakashi said. And also like the Byakugan, it can see how a person's chakra flows inside their body. Now, the stronger the Sharingan, the easier it is for that person to anticipate their opponent's moves. I can even enter my opponent's mind and implant suggestions like which ninjutsu to use or how he'd react. That's it. Creepy, Naruto said, shuddering at the thought of having Sasuke doing such a thing to him. Yes, to a degree I guess it is, the man looked thoughtfully at the blonde for a moment before saying. You probably don't realize it, Naruto. But you may have created a that could block the Sharingan. What? Naruto looked surprised for a moment. Then it melted away into pride and eagerness. Which one? The Boro, he said. Because the Sharingan sees an opponent's chakra flow inside their body, I can see how he molds it when he's casting. When you activated your Oboro no Jutsu, I couldn't see you anymore. With your chakra surrounding your body rather than being tucked away inside, it was like I was staring into fire. I could see your body, but not your features. And if you can't see them, you might not be able to see any hand seals after I activate them during a fight, the blonde said quietly as a thoughtful expression passed over his face. Sensei, he said, looking up with a hopeful gleam in his eye. Is it possible that I have a bloodline like the Sharingan? Kakashi blinked for a moment. Then he smiled. Possible, but I highly doubt it. Bloodline limits are rare and only the best of clans or families have them in Konoha. Seeing as how you're an orphan, it wouldn't be unfair to say you could, but the chances aren't in your favor. This brought a scowl to the boy's face. Sensei, we're back. Called an overly excited feminine voice. Looking over, the pair caught a glimpse of Sasuke and Sakura returning from the forest. Both looked to be exhausted, though Sasuke was clearly the one to have been doing any serious training. What seemed especially odd was Sakura was holding Sasuke's hand and he wasn't protesting. Or maybe he was simply too tired to. Sakura-chan. Naruto yelled, large happy eyes lighting his face. How was training? Did you get any better? Sasuke team still having trouble. Shut up, Naruto. Both genin yelled as they made their way towards the house. Kakashi absent-mindedly reached into his pocket and pulled out his Icha Paradise. He'd been yearning to read it all day, but the blonde enigma was eating away at his curiosity. Now that he was at least partially sated, he felt safe to return to a familiar hobby. Yet he didn't miss the suspicious glance from Sasuke that bounced from him to Naruto and back. Jealous, eh? He thought that seemed incredibly ridiculous. The number one rookie jealous of the dead last because he was having a private conversation with their sensei. Perhaps he should give the Uchiha some extra attention in the near future to dispel that line of thought. He had never really trained for a cause before. Naruto had always trained for himself. Learning the basics and above of chakra control well before his classmates. Straining his body to perform his katas as perfectly as he could without a sparring partner. Usually he even went long into the night trying to finally gain mastery over an exercise or. Yet all that had never been for any other reason than to reach his own goals. Now he felt a new determination welling up inside of himself. This feeling of doing something for someone else was a very empowering feeling. The rush it gave him was enough to make him forget his tired body and to push himself well past his normal limits. He was going to show Inari that heroes do exist. If he could get stronger faster, then he could protect everyone easier sooner. And there was little doubt in his mind that he would need all the strength he could get in the near future, with Zabuza still alive. But it was because of this empowering feeling that he pushed himself too far. Somewhere around 4 in the morning, he finally collapsed of exhaustion and both body and chakra depletion. Around him in the small clearing were piles of leaves and grass. Several trees had puncture marks that looked like a large, but short blade or hammer of some sort had been thrust into them. Snoring fitfully, he lay ignorant of the birds that landed on him. Not the bird that stood on his headband and was chirping quite loudly could awaken him. Those were natural sounds and smells that his mind and body ignored, even in his sleep. But a new scent wafted up into his nose. It was foreign to nature, thus potentially dangerous. In an instant, his mind was awakened and his eyes snapped open with his hand snapping automatically to his kunai pouch. What he saw was a slender figure standing over him starting to reach down, probably to poke him. With the way the hair was so long and silky, it seemed to Naruto that this was a young girl about his age. She wore a slightly surprised gaze due to the abruptness that he'd awoken. But she quickly covered it with a kind smile as she knelt down next to him saying, "You shouldn't sleep out here or you'll catch a cold." "Who are you?" he asked, wiping the sleep from his eyes. "Just a friend," she said simply. "But you can call me Haku." "Haku?" he said, looking at her. Well, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. What are you doing out here?" "I was collecting herbs to be used in an ointment I'm making," Haku answered, smiling again. "An ointment?" he questioned. "You mean to heal someone? Can I help?" "Sure." And just like that, Naruto set about helping gather the plants to help this person. It was actually kind of relaxing for him to do it. To go through the various plants on the ground, looking for the specific kinds, and picking them helped to relieve a bit of tension that had been building up in his body for some time. "Thanks for helping out," Haku said when the basket was noticeably fuller. "You sure are working early," Naruto observed as he sat down on the ground. "You too," Haku pointed out. "What are you doing here at this time of the morning?" Chuckling at the memories of his own teammates asking him that very question only several days ago, he answered honestly, if bluntly. "I'm training." "Really? Wow." Haku said. "But why are you training?" "Because I need to become stronger." "But you look pretty strong already," the strange girl said quietly. It was indeed true. Though they were mostly hidden underneath his jacket, Naruto's muscular arms were leaving distinguishable bulges in his sleeves. "No, I need to be stronger," he said, waving his arms for emphasis. "That's the only way I can prove that heroes exist." "Heroes?" Haku asked. "What do you mean?" "I need to prove to Akaki that just because his father died, there are still heroes in the world," Naruto said proudly. "Really?" Haku said, slightly disappointed. "So you train for others to recognize you?" "Eh?" The look of confusion on his face brought small chuckles for Haku. "What's so funny?" After regaining some composure, Haku asked the question that would change Naruto's life. "Do you have someone who is important to you?" Naruto's confusion only deepened. What is this girl trying to say? Thoughts of Haku's own precious person brought a wave of snapshot memories through him. Though many were not happy, they were content with knowing he'd found someone who didn't hate him for his bloodline. Looking up after being drawn reluctantly from his memories, Haku looked thoughtfully at Naruto. "When a person has something important to protect," he says in a gentle but serious voice. "That's when they truly become strong." Memories flashed through Naruto's mind. Memories of the power he'd discovered when he saved Iruka sensei. Memories of the safety he'd felt when Kakashi told them he wouldn't let them die as abuser. In that instant he fully understood what Haku was saying. "Yup," he said happily. "I understand that very well, One-san." This brought a small smile from Haku. Then remembering that Zabuza needed these new herbs, he stood up and started to walk away. Stopping momentarily, he said, "You will become strong. Let's meet again somewhere." "Sure." Naruto called out happily. "Oh, and?" Haku had his back turned so he couldn't see what Naruto's reaction would be. But he was willing to bet it would have been hilarious to watch. "I'm a boy." Haku's silent prediction came true. It was hilarious, especially with the way his jaw seemed to nearly drop off his face. "No way," was the only coherent thought in his mind. "He's prettier than Sakura-chan." Haku was leaving the clearing when he spotted the other boy from the Genin team approaching. He continued on his path, ignoring the questioning look on the boy's face as he passed. Deciding to ignore the strange boy, Sasuke walked forward to where he could sense Naruto's chakra. He found the blonde sitting on the ground, seemingly contemplating deep thoughts while mumbling to himself. "I've seen a lot of weird stuff in the world," the blonde was saying as the Uchiha approached. "But this one takes the cake." If he had any more enlightening speeches, it was not to be as the arrogant Uchiha smacked him over the head. Grasping his throbbing cranium, Naruto glared up at his rival. "What was that for, team?" he demanded angrily. It was too early to get into a fight already. "What were you and Kakashi-sensei talking about last night?" Sasuke demanded with an equal amount of anger. It struck as the only plausible explanation. Kakashi was giving Naruto private lessons outside of team practices and missions. Why else would the dope be able to perfect the tree climbing after only a few tries? Or how the dove could walk on water, which was supposed to be very advanced chakra control for any genin. "That is a secret," Naruto said simply as he crossed his arms defiantly. Not in the mood to play games with the dove, Sasuke glared at the blonde. Then he simply turned with his patented grunt of he had training to do and he didn't have time to waste it on a baka like this. Chapter 12. Bloody Mist. It was a fruitful evening for the young boy. In the span of a few hours, he had created, honed, and perfected his first serious attack style. He called it Futon. Kei's Kiwa no Jutsu. The Wind Edge. He based it heavily off of the other that he was creating. But it was because he already had a good grasp of controlling chakra, he was able to perfect them in only one afternoon. It used the principles of the compressed and spinning chakra, only he replaced it with chakra-charged air, and it circled his hand. The tightly compressed and spinning air was strong enough to effectively cut through anything he happened to take a slash at. Trees, water, even boulders. It needed 4 hand seals, compared to its cousin the Kei's Tate that needed 3. But it ate away at his chakra at a surprisingly fast rate just to maintain it. For this reason, Naruto stumbled into the house that evening. He was utterly exhausted, but very happy to have finally done something that he saw as worthwhile since learning to tree climb. Dropping himself into the first empty chair he found, he flashed everyone with a delighted grin, before promptly closing his eyes and dozing off. Tsunami smiled sweetly at the blonde from the kitchen counter where she was preparing dinner. Kakashi and Tazuna shared a confused look at the boy's antics. Naruto's good mood didn't even get ruined when Sasuke and Sakura limped inside. If anything, Naruto's amusement was increased at the sight of Sakura half carrying a nearly unconscious Sasuke into the house. Both looked as worn out and as filthy as he felt. It seemed that Sasuke hadn't stopped once since he started earlier that morning and had even persuaded Sakura to join in for a while. It seemed as though Sasuke wouldn't stop his training until he was able to have the same proficiency as Naruto and Sakura. The pink-haired Kenoyi proudly reported to Kakashi that he was now able to tree climb as well as her. Normally Naruto would have poked fun at Sasuke for looking like he just crawled out of a swamp or something. But tonight, Naruto was simply too tired to really care, so he let it go. After a fast meal, Sakura was quick to take Sasuke to bed. If Sasuke hadn't been so tired, he would have protested about her directing his actions. But since he was exhausted, he didn't give it a second thought once his head touched the pillow. Naruto too looked like he was about to fall asleep where he sat. His grin was quite large despite the drooping eyes. He was almost positive that nothing could ruin this good mood. Oh, how wrong he was, as Inari proved when he spoke up. The next morning there was a light mist in the air that brought with it a chill. It was calm, not even hardly a breeze to disturb the serene quietness of the early dawn. In the silence of the morning, a pair of predators watched their prey. The simple-minded workers were feeling a growing excitement about their work. It was nearly finished. Soon the tyrant that had ruined their lives would finally lose his control over their homeland. But with this increased excitement came increased fear. Because they were drawing close to completion, they knew they were drawing inevitably closer to death. Smirking silently at the men as they looked about in confusion at the thickening mist, he felt his own kind of excitement rise. For today he would fight with the infamous copycat Nin again, and this time he was ready for the Sharingan. Yet, maybe he should have a little fun with these workers first. Gatu would probably want them killed anyway, and he could always force the greedy runt to pay extra for these unnecessary kills. With this thought in mind, Zabuza hefted his sword and walked calmly forward. Behind him, Haku waited patiently for his partner and role model to have his fun. What about Naruto? Tsunami asked as she watched the other shinobi and her father walk out of the house. He's pushed himself too far, Kakashi said. I don't think he'll be able to get out of bed until later this evening. Please look after him until then. Sure, she said easily. No problem. Alright, let's go, Kakashi said as he turned back to Sasuke and Sakura. Privately he was amazed that they had recovered enough of their chakra after only a little bit of rest. When he was their age and suffering from chakra depletion, he'd be out for at least a full day. Then again, he privately reevaluated. They weren't quite as strong as I was at that age, despite their increasing reserves. Scarcely 15 minutes after they left, Naruto suddenly awoke. It wasn't that he sensed something was wrong. It was because he no longer smelled the familiar scents of his teammates or Tazuna anymore. Springing to his feet, he dashed over to where he knew that Tsunami would be. As soon as he saw her, he skidded to a halt while loudly calling out. Hey. Hey. Where's everyone? Looking up in surprise from her sewing a rip in one of Inari's shirts, Tsunami stared at the boy. Oh, you're awake already? Naruto's impatient but not angry glare brought out the desired information. Kakashi-sensei said that you should rest. Yelling out angrily, the blonde promptly turned tail and raced back to his room while shouting, I knew it. They ditched me. Not even 5 seconds had passed before Tsunami saw Naruto racing back out of the room fully dressed. Well, as long as you didn't count him still pulling on his sandals. He sprinted past the mother and son as he called out, see you later. Once he was out the door, he sprinted for the tree cover. He would make faster time up there rather than on the ground. His cheerful mood from last night was gone. All he felt now was resentment that they'd left him behind. Yet not even in this state of mind did he fail to notice that in a slight change of wind were there two new scents. What happened here? Tazuna shouted in outrage and fear. As the bridge builder ran up to the only one who was still barely alive, the shinobi were analyzing the scene. The bridge was littered with the bodies of the workers. The pools of blood surrounding each man were still growing larger. This suggested that this had happened only a little while ago. Kakashi noticed the mist suddenly growing thicker, too thick to be natural. Then he sensed the presence of two beings approaching from behind them. He snapped into high alert as he barked out, "Get ready. Here they come." Sasuke and Sakura immediately tensed as they snatched out kunai and formed a protective ring around Tazuna. An excitement was building up inside of Sasuke. Last time, the feeling that was now surrounding him had paralyzed him in fear. Now, it was different. He felt stronger, confident. He knew he could handle the situation now. But that didn't change the fact that his body was shaking quite visibly. "Sensei," Sakura asked with nervousness heavy in her voice. "Is this the Kurikage no Jutsu?" She didn't get an answer. For at that moment a sinister and familiar chuckling erupted around them. Then a familiar voice said, "Long time no see, Kakashi." "I see you're still with the brats," Zabuza said. "It's too bad they won't live long though. Look at that one, he's shaking with fear again." Then the mist around them cleared to reveal a half-dozen Mizubunshin, all with their swords at the ready. Finally seeing his target, Sasuke spoke up with a conviction that left no doubt in anyone's mind that he was being anything but serious. "I'm shaking with excitement." He watched the pair in silence. He was a predator expertly stalking prey that had ventured too close to his den. The pair of them were clearly shinobi due to their headbands. The symbols on the headbands made it abundantly clear that these shinobi were probably from Kurigake. Based on their apparent age, appearance, and the lack of the standard vest, he guessed they were probably upper-level genin. The leader of the pair was the older of them, probably close to 16. The other, no doubt 12, seemed to resent the teen's leadership but obeyed nonetheless. He watched them from the safety of the tree canopy as they dashed for the house Tazuna lived in. They stopped and after a series of silent hand signals split up. He followed the closest one as he scouted around the house, apparently looking for someone or something. Meeting up with his partner on the other side, they held a whispered conference. Then they marched cockily up to the front door. He wasn't sure what they wanted, but if they did anything threatening towards either being still inside that building, they would pay dearly for it. As if mocking his resolution, one of the boys threw a chakra-enhanced punch that knocked a hole through the door while tearing it off its hinges and announcing the pair's arrival. Snarling at this blatant display of strength and arrogance, he dropped down from his perch and approached silently while forming a plan in his head. Inside he heard Tsunami's panic scream soon followed by Inari's scared call for his mother. Instinctively increasing the speed of his run, Naruto reached the entrance in time to see the Mist Nin knock Inari back down the hall from which he had come running. "It's such a shame that we can't have a little fun with such a pretty thing." The teenaged Mist Nin was holding an unconscious Tsunami in his arms as he said this. He had what Naruto could only call as a lustful gleam in his eyes. His hands started trailing down her body. Not if he had any say in the matter. "Leave her alone," he yelled, dropping into an aggressive taijutsu stance as he yanked out a pair of shuriken. "Oh look," the youngest of the pair said with an obvious sneer. "The blonde's gonna play hero. Isn't that sweet? Shut up and kill the gaki already." The older one barked as he returned his gaze to the Tsunami. "I wanna have so much fun here." "I said," Naruto said softly, slowly raising his hand that held the shuriken. "Leave her alone." With that yell, he threw the shuriken straight, the one caressing Tsunami. The arrogant shinobi smirked as he brought up a kunai to block the shuriken. But he wasn't prepared for the weapons to suddenly transform into Kage Bunshins. Caught by surprise, he was unable to block the fist that the closest one threw into his face. As he was thrown back, he automatically dropped Tsunami who was caught easily by the second Bunshin. "What the?" The younger Miss Nin was able to gasp out in surprise before something very hard smacked him over the head from behind. The young genin slumped over unconscious to reveal a terrified-looking Inari holding a badly dented frying pan. "Good job, Inari," Naruto called as he approached as the Bunshin holding Tsunami backed out of the hallway and into the closest room. He and his free Bunshin faced the older genin as he reoriented himself. With a disgusted glare, he pulled out a second kunai as he watched the two Naruto closely. "What the fuck was that?" he demanded. "Bunshins can't fight." "Who said these are Bunshins?" the two Naruto asked simultaneously. Scowling angrily, the Miss Genin threw one of his kunai. He knew that he couldn't fight against an opponent who could create clones that could fight back. So his best bet was to separate them and knock out the real one or destroy the clone to get to the Tsunami and finish his mission. The kunai went straight for Inari. only to be intercepted by another kunai thrown from the other end of the hall. It was from the second bunshin who'd carried the tsunami away. This isn't good, the teenager realized too late. His attention was returned to the pair in front of him as they began a short series of hand seals. He almost let out a sigh of relief when the hand seals didn't end with the feared Taurus seal. Yet his relief was short-lived as he watched chakra and wind suddenly begin swirling around the pair's right arms. They had their hands straight, fingers connected and formed a blade-like appearance. "You're very unlucky," Naruto said. "Because you'll be the first person I test this on, his clone is finished." Dashing forward, the pair split and attacked from different angles. The Mist Nin only had time to dodge one. But the other was in his face before he could react. With a stabbing thrust, the blonde brought his hand forward and into his shoulder. It felt as though the boy had stabbed him with a kunai. But as he brought his arm out in an upward sweep, the slashing wind continued to cut and tear at his arm, leaving a large gaping trench in his shoulder. The Mist Nin heard loud pain-filled screaming from somewhere nearby and soon realized it was him. Thankfully, he was saved from further pain as the blonde he dodged came back. He was whacked smartly on the back of the neck and crumpled unconscious on the floor. Dropping the K's Kiwa and his Kage bunshins, Naruto instantly began to regret his creation of this. It was the very reason he was trying so hard to make that drilling. The sight of the quickly growing puddle of blood on the floor was making his stomach as queasy as he thought it would be. Why did he have to make this? Hearing a scared whimpering behind him, Naruto faced Inari. The young boy also had a slightly pale face as he tried to not look at the blood pool. Sighing, Naruto tried his best to ignore it as he picked up the Mist Nin and quickly dragged him outside. Seeing this, Inari tried to copy it with the nin he'd knocked out. He didn't get too far until a new Kage bunshin appeared to help him. He was quick to bandage the wound and tie the pair up to a nearby tree. After a bit of encouragement to the still scared Inari, Naruto left for the bridge while leaving a Kage bunshin to clean up the mess that he'd left behind. She didn't know what to do. Kakashi sensei was too busy keeping Zabuza away from her and Tazuna to be able to help Sasuke. And she knew that she couldn't leave Tazuna to help Sasuke. The Uchiha had been trapped inside a series of ice mirrors that fake hunter nin had created. Though after a while Sakura could tell that Sasuke had started to dodge the needles a little easier, her relief was short-lived. On the inside, she glimpsed Sasuke going through a series of hand seals just before a large blast of flames impacted on the mirrors. Where normal ice would have melted in an instant, the ice mirrors remained and barely had a layer of steam coming off. If Sakura had been paying attention to her sensei, she would have seen him casting a furious glare at Haku. Then something did draw her attention momentarily to him as he began fighting with Zabuza. Kakashi was careful to knock the misjoining away from Tazuna at every chance he got. Apparently the hunter nin had been going easy on Sasuke before. Now he was throwing too fast for even Sasuke-kun to dodge. The Uchiha now resembled a human pincushion and it was breaking her heart to know that she couldn't help him. Then she heard a final choked cry from Sasuke as all the sound of fighting inside the dome stopped. What had happened? The answer came to her soon enough. Haku slowly climbed out of his mirror. Once he was completely out, they began to melt and fall to the ground as nothing more than cold water. They revealed Sasuke lying on the ground with a pair of needles in his throat. He lay there, unmoving on the ground. The feeling of panic overrode her fear. Whereas before, she felt safe knowing that Sasuke was nearby and would probably protect her from anything. Now she was staring at his body and came to a chilling conclusion. He was dead. This boy had killed him. Somewhere inside herself she felt something break. Something that had always shielded her from the horrors that around her in the world was gone now. In that instant, she felt her innocence be taken from her forever. Then, where her innocence had been, she felt her inner Sakura suddenly gaining an enormous presence inside her. Fueled by unconditional and blind rage of a level she had never felt before, Sakura allowed herself to be taken over by her inner self. She didn't even stop to consider what she was doing. All her focus was on killing this creature that had emotionlessly killed her beloved. The fact that she'd left Azuna behind in her automatic rush for the murderer before her didn't even register in her mind. To her, it was just him and her on a battlefield now. Forming a trio of bunshins to go running with her, she watched as Haku calmly waited for her. This infuriated her even more. With a bestial roar, she cast a pair of shuriken at him. Using the approaching projectiles to map her approximate location, Haku deflected them and dashed for her at a speed he knew she couldn't follow. It took a single punch to her gut to send her careening back the way she came with the bunshins disappearing at her sudden lack of focus. So he thought that he was better than her because he could smack her around like Sasuke-kun. He's going to pay for that. Climbing to her feet, she once again rushed him in a blind rage. This time she didn't even try to form bunshins. All she was going to do was pummel this beast into a bloody paste. Then she was going to turn her wrath on the one who no doubt trained him. As if sensing her intentions, Haku snapped out several. They pierced her legs and arms, causing her limbs to go numb and have her stumble. He watched him passively as she still continued to try to crawl over to him. There was a fire in her eyes that he'd never seen before. Why? Because of what happened to that boy? As she drew closer, he heard an incoherent growling coming from her throat. It was as though she'd become possessed by a demon. Slightly unnerved by her actions, he chose to end this fight now. With two well placed, he watched as she finally fell to the ground with blood escaping from the wounds. With a resigned sigh, he glanced back at Kakashi and Zabuza. They were obviously locked in combat, judging from the thick mist surrounding that section of the bridge. From what he could sense, they seemed to be about on an even footing. Returning his attention to their target, he began a slow walk forward. He watched as the now unprotected man began to cower in utter fear. Just as he was reaching for his needles, Haku sensed a new presence coming from behind him. Turning abruptly, he stared in surprise at a familiar orange jumpsuit. The blonde Naruto, he remembered, was standing over the girl with his back turned to Haku. Haku could see him visibly trembling with fury as he clutched his fists. How did Naruto get behind him without him sensing him sooner? Naruto was breathing very heavily. Whether it was from exertion from traveling as fast as he could to get here or from the emotional trauma he was no doubt experiencing was debatable. But one thing was certain. When he spoke, his voice was not the same. After boasting to Inari about how the hero always arrives late, he felt as if he'd failed. If he was the hero here, he was a very poor one. He didn't arrive late. He arrived too late. In his mind were memories of his past and the times he'd spent with his teammates. Memories, whether good or bad, that he couldn't help but play through his mind. "Don't let me catch you in my store again, Uzumaki." A man yelled dangerously from inside the store that Naruto had made a rather ungraceful exit from. Not waiting for a reply, the man slammed the door shut. "When I become Hokage, I'm gonna cook your ass over a slow fire, theme," the blonde growled moodily, more to himself than anyone else. Sasuke smirked conceitedly, which drew Naruto's attention. "The day you become a Kage will be a sad day indeed." "Shut up, Sasuke team," Naruto yelled as he bounced to his feet. "Adobe will never be anything other than Adobe, Baka," Sasuke said as he started to walk away. He knew he was pushing Naruto's buttons, but he was bored. "Naruto?" Sakura snapped. "Hey, stop glaring at Sasuke." The blonde spared the pink-haired girl a small, hurt glance. Then he promptly returned to glaring and scrutinizing the Uchiha. Sasuke returned the glare full force, making a mental note to beat the crap out of the blonde later. This glaring contest turned out to be a big mistake on both their parts as another genin hopeful accidentally bumped into Naruto. The bump, however soft, was more than enough to send the blonde face first into Sasuke's face. Though it lasted scarcely a nanosecond, they broke apart and immediately started to gag like they'd been poisoned. It was only when a wave of killing desire washed over him that Naruto felt it. Danger. "Naruto," Sakura said in a deceptively calm voice, speaking for the girls behind and beside her. "You are so dead." Yelping in surprise, he skidded to a stop a few feet away from Sasuke. Crouching down, the boy demanded, "Sasuke, what are you doing here? How did you get loose?" "I used the escape," he said, smirking at the blonde's angry expression. "Nothing to it. It's a very basic technique. Why did you do that, change into me?" Glaring at the Uchiha, he growled out, "I thought it would be fun to try out my own, so I did." The formed 5 Kage Bunshins dived for him while preparing to use Inmaku no Jutsu. Grunting in aggravation, Sasuke said, "The same again." "Last time I went easy on you," one Naruto snapped. "This time you're going down for the count. Get ready, Sasuke." Then 5 loud groans from the blonde stomachs roared through the hallway. The boys dropped unceremoniously to the ground, each clutching his stomach. Then they turned and ran for the restroom. "What a loser," Sasuke muttered as he turned around and took the long way back to the classroom. Then the sound of an alarm going off attracted all their attention. Then realization descended upon them, not a single one of them got a bell. "Oh, Sakura." A familiar voice called sweetly from the tree cover. Looking up, the genin spotted their instructor leaning on a tree trunk. He had what could only be considered as evil gleam in his eye as he gazed at the girl. "Hi, sensei," she answered, suddenly realizing that she was in trouble. "Did you try to get a bell?" he asked nonchalantly. Sakura stared at him. She was indeed in very big trouble. "And no, sensei." "You know what that means?" "Not the post, sensei." His only reply was what they'd come to call his smiling eye. Both of whom are now dead. Emptiness opened up inside of him. They were dead. His friends and teammates were longer with him. No more bugging Sakura for a date, even when he didn't want to either. No more glares from Sasuke, which he hated. No more fearing about his teammates bugging him about his secret, which he treasured. Never again would he be able to mock Sasuke when he finally allowed himself to be able to do something better than the Uchiha. Never again would Sakura yell at him for being loud and annoying. They were gone. He didn't care what was happening around him anymore. He didn't even realize that he'd sunk to his knees and was crouched over Sakura's body. All he felt was a festering anger growing inside of himself. He was angry at himself for being too slow to arrive. He was angry for working over his limits to make him quickly realize he didn't want to. He was angry that he did the one thing that even Baka-sensei said he wouldn't do. He let them die. Rage was building inside of him. He didn't try to control it. If anything, he fed the flames and sharpened the edges of his wrath. But for all his fury, one thought prevailed through his mind. They would never be coming back. "You are too late to save them," Haku said quietly, somehow knowing that he could hear him. "But you should be proud. They died honorable deaths." "Shut up," Naruto growled. Haku didn't know if it was his imagination or not, but something suddenly seemed different about the blonde. A fight-or-flight instinct kicked in with warning bells going off for him to flee as far and as fast as he could. But he suppressed that urge and instead created a series of Mizubunshin in front of himself. "Now it is your turn to die," Haku said as his Mizubunshin all withdrew several needles. "Shut up," Naruto yelled. No, it definitely wasn't his imagination. The blonde's voice had definitely changed. It was deeper, throatier, and sounded much more menacing. Suddenly he felt an awful feeling of unconditional fear wash over him as he saw red chakra begin spiraling around the boy. If a person's wrath was ever palpable, this boy had just become the living incarnate of it. Turning around from his position on the ground, Naruto glared blood-red, slitted eyes at Haku. It was then that Haku suddenly noted the physical changes that had come with the boy's wrath. As the boy steadied himself on the ground while preparing to lunge forward, Haku spotted vicious claws where his fingernails had been. Naruto was glaring at him with tear-stricken cheeks which now the whisker marks had become much broader and darker. His mouth was pulled into a snarl that exposed elongated canines and slightly sharpened teeth. The swirling red chakra was gathering around his body, forming a vague silhouette around the boy. Haku found himself fearing for his life for the first time in a long time. The amount of malicious chakra that he could sense radiating from the boy was nearly double even what Zabuza could ever achieve. Combined with the fiercest killer intent he'd ever felt before, Haku suddenly realized that he was before a power he had no chance against. "I'm gonna kill you." It wasn't a statement. It was a promise. Deep inside the Kurigakure no Jutsu, Zabuza and Kakashi had been blissfully unaware of what was happening until suddenly a wave of foul chakra washed over them. Both stopped in their tracks as they felt unconditional shivers of fear rush down their spines. "What's this chakra?" Zabuza wondered. "It's far too powerful to be Kakashi. Something's wrong." "Naruto. When did he get here?" Kakashi's worries, however, were much more realistic. He recognized this awful feeling quickly. There had only been one creature that he'd ever had the misfortune of coming across that held such furious and foul presence. Kyuubi. This is bad. Could it be that the seal has been broken? After a moment of deep searching, he found it. It was weak in the overpowering feel of the chakra presence, but it was still there. Naruto was still alive. The seal hadn't been broken. Else his soul would have been destroyed very quickly. No, it was still there. Just buried under the ocean of hatred that he'd somehow summoned. Snatching a scroll from one of his pockets, Kakashi took a dab of blood from the slash across his chest and smeared on the now open summoning scroll. It was time to end this, and fast. If he did, he might be in time to stop Naruto from fully allowing his inner demon to take control. Here he comes. Haku and his Mizubunshin had only a split second to launch there onto the enraged blonde. But that second was more than enough time. The blonde faltered in his attack as the needles pierced his legs, arms, and abdomen. Stumbling to the ground, he fought to stand up again. Using the blonde's disorientation, Haku and his Mizubunshin surrounded the blonde. They were in the process of casting more when Naruto suddenly found his strength. Standing up, he threw his arms back as a burst of chakra blasted the needles out of his body. The needles impacted Haku and his clones. The clones were reduced to puddles of water while Haku tried to stay focused on the boy. Quickly removing the few that had buried themselves in his body, Haku went through familiar one-handed seals. Naruto was just about to lunge at the last remaining Haku when he noticed something around him. The air had gotten cold as water droplets rose from the ground and began forming needles. They were everywhere. No way could he dodge them all. When the needles came dashing in toward him, he pumped as much chakra as he could into a series of hand seals. Haku watched in confusion as the blonde's hands blurred momentarily. Then an enormous gust of wind kicked up and surrounded him. All the needles were deflected and sent flying away in all directions. Before Haku could think of something else to do, the blonde rushed forward again. With a burst of speed far superior to anything he could do, even inside his ice mirror, Naruto got behind him and brought his fist up. Only this time, Haku could not dodge. He watched as the blonde approached with what felt like an eternity, even if it was little more than a second. Naruto's fist was coming and he couldn't react. The punch to the face was the most powerful he'd ever come across before. It sent him flying a great distance away. Once he came to a halt, Haku weakly crawled to his feet. The mask he was wearing now mirrored what his face felt like. Completely shattered and falling off in pieces. Seeing his enemy still alive, Naruto came rushing forward again. Haku watched in despair as the proof of what he'd feared came rushing at him. He could not beat this small genin. If he couldn't beat him, then he'd fail Zabuza. This thought was what kept him from trying to retaliate. If he'd failed Zabuza, then he was of no use to him anymore, a weapon who'd outlived his usefulness. He watched him passively while his mask crumbled, breaking apart and falling limply to the ground as the enraged Naruto came charging forward. No doubt aiming to kill this time. He had no doubt that the pair would fail. In fact, he hoped they would. It would be much cheaper that way. Jounin, especially missing nins, were terribly expensive due to their wanted status. They had to overcharge their clients even if they didn't want to. Normally he wouldn't degrade himself to come to the scene of such a pointless battle. But this time it was special. He wanted to see this beast and his puppet die. Because they had hurt, much less touched, his precious figure, the reward was death. He brought with him a group of samurai that, together, had the same price as Zabuza. If was lucky, Zabuza would kill most of them before finally biting the bullet. The fact that he was backed by such a large group gave him a sense of power. It was this sense that led to the situation he was in now. Because of his superiority complex, he'd taken the liberty to kick the body of the impudent whelp who dared harm him. It was an obvious show of disrespect. And he enjoyed it immensely. His enjoyment was only increased by the fact that Zabuza was so badly wounded that he no longer could use his arms. The mist nin couldn't retaliate if he'd wanted to. Then the troublesome leaf nins interfered. Namely the blonde loudmouth who'd accidentally killed the boy under Gatu's feet in his rage. Somehow, the blonde's words melted the ice surrounding the demon of the mist's heart. Gatu was a coward. He lived his life trusting his fight-or-flight instincts. Well, they had been ringing since he'd decided to come here and mock the shinobi. They suddenly sounded out 1,000-fold as he watched Zabuza do the only thing he could. The man chewed away the bandages around his jaw and asked for a kunai from the blonde. Upon seeing the immense and unfaltering killer intent in the demon's eyes, Gatu realized his mistake. He'd left the safety of his samurai behind. Turning, he rushed back toward them and the boat, all the while yelling for them to kill him. Now he was safely at the back of the Ronin samurai. The sounds of screams of pain and death were thick in the air. He couldn't help but smirk arrogantly. It didn't matter how strong, deadly, or fast a shinobi was. There was no way they could get through all these men and still live. Then he spotted Zabuza among all the bodies. The demon was impaled by spears, daggers, katanas, and just about every imaginable weapon a samurai could carry. But the man was like a juggernaut, he wasn't going to be stopped until he'd reached his goal. Gatu? With a gurgled scream of horror, Gatu watched as the embodiment of death approached him. There was nothing he could do. In the back of his mind, he couldn't help but question his fatal pride and bloated ego as to why he'd come to a battlefield when he knew it was not safe for his precious figure. Because he had a superiority complex. He had never once considered it would be the death of him. This was his last thought as Zabuza closed in on him and, with a single slash, beheaded the greedy businessman. It was cold and dark. He was in pain everywhere. Nothing could be done to make it stop. But it was because of this pain that he was able to wake up. It hurts to move. It hurts to breathe. It hurts to think. It just plain hurt. Where was he? What was he doing that would put him through so much misery? And why was it so cold? Cold. Ice. That boy. Eyes snapping open, Sasuke tried to sit up, but it was painful. He felt numbness and sharp pain throughout his entire body. Ignoring it as best he could, he was finally able to lift himself up into a sitting position. Upon seeing the sticking out of his body and numerous cuts and scrapes, he began to gently remove them. With the sudden removal of each individual needle, the pain would vanish and be replaced by a dull throbbing. He was finding it easier to move with every needle that was taken out of him. When he felt the pair of needles in his throat, he couldn't help but question why he was still alive. Shouldn't he be dead if they were in his throat? Deciding that it wasn't worth his time to question good fortune, Sasuke was quick to remove them. Standing weakly up, he glanced down the bridge. He spotted Kakashi and Naruto standing on the far end of the bridge, facing a large but disordered group of samurai. On the other end of the bridge, he saw a terrified Tazuna cowering behind a large pile of boxes and stone blocks. But what drew his attention was the bundle of pink hair on the bridge not too far away from him. Stumbling over, he looked down at Sakura's limp form. She too had sticking out of her at odd angles, as well as the telltale pair in the throat. Kneeling down, Sasuke pulled the weapons out of her as gently as he could while studying the areas that she'd been hit in. There was not one vital spot punctured, only superficial wounds meant to distract or disable the opponent. Now why would he have to give her such wounds? Surely Sakura wasn't crazy enough to attack him alone when not even he stood a chance against a hunter nin. But the wounds didn't lie. She must have done it. A small groan drew his attention back to her as she opened her eyes. For the briefest of moments, they just stared at one another. Then she did something that he was far from being prepared for. "Sasuke-kun," she yelled out with mixed emotions. He had been ready for that, and even when she pounced on him. It was so predictable. But when she gave him a fierce, passionate kiss on the lips, he froze. He didn't know what she was thinking that would drive her to do this, but that point seemed irrelevant. The only thing he was aware of was her soft lips on his own and his increasingly warming cheeks as his face was consumed by a blush. Then he finally regained his composure and tried to pry himself off her, or as much of himself as she would let him. How did she get so strong all of a sudden? "I thought you were dead." Sakura wailed as tears began gushing out of her eyes and soaked into his shirt. "What happened?" he asked finally. "Where's that masked kid?" "I don't know," she sobbed. "I don't care. You're alive." "Sakura," Sasuke said with an obvious warning in his voice. "Please let go of me." Very reluctantly she did. Climbing to their feet, Sasuke automatically began searching for the masked kid in case he suddenly appeared again. Sakura seemed to believe that all the danger had passed as she joyfully yelled down the bridge to their teammates. "Naruto!" she yelled. "Sakura-chan." It couldn't be her. She was dead. "When did you get here?" she called out as the blonde slowly glanced back at her. "Where's that masked Gaki?" Upon seeing her and Sasuke both standing and seemingly in good condition, tears began to form in his eyes. Tears of happiness. Then the guilty look in his eye brightened at the sight, his teammates were still alive. They could still hang out together. He could mock Sasuke every day, bug Sakura to his heart's content, and they in return would beat him down again. Paradise. Glancing back towards the body of Haku, he felt a deep sense of gratitude for the boy. He hadn't killed his friends after all. Yet that would mean Naruto had killed him for no reason. This realization brought a tsunami of regret and self-loathing over him. How could he have killed Haku if the boy had been willing to spare his friends? Naruto didn't know if he could live with himself, knowing that he'd caused that boy's death because of appearances. Then, as if to add salt to the wound, a memory fragment drifted through his cranium. A shinobi must always see underneath the underneath. The fact that he'd not even bothered to examine the puncture wounds they had caused only increased his guilt. If he'd taken the time to examine Sakura rather than jumping to conclusions, Haku might still be alive. "Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said quietly, yet he still drew his teacher's attention. "Please don't tell them. I don't want them to know." Kakashi saw the look in his eyes as he stared at Haku. He was killing himself over killing the boy, he realized. Sighing, the silver-haired Jounin nodded silently. Naruto was momentarily spared of his pain when the samurai let out cries of fury at having their boss killed. But thanks to the timely arrival of Inari and the village folk, as well as a clever use of simple bunchins, all-out war on the bridge had been diverted. Naruto watched solemnly as Kakashi carried the dying Zabuza over to Haku. He felt a chill go down his back and thought it was just his nerves. But when a very light flurry of snow started to descend from the cloudy skies, he couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Glancing at the prone body of Haku, a simple thought drifted through his pain. "Are you crying, Haku?" It seemed elegant in a way. A boy with the bloodline capabilities to control water and ice would have a snowfall as he died. But snow wasn't the only thing falling. There were also tears. It was a long 2 weeks for Team 7. After burying the mist shinobi side by side, they spent the remainder of the time simply healing. Kakashi had a stab wound in his right hand, a long gash across his chest, and various cuts over his body. Sasuke and Sakura were suffering from the puncture wounds and, in Sasuke's case, chakra depletion. Only Naruto was in good condition, at least physically. During those 2 weeks, Team 7 had seen a side of Naruto that they never imagined existed. He was depressed and brooding over Haku's death, like Sasuke over his clan and family's deaths. It was rare for him to even crack a smile. Sasuke and Sakura thought it had something to do with their deaths that was affecting the blonde so badly. Indirectly, they were right. That much they could get from him when they questioned Naruto those first few days. Yet when they tried to push for more, he snapped back with a viciousness that had even Sasuke reeling back in shock. Because it was so hard to keep his mask up, Naruto distanced himself from them for hours at a time. His time away was spent in the woods, training or brooding or anything that would keep his mind occupied. From one point of view, it wasn't wasted time either. He was able to hone his newer and was already inspired to create another futon. He called this new wind technique Keizuana. It was a trap in all senses of the word, for it was meant to pull objects to him rather than repel. But the way he went about creating it was much different and harder than any other he'd made so far. Thus progress with it was extremely slow. He was trying to use one-handed seals. The only thing that he allowed himself to remember of that fight was the fact that Haku could use one-handed seals. That was something that excited him to no end. If he was able to perfect these one-handed seals, then he'd be able to summon no matter what condition he was in. First he practiced simple things that he'd known for years, like henge and kawarimi. It was very hard at first because of the absence of his second focusing point. He had to yield his chakra with more than twice the amount of control or it would fail. Due partially to this fact, he found himself draining his chakra reserves unnaturally quickly. Once he'd exhausted his supply, he'd begin to practice his hand seal speed again. In the past week he'd been unable to, so Naruto knew he was out of practice. It was during these practice sessions that his temper would really flare up. This was due to the fact that as his mind and body grew accustomed to the quicker seals, his mind would wander inevitably back towards the battle. Then, as he'd unwillingly recall the events that transpired, his fingers would tangle and snap him back to reality. But his main focus was on a new exercise he'd found for himself, water walking while trying to use the first stage of his primary. It was much harder than he'd originally thought it would be. He not only had to concentrate on a constant flow of chakra into the water, but he had to remember the specific spinning motions his chakra was meant to do with the fact that both were fairly draining on him meant that he was having a tough time. But he'd set his mind to it so he was going to keep doing it. Sometimes, he'd get so absorbed that he'd lose track of time. In fact, he was finding that was becoming a habit of his unfortunately. He hated to do it. But he had to know. So he decided to try Naruto first. But that hadn't ended too well. So he finally approached Kakashi with a question that had been on his mind for days. What happened on the bridge? He had asked during one of the times that Naruto was outside spending his time training. Kakashi, who had his masked nose buried in his Icha paradise, merely glanced at him before returning to reading. After a moment, he answered before Sasuke's temper spiked. He was killed when he lost his reason to live, he said softly. You didn't answer my question, Sasuke pointed out, not trying to disguise his impatience. No I haven't, Kakashi said easily. Because it isn't important. But I believe you know of something that happened during the fighting that you're not telling me. What? Sasuke said, unable to hide his confusion. Once again glancing in his pupil's direction, Kakashi studied him briefly. Then he returned to his reading while mumbling in a voice he knew Sasuke could hear. Well, I guess since it was a fight. Too busy dodging, you wouldn't have noticed it. Noticed what? The young Uchiha demanded hotly. He tried to remember his battle with the hunter Nin. There was nothing worth noticing about it. Until shortly after he'd gotten trapped in those cursed mirrors. He'd been able to react faster. A sudden excitement began to grow in his stomach. Could it be? In response to the Uchiha heir's demand, Kakashi merely brought his hand up and lightly tapped the part of his headband that covered his Sharingan eye. Sasuke just stared at Kakashi for a moment. Then, in a rare display of emotion, a rapidly growing smile broke across his face. He'd finally awakened his Sharingan. Now he was one step closer to fulfilling his ambition and bringing that murderer to justice. The only positive thing that really occurred during that time was the bridge. With nearly the entire village helping now, the progress had leapt from staggeringly slow to amazingly fast. With nothing to fear from Gatu's crumbling company, the villagers returned to work in earnest. Now they stood before the graves of the Mist Duo, paying last respects. For one of the few times that they'd known him, Naruto didn't try to make a scene. He just stood back with Sasuke and Kakashi, waiting for Sakura to finish. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura said softly. Were these two correct about shinobi? Though she hadn't heard the speech of how a shinobi was a tool, it was one of the few details that she obtained from Naruto. It hurt her to realize that despite what her heart was telling her, it seemed very plausible. A shinobi isn't supposed to pursue his own goals, he said. Becoming his country's tool is the most important. That's the same for Konoha as well. Is that what it really means to become a true shinobi? Naruto asked quietly. Receiving no answer, which he didn't expect, he continued, you know what? I don't like it. I'm going to make my own shinobi way. He said with such determination that it brought a surprised glance from Kakashi. What he saw was a shadow of the old Naruto finally starting to come back into the light. It seemed to be beginning with that infamous foxy grin of his, however small it was. It was still a start. Kakashi couldn't help but shoot him a relieved smile. Apparently it was indeed Naruto's first step to recovering. They marched proudly across the now completed bridge. And with each step, it was like cheerfulness was rushing back into him. Hence, he couldn't help but to go into a narrative of what he was going to do once they got back to Konoha. Let's get home fast so I can have Iruka-sensei buy me some ramen. He cheered out, suddenly starting to bounce on his feet in excitement. Oh yeah. And I have to tell Konohamaru about my legendary feats. Somehow feeling recharged now that Naruto was returning to normal, Sakura shyly glanced over at Sasuke. She'd barely spoken 3 words to him since she'd woken on the bridge. This was merely out of pure embarrassment that she'd kissed him like that and under those circumstances. Sasuke-kun, she said timidly. How about a date when we get back? No thanks, was his simple answer. But. Hey. Naruto interrupted with a hurt grimace on his face. How about me? No. Sakura yelled, losing her shyness instantaneously. Shut up, Naruto. Kakashi could only give a happy sigh. Yes, things were certainly heading back to normal. With Naruto practically on his hands and knees while Sakura was waving a threatening fist in his face as Sasuke tried to ignore them both, there was definitely a new leaf rising out of the ashes. The team was the first group to cross over the newly named bridge. The Great Naruto Bridge was born. Chapter 13. The next level. He had never been so happy to see his rundown apartment in his entire life. Everything was as he left it from what he could see in the gathering darkness of the room. Except, of course, for a few bits of trash that some villagers had thrown in from his broken window. Letting the backpack fall limply to the ground from his shoulders, he took a long and deep breath. Smelling the familiar air of his home and finding a peace of mind that had eluded him for weeks. It was nice to be back where he belonged. After stowing away his traveling equipment, Naruto began digging under his bed. Pulling out a tin box, he sat down on the bed. Popping the lid carefully, he examined the contents. All the scrolls inside were still there with no apparent tampering done to any. Now he really let out a sigh of relief. Taking out the last one he'd been working on, he unrolled it. The title of the scroll was enough of a name that anyone interested would have immediately tried to grab a hold of it. It was simple and to the point. Uzumaki Family Jutsu Scroll 2. On this scroll was the beginning of the explanation he'd hastily written down for Kei's Tate no Jutsu. Now that he had the rest of the evening, he decided to put a more thorough description of it onto it, as well as little notes that he'd found while practicing it. Next on the scroll came Kei's Kiwa no Jutsu. This description was a bit less precise due to the fact that he still wasn't entirely sure of its true capabilities. Yet he did write down what he had done with it. After scribbling down the basic concept of the Kei's Wana no Jutsu, he closed the scroll and took out the special one. Whereas the other two scrolls were left somewhat unprotected, this scroll held a very special seal that, at this point, only he could utilize. Due to the seal, anything that was written on it while it was in his possession would turn invisible. The only way he or anyone else could see the writing was if he channeled chakra through the scroll. But should anyone else try to, the scroll would burst into flames. On this scroll were the notes and experiences he'd had with his primary as he was creating it. Naruto took extra care with the descriptions of what happened to the tree he'd experimented on, as well as the backlash of chakra that hurt him. Then he wrote down his goals for what he considered to be the beginning of the next stage of this, adding power. In the beginning, Naruto had found that he sometimes forgot the little details about chakra manipulation. So to compensate for this problem, he started taking notes which eventually led to him writing down all the problems and experiments he went through to create his own. He started creating them to compensate for the fact that he had no family to teach him any. Since he considered this secret his most prized one, he had gone first to Iruka sensei and then Sandaime Hokage for a way to prevent anyone other than himself from opening and reading his scrolls. At the time, the blood seal had been very confusing to him and so was difficult to perform. Ajusen readily agreed with giving him this special seal when he saw that Naruto could use high-level weapons like Kage Bunshin. Team 7 had nearly set a record for the fastest travel time a genin team could go while on the way back to Konoha. Not one of them wanted to remain away from home any longer than they needed to. So Naruto didn't realize how exhausted he was until woke up the next morning on top of the secret scroll. Things almost returned to normal for them now that they were back home. Except for the fact that neither boy could seem to stand to be in the other's presence anymore. Sasuke, despite being on cloud 9 about getting his Sharingan, suspected that Naruto had something to do with the Hunter Nin's death. The belief was only reinforced when he began to notice Naruto's sudden rapid growth in power. This, of course, was a hard hit to his pride and ego, which made him just unbearable to be around when the blonde was near. Naruto seemed to have guessed what the Uchiha's sudden coldness towards him was about and promptly began to mimic the gesture. Since he couldn't blame anyone but himself that Sasuke had figured it out, he put his energy towards insulting the boy and keeping his well-toned but badly weakened mask in place. This left Sakura in the middle, trying to pacify Sasuke while demanding Naruto to stop upsetting him. What was somewhat surprising was that Sasuke seemed to be listening to her a bit more now since their time spent together training. But this didn't stop the boys from trying to outdo the other on their missions and training. It seemed that now that Sasuke had discovered how powerful the dove could be, he was taking the boys' rivalry a bit more to heart. That was a change compared to Naruto's one-sided rivalry throughout their time in the academy. The day they were given the mission of cleaning and reorganizing a toy store in Lower Konoha. This was a long, tedious task that kept them busy throughout the morning and early afternoon. Charged with stacking several boxes filled with rubber balls and various other trinkets, Naruto's foul mouth was running at double time. Shortly after they completed their section of the store, Sasuke and Sakura were dismissed by Kakashi. Naruto, having a slightly large area to clean due to his desire to outdo Sasuke, was left alone to finish. Hefting the last 3 boxes onto one another, Naruto tried to hurry over to pile as fast as he could. He wanted to go to Ichiraku's and eat, he was starving from missing lunch. Because of his impatience and hunger, Naruto failed to notice that he was a little too close to the stack. He crashed into it and overbalanced, trying to catch himself, seemed to only aid in the inevitable. The 3 boxes he'd been carrying toppled over to the ground and their contents scattered. Heaving himself up, Naruto glared daggers at the mess. He was almost done. It was a conspiracy set up by Sasuke, he just knew it was. That team was going to pay when he saw him again. Snatching the closest rubber ball, he shouldn't do it, but he knew that he needed a vent for his frustration. The focusing of his primary came a bit more naturally to him, so he was able to watch the ball expectantly as he was doing it. Not until he felt only a trickle of warmth seeping out of the ball and a lot of straining did he realize that something was wrong. The chakra was spinning, but the ball wasn't breaking. Then it hit him. The ball wasn't breaking. Why was that? Looking closely at the ball in his hand, he let the chakra seep away. Once it had, he felt the tiny amount of warmth disappear. Then bringing it up again, he sent the chakra spinning as fast as he knew it would take to burst a water balloon. But nothing happened, save for a slight warmth from the friction of the chakra inside it. This would need much more careful examination, he realized, suddenly forgetting his frustration. Thanks to this discovery, his mind was now occupied with the mystery and his body went on autopilot as he cleaned up the mess, stacked the boxes, and left. He didn't even realize that he'd taken the ball with him. The journey was long, even she'd admit that. With hardly any time to herself and the constant presence of her brother, she was on edge worse than usual. It had been almost a week since they left their home and she was most definitely looking forward to arriving. What she really needed was a bath and a nice bed. It was not a pleasant experience for her, traveling so far with no time to scrub herself clean. Sure, she was kenoyi at heart, but she was still a teenage girl. She wanted a bath. The terrain gradually changed from formless and familiar to forested and threatening. But she wasn't concerned. As long as her brother was there, moderately in control, she was safe from harm. It was not that she couldn't fight for herself, but still. The gates of Konoha were a welcome sight. Finally, a week of travel could soon be scraped from her body. With this thought in mind, her patience was severely tested by the standard gate guards. Now, as she was walking back towards the motel they'd rented, she passed by a grocery store. The smells of various foods, both familiar and foreign, wafted up into her nose and caused her mouth to water. Alright, maybe a little snack before returning wouldn't hurt. The store was graciously stacked with almost more food than she'd ever seen in one place. In her home, they conserved food almost as much as they did water. Food exposed to the air would corrupt in a matter of time. So it was vital that they kept as much wrapped up and stored away as possible. The fact that these villagers didn't feel the same about their food supply just baffled her. Shrugging it off, she walked off down one of the aisles. It was as she was looking for some fruit that she met a very weird person. She was minding her own business when she was suddenly bumped into roughly. The bump turned into an unconventional tackle as she turned and tried to evade the person. She landed roughly on her backside with the person flopped lopsidedly over her. She felt her temper flaring again. This was a very bad time of the month for her, so getting tackled was more than enough to set her off. How rude. As the person, a young boy she was able to determine, was pulling himself quickly off of her, she took a swing at him. The boy was knocked back with a bleeding nose as he was trying to reach for his purchases. Standing up and snatching her fan, she glared down at the boy as he sat up again. It was a genin, based on his age and the headband. But he was dressed in an orange jumpsuit and had strange whisker marks on his cheeks. His bright blonde hair put her to shame. He looked up as he noticed her standing imperiously over him. Chuckling light-heartedly, he said, "Gomen, I guess I should pay more attention to where I'm going." Damari didn't answer, just continued to glare down at him. He sent her a curious gaze as he spotted her headband strapped loosely around her neck. But her gaze was slightly unnerving to him, so he just chuckled again. Then as if forgetting about her, he dashed about and gathered his spilled bags of what appeared to be mostly ramen, milk, and a few vegetables. The boy stood up and quickly disappeared down the aisle. She continued to glare at his retreating back, which almost seemed to speed up his progress, until he was gone. It had been too long since he'd faced his rival in combat. Now that he had his own team, he knew that he'd be able to beat him. Yuden was the smartest kid in their class. He'd be able to think up unbeatable attack strategies when the time came. Mogi was, as she put it, the prettiest girl in their class. Thus, with her cute looks, she'd be able to make their opponents underestimate their strength. And, of course, Konohamaru was the one who would be doing the bulk of the fighting. Crouched under their perfect disguise, they shadowed Konohamaru's rival. The boy was too wrapped up in his own world to notice them, at least that's what Mogi said. But they were too close to him, Yuden pointed out. But that made ambushing him much easier, he told them. Their prey stopped outside a grocery store and seemed to be waiting for someone. But that didn't matter to him. It was time to show his rival that it was he who was going to become Hokage. Bursting from their clever disguise, Konohamaru leapt for the boy. He had a kunai in hand and a deadly battle cry from his mouth. His rival didn't even seem to react at all. Maybe he truly had finally caught him by surprise. This was even better. But just as he was nearly on top of him, his rival turned and caught Konohamaru around the neck with an iron grip. Gasping in surprise, Konohamaru reflexively dropped his kunai as he tried futilely to pry the boy's hands from him. As the boy faced him, Konohamaru felt an embarrassment unlike anything he'd ever felt before descending upon him. This wasn't Naruto Niasen. It was a large boy dressed in an almost totally black outfit with a wrapped pakage hanging on his back. He wore a strange cap that made it seem as though he had pointed ears and had red face paint. But what really terrified Konohamaru was the fact that his headband didn't carry the Konoha insignia on it, but rather an Herglis. That meant that he couldn't use his grandfather's name to make him let him go. Not without broadcasting his identity to the rest of the shinobi community. What do we have here? The boy asked himself in a conceited tone. Let go. Konohamaru demanded, still trying to escape. He glanced pleadingly at Mogi and Yuden, but they seemed petrified in fear of this strange boy. Why? The boy asked. So you can attack me again. I don't like brats who attack from behind like cowards. Not brat. He gasped. Why was his vision beginning to spin and darken? You know, the boy said, with a wicked sneer. You're right. You're a brat who's dead meat. As the strange shinobi was reaching for something, a familiar voice yelled out, put him down. The boy's grip on Konohamaru's throat lessened slightly as he turned to face the person. With the sudden rush of air and blood back into and through his system, Konohamaru was able to look in the direction of the yell. Naruto Niasen. He cried out, trying not to show his fear in his voice. Who are you? The black-dressed boy demanded. And why should I care? I'm Uzumaki Naruto, future Hokage of Konohagakure, Naruto said simply, pointing at the boy with a determined gleam in his eyes. He continued. And you had better put him down if you know what's good for you. You're funny, Kankuro said with a peculiar grin on his face. Seeing that he wasn't going to relinquish his hold, Naruto dashed forward. Kankuro's gaze changed from light and carefree to sharp and dangerous instantaneously. Using his free hand, he sent a series of chakra strings over to and tripped the blonde genin. What the? Was Naruto's ever so intelligent remark as he sat up. Then he quickly put things into perspective and realized what the Suna genin had done. How can a weakling like you hope to become Hokage? Kankuro asked as his face returned to his previous carefree expression. Who are you calling weak? The blonde demanded as he stood up. Not waiting for an answer, he pointed at him again. I only charged you to see what you would do. Now I know you use chakra strings, I won't fall for that again. Really? Kankuro asked, almost ignoring the brat he still held. Let him go. Naruto demanded. This is your last warning. Ha. Kankuro couldn't help but smirk at the blonde's blind faith in his own abilities. And what are you going to do about it? Me? Nothing, the blonde said easily, a foxy grin breaking out across his face. Instantly suspicious as to what the boy was up to, Kankuro gave him his full attention. Me? Everything. The blonde's voice said behind him. Kankuro had enough time to glance backwards to see a second blonde before a foot smashed into his face. The kick sent him flying a short way down the street. In his surprise and pain, he dropped Konohamaru who instantly ran behind his Niasen. Quickly climbing to his feet, Kankuro stared at the second blonde for a moment. Then, realizing the obvious, he growled as he hefted the pakage off his back. He set it down with a heavy thump all the while glaring at the blonde as he released his clone. That was a lucky shot, he said angrily. It won't happen again. Bring it on, Sabaku team, Naruto said, walking forward slightly to put something of a buffer zone between himself and Konohamaru and the other two children. Kankuro, back off, a voice called out. Sunanin's reaction was as though someone had doused him in freezing cold water. Shivers of fear ran down his body as beads of sweat grew thick on him. Naruto, meanwhile, was glancing up at the red-haired boy standing on top of a nearby building. The fact that he'd been unable to sense his arrival greatly spooked him. The only person that had ever happened to him nowadays was Sandaime Hokage. This guy must be good, he realized. It was this thought that brought a hesitant smile onto his face as he stared at the boy's heavily sleep-deprived eyes. There was no emotion in those cold eyes. It was like he was staring at a chunk of ice. Hell, even Sasuke was a warm, lovable puppy compared to this kid. Losing yourself in a fight, how pathetic. The kid said, glaring at the slightly older Suna genin. Why do you think we came to Konohagakure? Listen, Gaara, Kankuro said, almost whimpering. They started at and. Shut up, Gaara growled. Or I'll kill you. Kankuro made no immediate reply to that, just a severely trembling body. Then practically begging for his life, he said, okay, I'm sorry. Sorry to you, guys, Gaara said as he glanced at Naruto and the terrible trio. In a whirl of sand, the boy appeared in front of Kankuro and stared at Naruto with a calculative gaze. To be able to fool Kankuro like that, Gaara silently assessed. He must be good. Glancing back towards his brother, Gaara said, where's Temari? I think she went to the hot springs, was his quick answer. Let's go, Gaara said as he turned to leave. Wait, Naruto called as he stepped forward slightly. Bringing his hands up behind his head with a foxy grin on his face, he asked, what are you guys doing here in Konoha? Don't you know, Baka? Kankuro demanded, giving Naruto an arrogant sneer. The Chunin selection exams. We're having it. He asked no one in particular as he cocked his head to the side and seemed to think about it. That's cool. I'll be sure to be there. By the way, what's your name? Gaara's gaze didn't change as he looked at him. Sabaku no Gaara. He was met with a large foxy grin. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet ya. Gaara and Kankuro vanished in a blur of speed. Naruto shooed the still trembling academy students away very quickly and they listened without complaint. Once they were safely away, Naruto turned and looked pointedly up at another building. I hope I put on a good show for you, themes. He called out before walking away with a satisfied smirk. What he left behind were 3 badly startled Odonin. There was a straw figure that looked vaguely like a human being. It was strapped tightly to a tree and had several targets attached to the approximate locations of a person's vitals. Those vitals, had they been real, were now so filled with kunai and shuriken that no normal person would have had a chance at survival. Sitting unflinching and unconcerned directly under the target was Hyuga Niji, the greatest genius of the Hyuga clan in 100 years. He watched impassively as the pretty dark-haired girl cast her weapons towards him with an almost careless gesture. Yet he held no fear of being hit, she was far too skilled to allow that to happen. Leaning casually against the same tree, Rock Lee too watched her practice. It was one of the few times that he wasn't pushing himself to extreme levels of training to beat his eternal rival Niji. It was during this silence that the bowl-cut kid remembered something that he knew would interest his teammates. Hey. He said, breaking their silence. Hey, did you hear? For the first time in 5 years, there are going to be rookies in this Chunin exam. No way. Tenten said with a small smile. It's probably some stubborn Jounin's competition or something. Which it could easily be. It has been known to occur a multitude of times in the past from overconfident genins and their instructors. No, the story is that 3 of them are students of that Kakashi, Lee said. He knew about this particular detail due to his brother father-mentor figure considered the masked man his own eternal rival. That sounds interesting, Niji said with a large confident smirk. He was quite looking forward to fighting them. Given the way that Mito Gai sensei always went on about how Kakashi is so overconfident about his own abilities, which would only mean that his students could be worthy challenges. But in the end, Tenten said as she sent another kunai flying. It struck the center dead on. We have to feel sorry for them, Niji finished for her. It was true. They knew too well what the pervert's abilities, hobbies, and faults were. All thanks to Gai sensei's rambling. Those poor genin were probably too busy beating up Kakashi for his tardiness to really learn anything from him. They arrived on time like they were supposed to. Only to wait. And wait. And wait some more. Sakura's foul temper was being sorely tested these days and a chronically late sensei wasn't helping. Last night, for some reason, she just couldn't fall asleep until it was nearly 1 in the morning. That left her with 4 hours of sleep and only an hour to clean and make her presentable. An hour for her obviously wasn't enough as some of her hair was sticking out at odd angles and her eyelids were constantly threatening to fall. As the 3rd hour rolled past, she finally snapped, how can this be allowed? Why does that person ask us to meet and then make us wait? Naruto was off in his own little world. Sasuke was brooding again. No answer was forthcoming, but that didn't stop her. She needed to get this out of her system or she'd go crazy. What about the feelings of a young girl who didn't get enough sleep or time to blow dry her hair? Why does everything have to be so high tension with her? Sasuke wondered, his own temper flaring as Sakura voiced his complaints for him, if in a slightly more feminine way. Why he was assigned to such an unreliable jounin was beyond Sasuke's comprehension. Morning. Kakashi called from his perch up on the bridge's support beam. Today I got lost on the road of life. Liar. Naruto and Sakura yelled simultaneously. Apologize. Kakashi only chuckled at that as he dropped down in front of them. Quickly growing serious, he said, this is sudden but I've nominated you guys for the Chunin selection exam. Huh? Was Sakura's answer. Sasuke watched Kakashi's limited face for any sign of deception while Naruto instantly broke into a large grin. What did you say? Sakura demanded, not really caring what he had just said. She was just in too bad of a mood to care. You think that makes up for? Here are your applications, Kakashi interrupted, holding 3 pamphlets forward. This was better than if Naruto had begged Kakashi-sensei himself. The man just instantly decides that they are ready for the next level. It was this line of thought that drove him to jump onto the man while shouting, Kakashi-sensei. I love you. This would be great. Maybe he could meet up with and possibly fight Gaara later on. He was sure that would be an awesome battle. Daydreams of such were racing through his mind as he quickly snatched his pamphlet and scanned the questions listed on it. He didn't even notice Kakashi telling them that they didn't have to accept the nomination if they didn't want to. He was going even if he had to leech onto another team. But he did catch the vital information. Academy room, 301 4 o'clock tomorrow. The 3 of them were walking back towards Konoha together after Kakashi dismissed them. Naruto was holding his application form like it was a lost page of a holy text. He was literally walking on air and speaking his mind, totally oblivious to Sakura's growing depression. There's going to be a lot of strong guys in this thing, he mumbled to himself. Like him. Oh, I can't wait to fight him. I wonder how good he is. Heh, when I win this, I'll get to be Hokage even sooner. Sasuke and Naruto were so caught up in imagining what kinds of fights and fighters that they'd run into that they didn't notice Sakura stopping and just staring at them as they continued walking away. One thought prevailed in her mind. I don't want to. She knew that she wasn't ready for this. She knew that she was weak, as that hunter nin had so graciously proved. I can't even keep up with Sasuke-kun and Naruto. And now the Chunin exam. One thing she did know for sure, she was probably not going to be getting much sleep in the next few days. When Naruto came sprinting for them, shouting out his customary greeting to Sakura, she actually greeted him back. This drew Sasuke's and Naruto's attention quickly, though neither said anything. Something was wrong with her today, but what? As they marched through the academy they found themselves shoulder to shoulder in a very large and dense group of genin from all over the continent. It was actually a little intimidating for them from all the ugly and downright vicious glares that were being shot in their direction from so many foreign and dangerous people. Then the cause of such a large crowd quickly came into view. 2 rugged-looking Konoha genin seemed to be guarding the doorway to the desired room. But there was something wrong with it, all of them realized quickly and each in their own way. It took only a small suspicion, confirmed by a brief flash of his Sharingan, for him to see that this wasn't the room they wanted. Sakura, having had some experience with, easily recognized the tiny manipulations that were at work inside her brain, trying to make her see what they wanted her to see. Naruto knew that they weren't on the 3rd floor because of the smell alone, it stunk of cleaning supplies that were only stored on the 2nd floor, and there were various floorboards that were loose that made loud complaints when stepped on. They weaved their way to the front in time to see a pretty girl get roughly smacked aside. After listening to the pair of genin's speech of what Chunin's responsibilities were and how they were doing them a service by not letting them pass, Sasuke grew bored. I agree, but, he said as he stepped boldly forward. You will let me pass through. And also remove them. Muttering broke out around the crowd as they tried to understand what this kid was saying. What but, like the Uchiha he was, Sasuke completely ignored them in favor of finishing his speech. I'm going to the 3rd floor, he said. Ah. The spiky-haired guy moaned, trying not to show his disappointment. There goes their fun. So you noticed. His partner said. Sasuke merely smirked in reply. This was perfect. He could use this. He knew what Sakura's problem was, but he also knew 2 things. She underestimated herself, and she'd known what was happening all along. Sakura, he said, gaining her attention. You must have noticed first, right? What was he talking about? Was it then why would he even care if she saw it or not? Your analytical ability and know-how. He said, glancing at her with an almost warm expression. Well, it would have been warm if it was anyone other than Sasuke that was doing it. Is the best on our team. It was at that moment she understood. He actually knew what she could do. If he was trying to get her to come along because he was confident in her, then that must mean. A small chuckle escaped her lips as her confidence was given an enormous boost. This chuckle drew a small smile from Sasuke that went unnoticed by everyone. He had been right after all. She was scared because of a lack of confidence. A little word of encouragement on what she knew she could do well, and look at that. She was definitely getting better as a Kenoichi. In one encounter, he'd gained an interest in 2 new genin he'd not met before. The first was a scandalously dressed bowl-cut kid in green spandex and enormous eyebrows with an incredible speed. The second was quite obviously a Hyuga, based on the signature dark hair and pale eyes. Now he watched as the first of 2 dropped down from a balcony after proclaiming a desire to fight with him. There was a determined glare in the boy's eyes as he stared impassively at the Uchiha. If he'd been dressed in anything other than such a hideous outfit, the glare might have had a stronger effect on Sasuke. My name is Rock Lee, he said pointing at Sasuke. When you want to learn a person's name you introduce yourself first. Right, Uchiha Sasuke. So you know. Sasuke said, a little irritated by the boy's attitude. Crouching into a peculiar stance, Lee continued, I want to fight you. I want to test my techniques against the offspring of a genius shinobi clan. Plus. The boy's cheeks began to brighten as he shifted his gaze toward Sakura. Warning bells of a kind that she'd never experienced before began ringing loudly in her mind. The only time anyone had ever blushed at her was Naruto when he was trying to ask her out on a date. This kid, Lee, wasn't planning on it too. Was he? The mere thought sent shivers of disgust down her spine. But when the boy winked at her, her worst fears were realized. And she reacted accordingly. She shrieked. Those eyebrows are gross. Both her teammates watched her in silent amusement as she continued to voice their own thoughts and pick at the boy's serious lack of a wardrobe. Lee evidently took it all as a compliment from her, based on his continued blush and following reaction. You are an angel. He said as he blew a strange heart shape towards her. Sakura reacted on instinct. Snapping back and down so low that she smashed her head on the floor in an effort to avoid the strange projectile. Apparently it wasn't a wasted effort as it sailed over her and impacted safely with a support beam. Sitting while rubbing her tender head as goosebumps snaked over her drew barely restrained snickers from Naruto. After she was done reprimanding Lee, Sasuke spoke up. Despite what he was saying, he felt a growing excitement in himself. This boy seemed to possess extraordinary skills and abilities if he went off of the speed that he'd seen him use. If he could learn some of his, then he'd most definitely have a better chance against Itachi. Naruto's face was that of annoyance. He wanted to warm up against someone before actually starting, just to see where he stood in comparison against an unknown rival. While at the same time, he was getting especially annoyed at everyone for automatically wanting to fight Sasuke because of his reputation as being the #1 rookie and the Uchiha heir. And again, if his instincts were right, this kid might be too much for even him. So why not have Sasuke be the guinea pig? Besides, the Uchiha seemed to not only need to be taken down a few notches, but he was clearly overconfident. Why should Naruto make a fool of himself against a genin he didn't even know anything about? Even as Lee made his bold announcement, Sasuke could feel his excitement growing even more. This kid would most definitely be worth the time to fight. Sounds fun, he finally said. I'll do it. He ignored Sakura about the time remaining as he dashed for the boy. The ensuing fight was one of the fastest he'd ever had. He sent Lee a series of kicks and punches, but the kid dodged or blocked with extreme ease. Then he sent in his own kick at Sasuke that he couldn't dodge. Only block. Or thought he did. The kick sent Sasuke flying. He couldn't understand how this kid could do that. Was it some kind of ninjutsu or there was only one way to find out? And he'd wanted to test it on someone he deemed as worthy since he'd learned to summon it at will. When he stood up, the redness of his eyes didn't go unnoticed by anyone. Lee was excited at first before growing serious. He'd heard all about the abilities of the Sharingan from Guy Sensei. But even with this knowledge, was he really prepared for it? Sakura was only filled with admiration. She didn't know he had the Sharingan eyes. But if he did, he would be able to read Lee's moves and be able to counter them, all the while copying them. Her confidence in his abilities grew as she watched him dash for Lee again. Thus it came as an extreme surprise when Thick Bros ducked down and sent a kick up into Sasuke's chin. The force of the kick sent him flying fairly high into the air. Yes. Lee said, speaking into Sasuke's ear. Mine are simple to jutsu, Sasuke-kun. You may not believe it because it is so basic but. It was then that Sasuke was introduced to a weakness in the Sharingan he never even considered existed. Even if he could see what was coming next, that didn't necessarily mean that he could dodge or block it. Speed was the Sharingan's natural enemy. Lee had every intention of introducing Sasuke to one of his best, the Amit wrench. But when a pinwheel caught the loose piece of Lee's bandages and a giant turtle appeared, things took a strange turn for the young genins. The sudden appearance of the horrifying figure of Mido Guy forced Naruto to voice a comment he'd been dying to say to Lee, but was trying to respectfully restrain. Those eyebrows are so huge they're almost alive. He shouted in honest disbelief. The following yelling match between the two dead lasts also brought out some unwanted information of how Guy Sensei considered Kakashi his eternal rival. Team 7 was left to nurse their injured minds and egos. The Uchiha clan sure isn't worth much these days, Naruto said finally. He brought both hands behind his head. He ignored Sakura's ranting and focused on Sasuke's suddenly humbled form. Maybe now he is more aware that he wasn't exactly all he thought he was, Naruto silently hoped. Next time I'll beat him. Sasuke began, only to be cut off by Naruto again. Sure. The blonde said with a small smirk. Maybe you don't realize that you just got your ass kicked. At Sasuke's darkening expression, Naruto decided to state the obvious. You saw his hand too. Thick bros must have trained really hard every day. More than you. That's all it is. Sasuke's expression actually changed from a pained ego to slightly scared as he realized just what Naruto was saying. It was true that he didn't put as much effort into training as he knew he could have. Rather than focusing on honing his ability, he preferred to jump straight into the thick of it and improve in leaps and bounds, not at a steady pace. Maybe he wasn't ready for this. Then his Uchiha pride kicked. If he wasn't ready, then he'd just have to swallow his fear and do it anyway. After all, if he was too scared or hesitant during his final encounter with that man, he was as good as dead. Clenching his fist as he steeled his resolve, Sasuke snorted confidently. This drew Naruto's and Sakura's attention. This thing is getting fun, this Chunin exam. Upon hearing his words, Sakura and Naruto's expressions turned into relieved smiles. Their Sasuke was back. Ready to go? He asked them as he started walking toward room 301. Hell yeah. They found Kakashi-sensei outside the desired room. It seemed that what he told them wasn't true. They had to take it as a team and he seemed to have guessed Sakura's own hesitance as well. With Kakashi's heartfelt exclamation of how they made him proud, they approached the doors. Let's go. Naruto said with an air of confidence that rivaled Sasuke's as his teammates opened the doors. As a team they started this exam and as a team they entered the first phrase of it. Chapter 14. Swallowing Fears. The blonde eyes widened in amazement at the sight before him. So many. The number of shinobi inside the room was breathtaking. There must have been almost 300 of them and every single one was staring right at the trio that stood there in the doorway. It was actually kind of humbling in a way with the all-evil glares that were shot at them. This could be fun. Naruto's excitement was slightly dampened by the fact that he may have to kill some of the many genin he was staring at. He could feel his body beginning to tremble at the thought. It wasn't something he really wanted to do again if he had his way. Sasuke-kun. A familiar voice screeched as a blur of purple and long blonde hair latched onto the said boy. You're late. I haven't seen you for a while, so. Ino practically purred into his ear. She either didn't notice his disgusted stare or she ignored it. Either way, Sasuke was reminded just why he preferred one kunoichi on his team than an entire classroom. I've been waiting in excitement. Of course, Sakura felt as if her personal space was being invaded and she instantly jumped in to protect her claim. Naruto turned and started to walk over toward where he spotted a few of his old classmates. Why should he waste his time with a pointless argument between the two rivals? Oh. Naruto said with a foxy grin. The idiot duo. Don't call us that. Shikamaru said with a deep frown. Choji ignored the comment in favor of reaching deeper into his bag of chips. Shikamaru stared hard at Naruto, trying to see if the boy was trying to deceive everyone as much as he had during their years in the academy. Based on the way the blonde seemed to be ignoring his Sakura-chan and not poking fun at Sasuke's predicament, it would seem that he didn't feel as much of a need to. Maybe soon he may find out if the boy was really as good as Shikamaru always suspected him to be. Yahoo! Another familiar voice called out. Naruto's reflexive wrinkling of his nose didn't go unnoticed by the Naru boy. Found you. Naruto watched his teammate approached. Shino was as silent as ever, surveying all around with a cool indifference. Kiba wore his usual arrogant smirk with Akamaru dozing on his head. Hinata had a small blush on her face and her eyes quickly diverted away from him as he glanced at her. Hello. She said quietly. Well, Kiba said as his smirk grew slightly. Everyone is assembled. Geez. Shikamaru groaned. This was going to be very troublesome very soon, he could tell already. You guys too. I see all 9 of this year's rookie genins are taking the exam, Kiba said, stating the obvious. I wonder how far we will get, Sasuke-kun. Snorting at Inuzuka's attitude, Sasuke said, you seem confident, Kiba. We did a lot of training, Kiba replied, not trying to show his pride. We won't lose to you. Time to play along. Naruto's lips twitched very slightly at the thought of once again fooling the rookie 9. It had been quite a while since he'd actively tried to. Perhaps now was as good a time to get back into the practice as any other. Shut up. He yelled, sliding right back into his well-known mask. Sasuke team might, but I won't lose to the likes of you. Sorry. Naruto-kun. Hinata said very softly. Kiba-kun didn't mean it in that way. Naruto looked at her with a raised eyebrow. She'd actually spoken to him without stuttering. That was the first time since he'd known her to actually do that. However, nothing else about his first friend seemed to have changed, not even the cute way she was fidgeting with her index fingers. His gaze sent the girl fidgeting even more as her blush began to deepen. Hey you guys, a kind voice said from the side. You should be a bit quieter. As the rookie 9 fixed their attentions on the teenager wearing glasses, the teenage genin continued, you guys are rookies just out of the academy right? Screaming like schoolgirls. Geez. This isn't a picnic. He didn't know what it was. Maybe it was the teen's attitude that he displayed as he approached them. Maybe it was the look in his eyes, a look that he was hiding something big, a look that he knew very well himself. Or maybe it was the easy way he carried himself, like an experienced jounin. Whatever it was, something about this teen just caused Naruto to have a severe case of dislike and distrust towards him, even though his confused and slightly curious expression didn't falter in the slightest. "Who do you think you are?" Ino asked. She was a bit repulsed by the guy's attitude as well. "I'm Kabuto," he said easily, a small smirk pulling at his lips. "But instead of that, look behind you." Many of the nearby gathered shinobi, especially a few shinobi wearing rain-in headbands, were shooting particularly vicious glares at the gathered rookies. After giving some advice to keep quiet, since this was very nerve-wracking for the foreign shinobi, Kabuto shared some information about himself. If it hadn't been for that feeling he was getting about the guy, Naruto would have fallen to the ground laughing. This was Kabuto's 7th time taking the Chunin exam. He was either very weak or he just didn't want to become a Chunin to have to take it so many times. But he definitely wasn't weak. "Wow," Sakura said. "So you know a lot about this exam." "That's right," Kabuto said with an irritatingly friendly smile. He seemed almost proud of that fact. "Wow," Naruto said, not trying to hide his disrespectful tone. "Impressive." Chuckling at Naruto's attitude, Kabuto pulled out a series of cards. Holding them up, he said, "Then I'll share some information with you cute rookies. With these nin info cards." As he went into a lecture of how his nin info cards worked, Naruto couldn't help but become interested. Maybe this guy had information on some individuals here. Then he could see where he stood in ability compared to everyone else here. Then again, maybe he didn't want to know. That could make it even more exciting for him in the long run, not knowing if he was better than his opponent or not. Sasuke beat him to the punch by voicing the question. The question drew a chuckle from Kabuto, who asked almost sneeringly, "Are there some guys you're worried about?" "Of course. The info on all this exam's participants isn't perfect, but I do have it." "Broccoli of Konoha," Sasuke said immediately. "And the red-head kid from Sand, Sabaku no Gaara," Naruto said with a goofy grin on his face. It couldn't hurt to see what he could do, right? Besides, if it had a list of his, maybe he could coax the kid into sparring with him or maybe teaching him some later on. As the other rookies glanced questioningly at Naruto, Kabuto withdrew the desired cards. Holding up the first card, he said, "A year older than you guys. Mission history. D rank, 20 completed. C rank, 11 completed. Sensei is Mido guy. His taijutsu has improved greatly in this year, the rest is nothing impressive. This is his first exam with his teammates. Hyuga Niji and Tenten." The next card especially interested Naruto, who all but shoved Sasuke aside in an attempt to see it. He was very disappointed to see Gaara's ability stats covered in question marks. "Next is Sabaku no Gaara," Kabuto continued. "Mission history. C rank, 8 completed. B rank, 1 completed. Wow, a B rank mission is a genin. Since he's a newcomer from a foreign country I don't have much info, but it seems he returned from all his missions without even a scratch." As Kabuto explained about how only the best of the various shinobi villages were allowed to enter, Naruto's attention was given towards Hinata as she began to mutter. Though he didn't face her, his sharp ears picked up what she was saying quite easily. It was actually pretty accurate for several of the rookies, even if they didn't voice it. "M makes you lose your confidence. So basically," Sakura was saying, "all the people here are." "Yup," Kabuto said, almost smirking. "Like Lee and Gaara, they are the top elite genins from the various countries." He wasn't sure what he was doing still there. Maybe to see if any of his team would suddenly turn yellow and call it quits. Though they'd entered without hesitation, he didn't miss the serious amount of doubt they carried within themselves. Sasuke had been fighting, based on his slightly scruffy appearance. It also seemed as though he'd lost, which would explain for the humbled version he'd met with outside this room. If he was feeling nervous, then it struck Kakashi as fairly likely that at least one of his team would decide to quit. In his mind played the conversation he'd had within the short span of time it had been since he'd announced his team's involvement. "This isn't so easy," Guy said, being quite serious for once. "You're rushing things. Iruka is right. My team waited a year to gain greater abilities." The recognition he received from Mido Guy didn't go unnoticed by Iruka. He glanced over in surprise at this, but didn't say anything since this wasn't his conversation. "Let them mature a little more first," Guy advised. It was actually very rational advice. Most others would have taken it, since it was hardly disagreeable. But this was Kakashi's team and he knew them best, as well as their greatly increasing capabilities and teamwork. It was this thought that drew an arrogant snort from Kakashi. "They may not be perfect," he said quietly. "But they'll quickly blow by your guys." This, of course, got an indignant growl from Guy. He was about to continue his argument when Sandame spoke up, "That's enough. Now we will nominate the non-rookie genins. Before the conversation came to an end, Kakashi spoke one last time. Well, just don't complain afterwards. I made no attempt to respond. He now realized that he may have made a mistake. It had been pathetically obvious that they were scared. But would they decide to end this before it even got serious? As if in response to his silent question, a sudden very loud voice erupted from behind the closed doors. As if the yell had been water, it washed away any concerns he had. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I won't lose to you teams. You got that? Ah. Naruto sighed, feeling deeply relieved as a genuine foxy smile spread across his face. That felt great. Hey. Ino demanded, glaring at Sakura as though she'd done it. What is that? Sakura didn't even try to answer, too busy giving her teammate a disgusted grimace. He's too stupid to get down, she realized. Many of the shinobi who'd either had been ignoring the rookies or trying to scare them, now decided to try to turn the loud whiskered blonde into ashes with their combined glares. Among the crowd, the Suna siblings glanced up in surprise at the familiar voice. Hey. Kankuro said with a smirk. It's that guy from before. This was perfect. If he was in the exam too, then maybe he could get the team back for his humiliation earlier. Ara just stared impassively up toward the blonde. He's very spirited, Niji said to Lee. Too bad you didn't try to beat him down, Lee. Lee didn't bother to reply. He just stared up at him, suddenly desiring a match with a blonde who displayed such fiery youthfulness. You won't lose to those bastards. The Naruboy repeated. What was his game? Did he want a room full of enemies? Big words. What the hell are you doing? Sakura literally yelled into his ear as she put him into a chokehold. I was just speaking the truth. He managed to gasp out. Busy reprimanding Naruto, Sakura and the other rookies didn't even notice the movement of the Odo Nin. Kabuto picked them up instantly and was watching them from the corner of his eye. Even though he was facing and reacting to Sakura's lecture, Naruto had his full attention of the sudden spiked killer intents he sensed. They were coming closer, very fast. He was slightly relieved when they didn't seem to be targeting him, but rather that creepy Kabuto guy. He watched the ensuing face-off with interest. Kabuto had good speed, and he did indeed handle himself like an experienced person. But the bandaged shinobi's attack drew his attention. Since he had some experience with it, he had a pretty good guess what had caused Kabuto's glasses to break and his following reflexive gurgitation. He wasn't the only one watching this as quite a few shinobi had sensed the Odo Nin's rapid movement. But before the fight could escalate further, a sudden explosion drew everyone's attention to the front of the classroom. A loud and demanding voice shouted out, "Quiet down you worthless bastards." Standing in place of the smokescreen were at least 30 scary-looking Chuninins. All of them had either an ugly snarl on their face or an arrogant smirk. But the man standing in front of them was the most terrifying figure among them, accented by the long scars across his face. He gazed upon the Chunin hopefuls like a predator looking for worthy or easy prey. I'm Marino Ibiki, the examiner for the Chunin selection exam's first test. His almost hungry gaze instantly began to grate on the nerves of many of the genins. This wasn't a man that they wanted to cross, they could tell instantly. They were quite relieved when his prey of choice turned out to be the Odo Nin, who didn't seem to care about the man's actions. One of the many things Naruto hated in the world was what this Ibiki man soon revealed was going to be their first exam. He didn't have to act when he made his opinion on the exam known. What? You mean the first test is a paper exam? He was groaning quite loudly as he took his assigned seat, drooping onto the table while cradling his head as though it already hurt. The genin that knew him found this rather amusing. He had always had the worst paper test scores, always. In his mind, he was torn. He wanted to continue with his act, being the dead last baka that everyone knew. But if he did that, he would most definitely fail this exam. That was not an opinion. Yet, if his suspicions were correct, this test would mean that only those of Chunin level would be able to test and pass this test. Should I just answer the minimum required? Or should he actually try his best? So caught up in his musings, he didn't notice a familiar patch of indigo hair next to him until a slight movement and a familiar scent from that direction drew his attention. Peeking out of the corner of his eye, he saw Hinata sitting next to him. She wore a familiar blush which began to deepen as she noticed him staring. "Hey Hinata," he said happily. This resulted in a severe blushing fit from the said girl. Timidly, she smiled back at him. Her time in the first test was easily the most exhilarating and nerve-wracking time of her life. She was so close to Naruto, but also so far away. It had taken her very little effort to see the true purpose of the exam, but as whether Naruto did or was trying to follow the rules laid down was questionable. Even with the Byakugan she couldn't be sure. Believing that he needed help, she tried to offer her answers to him. But he didn't want her to get in trouble, so he refused. He was actually more concerned about getting her through the first test than himself. This thought filled her up with immense happiness and overwhelming embarrassment. But when the 10th question came, Hinata felt sure that he'd probably refuse to give up. Predictably, he did just that. Quite loudly. Hinata would have been teetering on the edge, probably willing to give up long before Naruto's shout had she not been so close to him. But he banished her fears in an instant, along with everyone else's still remaining. The second exam proctor showed after the purpose of the 10th question had been explained. She made an entrance that Naruto could have been proud of. Had she not misinterpreted the atmosphere in the room. It was actually a little amusing to Hinata. Shortly after, they arrived at the location of the second exam. Inevitably, the shy Hyuga had to part with Naruto, which saddened her considerably. Yet the fact that the boy seemed to wish to linger near her didn't pass by her notice. Why, when Sakura was on his team, would he want to be by her? Shy, little, dark, and ugly Hinata. The forest was even larger on the inside than it looked on the outside. The enormous trees that formed the tree line were very efficient at hiding the large open areas between the trees, as well as providing excellent cover for the carnivorous animals that lived inside them. Only those born and raised near such creatures or those with exceptionally dangerous skills could evade them. Or use. As the teammates so easily proved. It seemed that an older genin team didn't appreciate that these rookies could get this far into the exam and quickly targeted them. What they saw was their desired team standing in an open area, plainly in sight. What they didn't see until it was too late was a swarm of jumping leeches. Panicking, they killed a vast portion of them, but only ended up setting off a trap that Kiba and Shino set up while Hinata had monitored their approach. This was how Team 8 proudly discovered their heaven scroll. Now all they needed was a fast journey to the tower. The screams of various shinobi echoed faintly throughout the forest. To know that they were in a foreign landscape with enemies that could be lurking in the shadows watching them was enough to scare even the bravest at heart. For somewhat fresh genins who'd never had a truly serious battle against an enemy shinobi before, it was a very unnerving ordeal. "This place is creeping me out," Sakura said quietly as they stopped for a break. Team 7 had been traveling non-stop from the moment they entered the forest. In the span of an hour, they were close to 6 of the 10 kilometers inside the forest. "I'm telling you, Sakura," Naruto said for the 30th time. "It's no big deal." Turning around, Naruto started walking towards a tree. Calling over his shoulder, he said, "I'm gonna take a leak." "Like I wanted to know that, Naruto." Sakura snapped. Unbidden, thoughts of spying on Sasuke doing such an act drifted through her mind and made inner Sakura chuckle like a pervert. Sasuke, though he didn't show it, was constantly scanning the surrounding area. They could be ambushed by enemies at any second. There was no way he was going to get caught by surprise. That's when he felt it. Something was off. It was scarcely a moment later when a cry sounded from where Naruto disappeared to. Glancing in that direction, the two genin watched as the body was thrown savagely against the trunk of a tree. The fact that the body wasn't dressed in orange had them reaching for kunai and shuriken instinctively. That was just plain rude. Naruto's loud voice yelled from behind the tree. "You could have waited until I finished before doing that." Jumping to his feet, the aimed-in surveyed the situation. His element of surprise was gone. But that didn't truly matter much. These were just rookies, right? They were probably still wet behind the ears in the ways of the world and shinobi. He could handle them easily. "Since you've ruined my fun," he said, unsheathing a pair of kunai. "Why don't you save me the trouble and tell me which of you has the scroll?" The two in front of him flinched at the evil glare he was shooting at them. This was even easier than he thought. If he could scare them with such a weak killer intent, that scroll was as good as his. Then he could show the theme of a leader that he wasn't just an incompetent baka. "Unfortunately you forced me to be direct," he snapped as he charged forward. Sasuke leapt high into the air, eyes flashing red as his hands blurred through well-practiced seals. Inhaling deeply, he hastily calculated the aim-nin's trajectory. Kaiten. Rasengan no jutsu. Zipping between the fireballs, the aim-nin leapt up to meet the Uchiha in the air. But he was intercepted by a blonde and green blur halfway through and got a fist in the gut. Forgetting about his original target, the aim-nin made to stab the blonde blur in the back. But his arm was caught in a strong grip that he couldn't break. Glancing towards the resistance, he could only watch helplessly as a pair of feet came racing into his face. The attack knocked him straight down and made a considerable crater in the hard ground. Landing lightly nearby, Naruto and Sasuke watched the prone body of the shinobi for a moment. Cautiously approaching, it was apparent to them that the teenager was unconscious. Looking at one another, they nodded with a mutual feeling of respect and gratitude. It was then that Sasuke blinked in surprise. Where everything else was clear and sharp to his gaze thanks to the Sharingan, his teammate was blindingly bright blue. He could see the blonde's body, but nothing to distinguish him by. Dropping his Sharingan instantly, he was even more surprised to see that Naruto was using the Oboro no Jutsu. How could he do that? Sasuke-kun. Naruto. Sakura said hesitantly. "I think we need to leave." "Yeah," Naruto said from his kneeling position. There was nothing of any interest on this incompetent Aimnin's body. Namely the Kai scroll. It was some time and distance later that they stopped again. This time it was to discuss how to distinguish themselves from Tiki Nin. What Sasuke came up with was an excerpt from a poem that Naruto knew. Truthfully, he couldn't remember if his life truly depended on it. Which was why he probably chose it. Naruto knew that they were being watched, just like Sasuke. Yet he still had a role to play. "And you expect me to remember that?" he mused quietly. "How?" "You're such an idiot," Sakura said tiredly. "I've already got it down." Sensing the presence leaving, Naruto felt his nerves begin to go on edge. There was something different about this presence. But he didn't let that interrupt his argument, which was actually kind of nice since it helped him calm his nerves. "We need a better password. How about swordfish?" "I'll take the scroll," Sasuke said to Sakura as he stood up, knowing what was coming. Then the wind kicked in. Being digested by the largest snake he'd ever seen before wasn't all it was cracked up to be. Plus the smell of its innards when he'd cut his way out with K's kiwi was positively revolting. Once he'd cleared the stench from his nose and clothes in a small spring he chanced to cross, he rushed to where he sensed his teammates were fighting. It seemed that the Kusanin was just playing with Sasuke and Sakura while his teammates watched from a distance. Not desiring fighting this pair of unknown Tiki-nin, Naruto went straight for where he sensed the true threat. He watched carefully as his friends were blasted against the worst killer intent that he'd ever seen. Due to the fact that he was expertly hidden and watching from a reasonably safe distance, the effect on him was considerably weaker. That fact that Sasuke was still able to react fast enough to save Sakura greatly impressed him, especially given the fact that he willingly gave himself a superficial wound. Shaking himself of his own fear, he silently adjusted his position. In less than a few minutes of studying the way this Kusanin fought, he saw a rather unique similarity in all that he used. He had an affinity with snakes. The way he fought from the inside a snakeskin, had a disgustingly long tongue, and slithered up around a tree branch. Quickly formulating a plan, he called forth several Kage Bunshins and shifted his position. This would require very careful timing. Especially given the way he could tell this man was toying with Sasuke. "For the predator," the creepy Kusanin said after he emerged from within the snake. Rushing up a tree branch, he slithered up its length until a trio of shuriken halted his journey. "Omen, Sasuke." A familiar voice yelled proudly as all heads turned toward its source. "I forgot that stupid password." "Naruto." Sakura yelled out, feeling immense relief to know that he was still alive. "That was awesome." Sasuke scowled at the blonde. "This isn't the time to get psyched up, done. It would be better to run for your life. This guy is way out of our league." This drew a chuckle from the man. "My compliments on defeating my snake." "Naruto," the man added the name as an afterthought. As though he considered it a burden to deal with the blonde in a moderately polite manner. Sasuke watched as the blonde glared viciously at the man. It went without saying that the blonde hadn't listened to a word that he'd said. At the rate that he was fighting, Sasuke knew that he was going to lose. His chakra was draining at a ridiculous rate and his Sharingan, while helping, was becoming a slight burden to maintain. Despite how minimal, it still sapped his precious reserves. Though he knew that Naruto had very large reserves himself and was moderately fresh, he also knew that this Kusanin wasn't even winded yet. There was only one option that he could see that could save them. Besides, as long as they struck fast and viciously, they'd be able to gain both scrolls eventually, right? It was this thought that had him drop his Sharingan as Naruto was issuing his challenge to the Kusanin. "I'll give you our scroll," he called to the Tiki as he pulled out the aforementioned item. "If you let us go." This, of course, drew Naruto's immediate yell of disbelief. Sasuke didn't care. He wanted to get away from this man as quickly as possible. Ignoring the blonde's ranting, he threw the scroll towards the man. Only to have Naruto intercepted in a burst of speed that rivaled even his own. "Baka!" he yelled. "What are you doing?" Naruto had no reserves against hitting Sasuke in the face, hard. The blow knocked him off one tree limb to another about 20 feet away. "What are you doing?" Sasuke demanded as he righted himself. That had actually hurt. "Don't you yell at me," Naruto snapped. This wasn't what he'd planned at all, and Sasuke was ruining whatever plans he could think up at a moment's notice. "Naruto," the Uchiha growled. "You baka. Me. That's bullshit." The blonde growled, glaring dangerously at him. "The Sasuke I know isn't a coward. Besides, even if we hand over the scroll, there's no guarantee he'd spare us." This thought struck Sasuke like a sledgehammer. He hadn't considered that, too caught in his desire to escape with his and teammates' lives. If he'd even had a comeback for that, it was cut off when the Kusanin let loose a sickening cackle. "Very good, Naruto-kun," the man said. "You're quite right." Sliding up his left sleeve, a dark tattoo was revealed. The man bit his thumb, drawing blood as he continued, "Why bargain when I can simply kill you and take the scroll?" The man smeared the blood upon the tattoo and began to go through hand seals. Naruto glared at the man and rushed him, ignoring his teammates' pleas for him to stop. Whatever the man was unleashing, it wasn't gonna be good. He still needed to stall for them to escape. Uchius no jutsu, the man said simply. The sudden appearance of an enormous snake, easily 3 times larger than the earlier ones, froze all the genins in place. Almost faster than they could see, the snake snapped its tail forward toward the attacking blonde. Instinctively leaping up to avoid it, Naruto gasped as he saw the tree under him break under the force of the snake's tail, like it was little more than tissue paper. But because he was now suspended in the air and unable to move fast enough, he couldn't miraculously dodge the gigantic serpent again. It caught him bodily, slamming into him with enough force to crush bones. Naruto. The pair shouted, feeling miserable for not being able to help. Everyone was startled when the blonde burst into smoke and vanished. What the? Sakura said, very confused. If that was a Kage Bunshin, where was the real Naruto? Agaki can use the Kage Bunshin. Orochimaru wondered. Such a feat was unheard of for a genin. The fact that he'd been able to fool him into believing that it was the real Naruto surprised him even more. To be able to grant a clone a personality that was an almost perfect replica of the original was a level of skill that even most upper jounin couldn't achieve. Looking for someone? The blonde's voice called out. All heads snapped towards where there stood a blurry image of another blonde on a high branch. Yeah, I think they are. Naruto's voice called out from the ground level. Who could they be looking for? A third stood smugly behind Sakura, arms crossed arrogantly. Me? The final voice caused Orochimaru to visibly flinch. It had come from only a few feet from behind him. Snapping around, he threw a fast punch at the blonde. But he was surprised when he missed. Even more so when he couldn't see the boy clearly, despite being so close. The blonde was in his face in an instant with a kunai aimed straight for his throat. Ducking out of the boy's short reach, he snapped a kick out into the blonde's gut. It didn't take him so much by surprise when he burst into smoke. Enmaku no jutsu. Turning to face the other approaching blondes, he got hit in the face with a dense smokescreen. Though it didn't concern him, with a mere hitfuki no jutsu, he scattered the smoke and sent a pair of blondes into tree trunks. When both burst into smoke, Orochimaru looked expectantly at the last blonde. Naruto stood on the ground still, having not moved once. The boy had a devious foxy grin on his face that made Orochimaru stare for a moment. It looked kind of familiar, but from where? Naruto's arm snapped off to the side, casting a shuriken. It cut a small string. A trap. From all directions, swarms of shuriken, kunai, even sharpened rocks and sticks were sent flying at high speeds at the giant snake and its summoner. The numerous projectiles effectively pummeled the snake into non-existence, but Orochimaru had vanished by the time that the smoke had cleared. He's gone. Sasuke said, in disbelief. No way, he realized. That was too easy. Fukuki-kuku. A slithering voice called from everywhere at once. This is much too fun. Naruto had no warning. The man had burst from under the ground and slammed a fist into his gut. Collapsing onto his knees and gasping loudly, Naruto knew he was in serious trouble. This man was even better than he thought. You are an interesting boy, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru said with a serpentine sneer. I wonder what would have become of you had you been born in my village. I'd have made it my mission in life to torture you to death, Naruto wheezed out as he fought to stand again. Now that's not a good attitude to have towards a power far superior to you, the snake said as his sneer widened. Is that a problem for you? Naruto snapped, finally making it to his feet. Yanking out a kunai, he stabs the man in the chest. But he was kneed in the stomach again by the kusenin. This time the blow sent him flying a far distance, or would have if that tree hadn't been there. After leaving a noticeable imprint in the bark, the blonde enigma slumped to the ground, genuinely unconscious. When a girl is alone in a forest filled with dangerous creatures and enemies and is at the point of a panic attack, the only thing that can keep her from losing her cool is training that has been burned into her subconscious. She needed to do something that would help keep her mind off of the horrors that had occurred to her teammates. She dragged both her teammates down to ground level and hid among a thick cluster of roots. It was moderate concealment but would be lousy protection in the case of an attack. She knew that there was a high chance that the shinobi team that she'd sensed earlier would attack at dawn. But she couldn't take that chance. Thus during the night she set up a bunshin to pretend to be her tending to her teammates' injuries. Meanwhile, she was busy setting up a pretty clever trap with a section of a destroyed tree and a false trap underneath. Many shinobi would be able to see the telltale signs of a trap on the ground. But few at their current level would consider one from above. The Odo Nin, when they finally made their move, fell for the trick just as she thought they would. It was actually embarrassingly easy to fool them into thinking that they'd spotted the real trap. But the fact that the one that looked like a mummy was able to demolish the tree log somehow came as a shock. Sakura was in trouble and she knew it. Even if she wasn't fatigued, she wouldn't be able to stand up to any of them by herself. That much she was certain of. Then Rock Lee appeared. For one of the first times in her life, Sakura was extremely happy to see someone she'd otherwise not be seen around. The fact that this weird kid was unbelievably strong and ridiculously fast only increased her newfound appreciation of him. Yet not even he stood much chance against these shinobi. Rendered disoriented by the sound wave attack to his inner eardrum, he could only watch as Sakura was forced to fend for herself. It was then that she realized that all her time as a kenoyi had been spent being protected by other people. Now it was her turn to protect her friends. And she wanted them to be proud of that. However, if it wasn't for the timely arrival of Team 10, she still would have lost, despite fighting like a beast. It would seem that now that a full team had finally arrived, as well as Sakura, the Konoha genins would be at the advantage. But thanks to the Odo Nin's underhanded and cruel tactics, they were still able to gain the upper hand. Or it would have seemed until Niji and Tenten made their presences known. It was quite clear that they were extremely irritated, namely Niji. Plus the aura that he was radiating just spelled pain for any it was directed at. Especially when he activated his Byakugan. Which was just as effective at intimidation as its other uses. It was because of this that he was able to spot a sudden rise in chakra. Though the chakra was vastly different from any he'd ever seen before, he immediately knew it was powerful. It was coming from the prone figures of the two genins behind Sakura. Then stop acting cool and come down here. Dosu taunted. No, Niji said with a smirk as his Byakugan vanished. It seems. That won't be necessary. This drew confused stares from many of the gathered genin. That is until Sakura noticed a movement behind her. Turning around, she spotted Naruto and Sasuke slowly climbing to their feet. Sasuke-kun. She said surprised. Naruto. You're awake. Everyone stared at the gruesome sight before them. Sasuke was partially covered in a strange black pattern that looked vaguely like flames. To add to this fearsome sight as well as the aura of violent purple chakra and barely controlled fury he was emitting, his recently enhanced Sharingan glowed brightly. Naruto stayed crouched on the ground like an animal. A foul red chakra was swirling around him and sent unconditional fear down the backs of all present. His usually happy blue eyes were now red and slitted, glaring dangerously at the Odo Nins. His once cute whisker marks were broader and darker, and along with slightly longer fangs, gave a bestial look in primal hatred. Sakura. Sasuke said, speaking for Naruto. Who did that to you? Sasuke. Naruto. She said, uncertain of them anymore. Your bodies. The boys glanced at themselves, then at each other. As if in silent agreement, they turned and slowly walked past Sakura, forming a shield with their bodies. Sasuke seemed to have taken the role of spokesman for the pair as he said, don't worry. We feel strong, powerful. Returning his attention to the Odo Nin, he demanded fiercely, it was you guys, right? Shikamaru saw the danger and did the only thing a rational person would do. Snatching up Ino's limp body, he dashed for cover as he yelled, Ino, hurry up and return to your body. Choji, we're hiding. Neither of them needed to be told twice. Dosu, having been more aware of Orochimaru's secret seals, knew they were trouble as the boys, Sasuke in particular, focused on them. The chakra that was rolling off of them was enormous. Far too powerful for any normal genin to be able to generate, even with a curse seal on their necks. Zaku was ignorant of the power of the curse seal. This was why he, being the rash one, brought his hands up and prepared for an attack. Dosu. He called with a smirk. Don't be afraid of these half-dead freaks. No Zaku. Dosu yelled, but it was too late. Zaku brought his hands toward Team 7 and sent a very large blast of air at the genins. Zankukiku no jutsu. He yelled. The blast kicked up a huge gust of wind that blew everything away that wasn't very firmly secured to the ground. But the blast itself, rather than carrying on and dissolving into nothing when it lost its power, met a very surprising end. As soon as it closed in on Team 7, it was suddenly diverted and sent flying up into the forest canopy. Once the wind and debris settled down, the genins were greeted with a surprising sight. There stood Naruto with his arm outstretched, as if he'd just batted away an annoying pest. Racing around his arm was an angry typhoon of wind and chakra. But that was impossible. What the? Zaku screamed in surprise and outrage. You should have been blown away. Blown who away? A voice asked from behind him. Zaku had only enough time to register the Uchiha's presence behind him when he was effortlessly swatted away. The blow sent him careening out of control before he came face to face with another red-eyed genin. Naruto's kick to his gut knocked him back and into a tree on the other side of the clearing. So, you're the only one left. Sasuke said with a snaky sneer at Dosu. I hope you let me have more fun this time, Naruto. Naruto sent a death glare at the Uchiha before facing Dosu as well. Sakura realized that this wasn't the Sasuke that she grew to love. This Sasuke enjoyed fighting. This Sasuke lusted for killing and torturing his enemies. This Sasuke was just like the Odo Nin Orochimaru. And Naruto wasn't the same either. He was filled with fury. He no longer cared who he had to kill, as long as his friends were safe. Naruto was flaunting his power and superior skills like she'd never seen before. The fact that he didn't seem to care either also was like a punch to the gut. The Naruto she knew would never act like this. "Stop!" she yelled, latching herself onto Sasuke who was closer to her. Two pairs of angry and surprised red eyes looked at her. What they saw was tears streaming down Sakura's face. "Please stop, you two." The effect on Sasuke was subtle but noticeable. The strange marks on his body began to slowly recede. But the farther they retreated, the faster they went. The evil feeling was leaving his system as he calmed down. Naruto merely blinked confused. Then his eyes abruptly returned to their bright blue as his red chakra vanished in an instant. The sudden loss of power and the exertion it had put on his body had the added effect of knocking him unconscious where he stood. Releasing that this girl had just saved his and his teammates' lives, Dosu pensively laid their Kai scroll on the ground and was fast to collect Zaku and Kin. He didn't wish to tempt fate, so he ignored Sakura's cry to wait and disappeared as fast as his body could carry him. Niji was gazing down at the boys. The chakra that he'd seen was abnormal. Normal chakra was blue, yet the Uchiha's was a purple and black color, and the Uzumaki's was blood red. Not only had that been strange, but the pure amount of the chakra that was coming off them was extremely large. Especially from the blonde. Yet now the chakra from them was either suppressed or hidden away in strange seals on their bodies. Where had they gotten such seals? It was inconceivable that such seals could even exist. But whatever it was that allowed them to wield such dreadful powers, it wouldn't stand up to the power of a Hyuga genius. It's just. Couldn't. Chapter 15. Power of a Kenoichi. Banzai. Yelled 12 blondes as they jumped into a small stream. The force of so many bodies impacting the water sent up large splashes of water and anything else that was in it. But what the Dark Uchiha was aiming for were the fish. In that single splash, he was able to pin 10 of the 11 salmon that the blondes had managed to kick out. "That should be enough, Naruto," Sasuke called out as he resurfaced. "Ah, come on," he yelled. "I'm hungry. I want something to snack on later." "No," Sasuke snapped. "We need to travel light." "Fine." He growled as he moved to where the fish were pinned to various trees. Despite surviving for nearly 4 days and about to have the first decent meal in about as much time, none of the genin were in a good mood. They had lost their 10th scroll, been attacked by an Odonin who was probably upper jounin in terms of power, Sasuke had gotten a strange seal on his neck, Sakura was deprived of a full night's rest, and Naruto was just trying to avoid his teammates when they tried to question his power from the previous morning. In all, they were in very bad moods. As they sat about waiting for the fish to cook, Naruto was pointedly remaining outside of the conversation. Sakura and Sasuke were discussing the details and chances of passing. If there was one thing that Naruto had come to hate over the years, it was people telling him that the chances of his passing. Then, over the alluring scent of the cooking fish, a new scent wafted up his nostril. The scent was followed by an extremely soft padding of scandals on trees and the ruffling of clothes. Leaping to his feet, Naruto threw a shuriken where he detected the presence. His sudden action drew the others' surprised glances before they looked away. They heard the sound of a kunai repelling the shuriken. "Who's there?" Sakura called out. She never liked the idea of people spying on her. The fact that they were in a forest and at war with literally every other team didn't sit well with her. Over her time on Team 7, she'd slowly come to realize just how acute Naruto's sensory abilities were. Combined with how serious of a position they were in, she knew he'd never just do random acts. "How did you know I was here?" asked a familiar patch of gray hair as the teenage genin emerged from the foliage. "Have you smelled yourself lately?" Naruto demanded, rubbing the underside of his nose with a look of disgust. "Take a bath. You reek of sweat and blood." The Budo had the dignity to look sheepish. "What do you want?" Sasuke asked, on edge in case he should make a sudden move. "Oh, I just smelled something good over this way," he said, gesturing towards the half-eaten fish. "A likely story," Naruto grumbled, turning away to return to his fish. "What are you doing all the way out here without your teammates?" Sasuke asked. "Well, I'm not after your scroll," he said, reaching into his bag. "I've already gotten both of mine." Quick as lightning, Naruto attacked. His rush was straight and simple, trying to grab onto the 10th scroll while knocking Kabuto into disorientation. But the gray-haired genin was faster than he looked. He easily dodged and shoved Naruto violently back. "Naruto!" Sakura yelled. "What do you think you're doing?" "Betting the 10th scroll." He yelled as he bounced to his feet, cradling his injured side. That bastard had somehow stabbed him with a when he threw him back. "Don't bother, Naruto-kun," Kabuto said with a knowing smile. "If I got my 2nd scroll alone, I think I can easily beat all 3 of you." This thought froze Naruto just as he was about to lunge. Scowling dangerously, he returned to his position by the fire, eating his fish and pointedly not looking at their visitor. This amused Kabuto to a degree, such a hothead with a determination that could probably outshine Orochimaru-sama. "Listen," Kabuto said, trying to calm the obviously irritated blonde. "I understand that you want to get to the tower, but don't you think that you could use my help?" "No," growled three voices simultaneously. Sasuke was just finally starting to enjoy this exam and he wanted at least one more fight before they reached the tower. Plus there was the chance that he'd somehow unlock that mysterious chakra he'd wielded, which once he tasted it, he was now thirsting for more of it. Sakura was tired of this forest. While this strange teenager's help would have been welcomed, his know-it-all attitude left much to be desired. With a sigh, she turned and started to dig through her supplies. If she knew her teammates, then they were going to need what she had in mind. Naruto just flat out disliked this teenager to the point of aggressively attacking him to keep him away. Caught slightly off guard by the unanimous vote, Kabuto chuckled nervously with a hesitant smile. Maybe it wasn't the wisest choice trying to gain their trust on this obviously bad day for them. Then again, Orochimaru had made it abundantly clear that Sasuke was to pass this exam. The exact reasons behind this were only known to himself, but Kabuto suspected it to do with the Uchiha's inevitable fight against Gaara. That was why Kabuto had decided to find and aid them in obtaining their missing scroll. It was a good idea in theory. But the execution of it was now hitting slightly unforeseen road bumps. From the calculative looks that the boys were giving him and each other, it was painfully obviously what they were seriously considering doing. The fact that Sakura seemed more annoyed by his presence, Kabuto was willing to bet that she'd join in if her teammates chose to attack. Even though she seemed more interested in digging through the various scrolls that she held in her bag. But if they did attack, what should he do? They didn't give him a chance to decide. With speed that was too great for an average genin, Sasuke charged him with Naruto on his heels. Bringing his arms up in a reflexive defense, Sasuke's fists blurred as he sent a series of punches at him. Naruto dashed around him and threw a kick at his unprotected back. Jumping high into the air, Kabuto somersaulted over them. Landing behind Sakura, he snatched a kunai as he took a fistful of her hair. Holding up the kunai to her throat, he glared dangerously at them as they halted their charges. They glared at him as strange features began spreading across their bodies. He had suspected that Orochimaru-sama had given a curse seal to the Uchiha by now. Now it was proven true. The mark spreading from his neck could only have been formed by the Heaven Curse seal, one of the most powerful. The vile chakra that was beginning to leak out of him was growing at an astounding rate. But it paled in comparison to Naruto. His eyes had changed to red and his pupils had become slits, like a cat or something. His whisker marks were slowly broadening and darkening. The red chakra that was flowing out of him gave Kabuto instinctive shivers of primal fear. Along with slightly longer teeth and sharpened claws, his glare was particularly fearsome. "What is that? Is that a new curse seal?" "I'd not do that," he said blandly, hiding his nervousness at fighting these tag-teaming demons. "Unless you want a dead Kenoichi in your consciousness." Cowardly, Naruto growled as he forcefully tried to calm himself. It was just too damn easy to let that Kitsune bastard's chakra seep out when he was very angry. He'd have to look into that later. Hiding behind a girl to escape us. "Why not fight us like the shinobi you're supposed to be?" Sasuke demanded, his Sharingan flashing dangerously. "Because I have nothing to gain from having a pointless brawl between you two, Sasuke-kun, Naruto-kun," he said easily. Pressing the kunai a bit more forcefully into Sakura's neck, enough to draw blood, he continued, "Besides, even with all three of you fighting together, it would hardly be fair for you." It was this statement that broke the dam that held her back. The combination of her irritation with Kabuto, his nerve to use her as a shield, threatening her, cutting her, and then calling her weak, if indirectly, led to something that had only once happened in the recent past. She gave in to inner Sakura, allowing her to come to the surface and take hold of her. "This creep is going to pay." "So you're calling me weak?" Sakura asked quietly, with a feigned calmness. Her question drew all attention to her helpless form. "I think you're forgetting something, Kabuto." Hefting her leg back at the knee, she sent a vicious kick at the most sensitive and universal weakness of all males. The unexpected force behind that sudden kick to his groin had Kabuto reflexively releasing her and he made to cradle his wounded organ. But Sakura didn't give him the chance. Whirling around, she planted a punch into his face, throwing his torso in the opposite direction it desired to go as she yelled out, "I'm a Kenoichi of Konohagakure." Utilizing her newfound freedom, Sakura snatched a kunai from her holster and quickly slapped an explosive tag on it. Casting it at the glasses-wearing teenager, she instantly dashed to the side to avoid the following explosion. The blast was small for an explosive tag, but it was most certainly sufficient to send a powerful gust of wind through the air. Steadying himself, Kabuto hid a smirk as he watched Sakura try to sneak up behind him. It seemed that he'd struck a chord with her temper. She was so focused on hurting him, killing him, that she didn't even register Sasuke's and Naruto's surprised gazes on her as she rushed at him. That little beating was far from the end of what she had planned for him. Using a familiar combination, Sakura formed a trio of bunchins as she charged the quickly recovering Kabuto. Not copying her mistake in Wave Country when she threw a series of shuriken at him, her clones copied her. The real projectiles, lost among the numerous images, had little trouble hitting the spy. Ignoring the weapons embedded in his arms and chest, Kabuto threw a swarm of kunai at her and the bunchins. All the Sakura suddenly burst into logs, complete with kunai protruding from them. Suddenly the four Sakura appeared around him with kunai in both hands. Kabuto was having a harder time trying to disguise his smirk. This level of fighting was pathetically easy for him. He knew exactly which one was her, and he was pretty sure what her goal was. She wanted the scroll, otherwise she would have tried a much more aggressive attack pattern or even asked the boys to fight for her. Then he felt her reach into his weapons pouch and replaced the 10th scroll with another. Kabuto's lust for battle was starting to rise, as was his old blood. Sasuke and Naruto noticed the sudden change in his eyes instantly. What was that? But it was at that moment that Sakura decided to reveal herself. She latched herself onto his back, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck and her legs around his waist. She even made it a point to jam her heel into his still very tender area. Much to the boy's surprise, the strange look in his eyes disappeared as he grabbed hold of her arms as she started to tighten her grip. Using all her strength and focusing as much of her chakra as she could to remain attached to him, Sakura squeezed as tightly as she could. Slowly, painfully slowly, Sakura was trying vainly to squeeze the life out of him. The fact that she wasn't loosening her grip and Kabuto was getting irritated with this pointless battle drove him to act. With one arm, he snatched a kunai and stabbed it back towards her face. When she moved to catch the blade, he made his move. Twisting around her weakened grip, he dropped the kunai and used the same hand to land a punch in her face. As the girl was thrown back, he felt a sudden spike from a pair of powerful chakra signatures behind him. With even stopping to look, he dashed for the shelter of the forest and foliage. He almost let out a breath of relief when he didn't sense the boys following him. Stopping a short distance away from the campsite, he sat down and gingerly rubbed his wounds. The wounds of the flesh were healed quickly enough with his healing. The fact that she was supposedly the weakest of Team 7 was a slight prick to his pride. He made a mental note to never underestimate a kenoichi's strength, much less an enraged kenoichi. The slight movement drew his attention to the side. It was a trio of aimnin that were heading towards the campsite. Evidently they'd seen the entire fight from a distance and had decided to act now, probably not considering him worth their time. He finally allowed his earlier smirk to cross his face before he dashed forward and promptly broke all three of their necks. While he couldn't seem to help Sasuke-kun reach the tower, he could at least clear the path ahead of them. It wasn't quite what he'd had in mind originally, but it would have to do. "Sakura!" Naruto cried as he dashed forward. "Are you alright? That was awesome. You kicked his ass." "Shut up, Naruto," Sasuke snapped, though he couldn't suppress the odd smirk on his face. It seemed that Sakura had more power in her than he thought she had. It was actually kind of relieving to him to find this. "Of course I did," Sakura said as she sat up, rubbing her aching jaw. "I had plenty of practice." Naruto's widely smiling face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a large pouting frown. "That's not nice, Sakura." "Head up," Sasuke ordered, glancing in the direction that the strange genin had disappeared to. "We need to hurry. Maybe we can still catch him." Smiling secretively, Sakura looked squarely into Sasuke's now normal dark eyes. Pointedly shaking her head, she said, "No need to do that, Sasuke-kun." "What?" he demanded. "Why? What was she playing at?" Her smile turned into a devious smirk that put even his best to shame. Rummaging in her small weapons pouch, she pulled out a scroll. The 10 scrolls. "What the?" Naruto cried upon seeing the scroll. "When did wait, was it when you jumped on his back?" "Before," she said, as her smirk got wider. "When I was dashing around him and he was focusing on the bunchins. But wouldn't he notice it missing?" "Nope," she said. "I replaced it with another that I put on." "You mean," Sasuke said, instantly realizing what she'd been doing before the fight even began. "When you were digging in the bag. That was when you did it?" "Well, duh," she said, looking between the pair of them as a chuckle escaped her. "You are both so predictable sometimes." Naruto and Sasuke stared at Sakura for a moment like she'd grown a second head. Then they looked at each other and realized she was right. It was pretty obvious they'd planned it since they'd learned Kabuto having both scrolls. Loud, genuinely happy laughter erupted from all three as the hilarity of it hit them. The tower was quiet and peaceful, quite unlike what was happening outside it. Yet what was happening in the control room was admittedly much more important than a simple Chunin exam. Crouching over the hunched form of Anko, Sandaime Hokage looked at the dark form of the curse seal that had resurfaced on her neck. It was as dark and strong as the day he'd first seen it. And due to the fact that it wasn't on himself, he was compelled to ask, "Does it still hurt, Anko-san?" "Much less," she said honestly. What had once been a heavy throbbing, like she'd been stabbed with a kunai, was now only a minor and easily ignored stinging. "Arigato, Sandame-sama." "Here's a question," one of her Chunin underlings said. "What's Orochimaru even doing here?" "We can assume he's come for Uchiha Sasuke," Sandame said, speaking the very thing that Anko was about to say. "And it seems fairly obvious why he would too." "Sharingan," Anko said quietly as a beeping sound came from a security monitor. "It's confirmed, Anko-san," Iruka said loudly enough for all in the control room to hear. "A 6 team has entered the tower." Since he had specifically requested from her the permission to be the one to greet Team 7, Anko knew it had to be Kakashi-senpai's team that had just arrived. This was both a relief and a blessing. It was a blessing because if she was right, they might be able to do something about the curse seal that Orochimaru had most likely placed on the Uchiha. It was a relief because Iruka had been restlessly pacing the tower since the second day, waiting for the team to arrive. His pacing had quickly worn on her nerves, that is when she took the time to notice it over the curse seal and dealing with Orochimaru. "Iruka-san," Sandame said over the intercom. "Bring Sasuke to me." "Hi, Hokage-sama," Iruka said with a respectful bow. It had taken him only a half hour to find an unused bedroom, thoroughly shower, and sew the few cuts and tears in his clothing. Then, he was scouting around the tower and found a small training area. Now he was methodically trying to perform his latest, Kei's-wana. Surrounded in the protective haze of his Oboro no Jutsu, Naruto was totally unconcerned of Sasuke or anyone watching him practice. Not that he was really paying attention. This was just impossible to do with only one-handed seals. It was too easy if you had both hands, but impossible with one. How was that? He couldn't understand it. His chakra control was better than it had ever been in the past. He could do the henge, kawarimi, and Oboro. Heck, it was easier to do the Kei's Kiwa with one hand. But this no way. It was so frustrating. Knowing that his temper was hindering his control, he stopped another failed attempt. Digging into the bottom of his weapons pouch, he pulled his most hated enemy. The rubber ball. Normally he would never practice this when it was almost guaranteed that someone was watching. But he'd seen Sasuke's confused look when he'd seen him with his Sharingan active a few days ago. That could only mean that Kakashi was right, Oboro was a natural shield against the Sharingan's magic as well as any other spies. Focusing his rage into the ball, he sent as much chakra as he could muster in the ball. This had become a recent habit for him to vent his frustrations with his life, trying to shred the ball. Gradually he'd come to understand that if he was forcing a very large amount of chakra out of his hands to power them, his hands would start to sting and burn. Normally he would stop when that started to happen. But now, his frustration was great and the pain was a welcome distraction from it. This was how he finally tore that rubber ball to pieces. As the remains of the ball fell from his frozen grasp, he could only stare in surprise. What had just happened? Dropping the Oboro, he also dropped down into an undignified heap to the ground. Replaying the process in his mind, he fought to find clues. They came almost too quickly. When he had finally ignored the pain in his hands and let go of his restraints, the collected power and force of the chakra had met little resistance from the ball. That would mean that of all the times that he'd stopped from going that extra push, he'd delayed his own mastery of this. "Baka," he growled to himself. Despite feeling happiness at learning this, it was a bittersweet victory for him. Now that he understood the problem, the more ashamed he became of himself. It had been in front of him this whole time, but he just didn't see it. It was like he was no longer needing to act to keep that mask up. It was coming naturally now because it was becoming a part of his personality. Here he was pretending to be stupid and now he was quickly becoming it. Shoving his self-condemning thoughts aside, he began to contemplate his next step. It now possessed the power he'd always desired it to have. Yet he'd now come across a new problem in the form of dealing with the pain in his hand when he summoned that amount of raw chakra. This was going to require a lot of thought and time. Time that he didn't have. Besides, now that he'd somewhat vented his frustration, he had to return to his practice of Kei's-wana. He had every intention of using it in the next phase of the exam if it involved fighting. Surrounding himself with Oboro again, he slowly went through the one-handed seals again. He kept the chakra he used to power it so low that the winds he created were little more than very gentle breezes. One-handed seals seemed more suited to low levels like henge or buncheons. But when you increased the chakra output that the one-handed seals had to focus, the control difficulty increased tenfold. Kei's-wana itself performed rather well when it was underpowered like this. But with the increased chakra that he knew that he'd have to use, one-handed seals were just out of the question. It was because the winds he was causing were summoned to him, rather than repelled, that he picked up a familiar scent of lilacs. Losing concentration, Naruto stopped and dropped the Oboro as he turned in the direction of the scent source. There, almost entirely hidden behind a large support beam, stood a blushing Hinata. Seeing his face looking straight at her, Hinata let out a surprised squeak and ducked behind the pillar, and her face turned into a large imitation of a tomato. Naruto-kun had just caught her watching him train. What was he gonna do now? Tell her to leave. No, he was too nice to do that, and he wasn't Niji Niasen. Would he ask her to join him? Not a chance, he was too secretive with him, and he wasn't like Kiba-sen unfortunately. Hinata-chan. What are you doing here? His voice asked, from only a short distance away. Glancing behind her, she found herself almost face to face with her crush. He was looking at her with that outrageously cute look of honest confusion. He was looking at her. He was looking at her. He was looking at her. In true Hyuga Hinata fashion, she fainted when she realized just how close their faces were. And if she hadn't already been unconscious, she'd have fainted at least another 3 times for his following actions. He'd instantly leapt forward and caught her from hitting the hard floor. Then he picked her up and carried her gently back to where he knew her room to be. And finally he'd carefully placed her on the futon in her room, not wishing to disturb her. During the said journey to her room he allowed himself one of the few times to actually smile openly and warmly, no feigned happiness at all. This was multiplied several times over when the girl tried to snuggle closer to him as he carried her. She was kind of cute when she did that. "Why aren't you in the tower?" Orochimaru asked. Although he said calmly, there was an undertone that was as sharp and deadly as his sword. It was the 5th day and the 2nd exam was over. Kabuto found Orochimaru waiting where they designated their meeting, and the man wasn't happy. With Orochimaru, unhappiness was a surefire way of ending up dead. "I lost my 10th scroll," he said honestly. This caught Orochimaru's attention, and the serpentine man glanced at his underling, desiring details. "I tried to aid Sasuke-kun in finding the 10th scroll, but he and Naruto-kun attacked me." Smirking at this, Orochimaru couldn't resist stating the obvious. "Surely they were no match for you. You are nearly as strong as Kakashi-san. Aren't you?" "It wasn't them, Orochimaru-sama," Kabuto said as he adjusted his glasses. "It was the girl, Sakura-chan." "Oh? I'd used her as cover and she fought back," he said, purposely glazing over the details. "She replaced my own 10th scroll with a fake during the fight. I figured that since what you've got planned, it wouldn't matter if I was in the tower or not." Orochimaru couldn't help but think of all the surprises that this individual team seemed to possess. "It's such a shame they aren't Odo-nin." "Indeed," Kabuto said evenly. "By the way, Orochimaru-sama, have you crafted a new curse seal?" "Eh?" This new turn of conversation had taken a slightly irritating and curious turn. "Why do you ask?" "I know that you placed the heaven seal on Sasuke-kun," the medic nin said. "But I didn't know you were interested in Naruto-kun as well." "Him again?" Orochimaru snorted arrogantly before replying. "Naruto-kun may be interesting, but he is far from being worth my time to put a curse seal on." "Then we have a problem," Kabuto said as realization hit him like a sledgehammer. "I think he's a Jinchurichi." Orochimaru finished for him. Ignoring the silver-haired spy's surprised gaze, he continued, "It changes nothing. Nothing short of a miracle can cause that gaki from ruining my plans." Bowing slightly to show his submission, Kabuto let out a mumble, "Hi, Orochimaru-sama." Well, at least if that blonde was indeed a vessel for it would make things more interesting when the real fight began. In the end, it was Team 7 that had been the last team to arrive within the designated time limit. Only 6 teams of the original 26 teams that entered the forest made it to the tower. Despite them having at least a few hours to relax and rest, most of them still had visible signs of their time in the forest. Minor scratches and bruises to cut clothing and bleeding wounds. It was only now as he stood at the front of his team, lined up with the other 5 teams, that he realized he wasn't as healthy as he thought. The only explanation he had that was probably a highly likely scenario was that Glasses bastard had stabbed him with a poison. The wound itself had healed quickly enough. But the effects of the poison finally seemed to be starting to take effect. Due to the fact that he'd never been sick or poisoned before thanks to that kitsune bastard in his stomach, Naruto had never truly feared the effects of poison. But this must have been an extremely powerful poison or a very unique kind that the Kyuubi hadn't ever come across before. Either way, he was more than pissed when he realized that he was hard-pressed to fight to his fullest potential if it was a fighting exam next. With his eyesight contorting and wavering in and out of focus and his growing lack of balance, he would be in serious trouble if he had to fight someone in the next half hour or more. While he was silently diagnosing himself of the poison symptoms, he was paying at least partial attention to Sandaime as he explained the purpose of the forest exam. It was during the sudden appearance of the ever-sickly Heiichi Echo that he gave his full attention to what was being said. A preliminary tournament of one-on-one fights between each of the gathered Chunin hopefuls. The winners would go on to the finals and hopefully the official rank of Chunin. He was pulled from his calculative thoughts fighting Gaara, the Odo Nin, and maybe even that Lee kid by Sasuke. "Naruto?" he said quietly. When the blonde glanced back at him questioningly, he continued, "You're one of the ones I want to fight." That statement froze Naruto instantly. Sasuke wanted to fight him. That could only mean that he finally saw and accepted him as a decent foe. Sasuke had verbally acknowledged him with that declaration of a desired battle. The Uchiha had literally just told him that he was a rival worthy of his prestige. Sending the Uchiha a wide, if hesitant, smirk, Naruto returned his attention to the front. Heiei-sen was quick to explain the rules and how the fighters were selected. A familiar excitement rose within him at the thought of fighting in front of so many people, to the point of coming a little closer to his ultimate goal. So he was quite disappointed when neither of the first two names were his. Uchiha Sasuke vs Yamanaka Ino. The smirk grew on Sasuke's face. Right off the bat, eh? He couldn't wait to fight. He could no longer use the seal on his neck. But now that he was thinking somewhat rationally again, he was glad for it. If that chakra he'd used turned him into a violent, mindless killer and he used it on Ino-san, he doubted he would be able to restrain himself from outright killing her in cold blood. Then there was the problem with his chakra. Ever since Kakashi had sealed away the curse seal, he had been feeling unbelievably weak and tired. His chakra capacity was just barely enough to keep him on his feet and wake. But if he was forced to with Ino, he would have to willingly let the curse seal loose to even stand a chance, despite Kakashi's warnings. Ino was anything but eager. She was mentally and emotionally torn. She wanted to become a Chunin very badly, but only a small portion of that desire was stemmed from wanting to upstage Sakura and win Sasuke. Yet she knew that she'd never stand a chance against him in a fair fight. Her only hope was to use her Shintention no Jutsu to have him give up. But she knew that once the fight officially started, he would probably immediately begin to form hand seals and fight with all he had. The chance of her successfully capturing him with her Shintention was slim to non-existent. Even with the fact that he seemed unnaturally tired. Her decision was made before anyone had even taken a single step for the upper gallery. "I give up," she called out loudly. All faces were immediately on her, but she ignored them in favor of turning to Sasuke-kun and saying, "I'm no match for you, Sasuke-kun. You'd mop the floor with me." Sighing heavily, Heiei had to suppress the urge to roll his eyes. Fangirls, he thought, all the same. Although she is probably right, he is in another league compared to her. "Fine then," he said between coughs. "Winner. Uchiha Sasuke." Sakura was having a very bad day. No, that was putting it lightly. She was having a very bad week. The fact that she and the boys had been trapped in a truly competitive and rigorous exam was far from the top of her list of things she liked to do with her time. Now, after a short but humiliating battle, she knew she was in serious danger of losing her life. After Shino's surprising victory strategy over Odonin with weird hands, she was called. Her match was against a fierce-looking Sunanin called Kankuro. Even before she got a good look at him, she was feeling very nervous. Although she'd seemed to hold her own against that Kabuto guy, she felt that he had almost let her win. Now she was facing this shinobi all on her own, and she knew that she was in trouble. Then she saw the look on his face. He was confident and eager to battle, but his sneer was what drove her into a fit of shivers. He was quite literally saying that he'd go easy on her for a little bit, toying with her, then just as she thought she could win, he'd attack. Sakura was very seriously considering withdrawing from the fight. But one cheer from Naruto and a peculiar gaze from Sasuke changed her mind. Even if she couldn't win, she could still put up enough of a fight for her teammates and Sasuke to be proud. Using a tried and true method of attack, she formed a trio of bunchins and rushed him after he'd heaved that bandage Pakage from his back. As she closed in on him, she felt her confidence beginning to rise. Thanks to her perfect chakra control, she was very sure that he couldn't tell the difference between her and the bunchins. He proved her wrong when he brought a crushing punch down on her. The force of the blow sent her crashing to the ground and losing her focus on the bunchins. As she tried to climb to her feet, he took a half-hearted kick to her ribs. Only to have her burst into smoke and be replaced by a log. Sakura then began a series of kawarimi to confuse him from when and where she'd attack. In the end, it worked. He looked away too soon, expecting another kawarimi, only to realize too late that that time it was for real. With one slash of her kunai, Sakura cut deeply through his throat. It was then as she landed that things took a turn for the worst. Kankuro suddenly attacked her, despite having his throat cut open, and grabbed onto her bodily. Then extra pairs of arms burst from his body and coiled themselves tightly around her. It was then that the bandage Pakage on the floor a fair ways away unraveled itself to reveal the real Kankuro. Now Sakura was trapped in the arms of the puppet and was slowly getting squeezed to death. It was with a defeated glance up towards Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi that Sakura saw their expressions. Kakashi, though his posture implied difference and he held his ever-present Icha Paradise volume in hand, had his gaze locked on her struggling form with a slight aura of concern. Naruto was gripping the railing of the balcony tightly, most likely trying to resist the urge to jump down there and help her. Yet at the same time he was yelling encouragement to her, but she could no longer hear him anymore. Sasuke, though mirroring Kakashi with his indifferent posture, was also watching her with concern and something else. But before she could put a name to that strange look in his eye, she lost consciousness due to lack of blood and oxygen to the brain. Seeing the pretty girl suddenly slouch in the arms of his puppet, Kankuro sneered. Then he began to tighten the puppet's grip, feeling a need to give the girl a bit of extra harm. He didn't release her until he heard hay clearing his throat. It took one dangerous glance from the man to have the girl drop to the ground. He glanced expectantly at Hayate as the sickly approached. A quick examination had Kankuro declared the victor. As soon as that was announced, Kankuro began to rear up Karasu as Team 7 leapt down to gather their fallen teammate. A pair of fierce killer intents glared into him, but he ignored them in favor finishing his work. There was actually a benefit to having a crazed, bloodthirsty younger brother. Nearly any killer intents that he sensed now had no effect on him. Gaara's was just too grand. "Why did you do that?" the blonde demanded as he carefully picked up the girl. "You could have ended it very quickly from the start. Why did you have to toy with her? Where's the fun in that?" he asked, shooting them both with an arrogant smirk. As he was preparing to walk away, he heard a voice that might have made his blood freeze. It was similar to how Gaara always spoke to him when he was in one of his dangerous moods. It promised severe pain and high probability of death, despite being spoken so softly and emotionlessly. Like his younger brother, he just knew that this boy wouldn't hesitate to keep his word. Yet, despite surprising him, it still held no effect. "You're gonna regret that in the finals," Sasuke said. His Sharingan blazing was the only obvious sign of his controlled rage. "Man, it is one serious mess here for me. I have to in process into the company while at the same time have to try to do my job for them. I barely have the time of day to sit down and relax for more than 5 minutes. And because of all this work they're loading on me, I'm having a hard time finding time to get on my laptop, finally got one, and write. I know that these last few sections aren't exactly quality material, and I apologize for any mistakes or inconsistencies there are in the text that I've missed. But if you thought that those fight scenes that aren't crap in this chapter are good, you should wait for the next one. Naruto's fight is truly going to be very different from the manga, I promise you all that. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the other videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.